Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and the chairwoman of the committee. It is 9:50 a.m. on Monday, June 2nd, and we are conducting this hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually on the DC Council's website and YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee will continue our hearings and review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan, as well as fiscal year 2025 supplemental budget. We'll discuss the proposed budgets for the following three agencies today. First, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We'll hear from public witnesses and then our government witness, Director Sneed. Then the Office of Attorney General, where we're hearing from our public witnesses today. And then the Department of Corrections, where we'll hear from public witnesses today. ONSE, as we call the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, was launched in 2017 to create a public health-based, community-oriented model of violence prevention and public safety. ONSE was created based on the premise that the overwhelming majority of serious violent crime is committed by a relatively small group of people, and that by identifying and engaging these individuals, we can drastically reduce the violence that we see in our communities. ONSE works towards that objective through several programs, including the Pathways program, which identifies individuals at the highest risk of committing or being victimized by violent crime and places them in a program that offers intensive job and life training and continuous follow-ups. The Violence Intervention Initiative, which uses a community violence approach to reduce violence through violence interrupters, community members who are able to identify interpersonal conflicts that might lead to violence and work to facilitate ceasefires and mediations. The mayor's proposed FY 2026 budget allocates $23.4 million for ONSE, which represents an 8.8% decrease from the current fiscal year. I'm very concerned about these cuts, and I understand that the executive's position is that these cuts can be absorbed without drastically reducing the operations. However, we can't think about this budget in a silo when it comes to violence interruption, because we also have the Cure the Streets budget, which has also been significantly cut. And so while it remains my goal to have a merged singular agency or effort who's working towards this important mission, we can't, in the meantime, be cutting the budgets for the grantees who are doing this work and then catch up the infrastructure later. So I look forward to getting into that today with Director Sneed. We'll then speak with public witnesses about the budget for the Office of the Attorney General. And on June 9th, we'll hear more from the Attorney General and his team about their budget. OAG is an independent agency charged with conducting the district's legal business. OAG represents the district in most civil litigation, prosecutes certain adult crimes and nearly all juvenile criminal matters, and represents the district in a variety of administrative hearings and other proceedings. OAG is responsible for providing legal advice to the mayor, the council, and various district agencies, and operate, as I mentioned, the Cure the Streets program that aims to reduce gun violence in high violence neighborhoods through data-driven public health approaches and employing local, credible individuals who are members of the community they serve. The mayor's proposed budget allocates about $149 million for OAG, which represents a 7.4% reduction from the current fiscal year. I'm very concerned about the impact of these proposed cuts, including the Cure the Streets budget, which is cut nearly 80%. I'm concerned about the proposed reductions to the juvenile section by 6%, which is the section that handles juvenile prosecutions, which we have increased over the last several years, and reductions to the restorative justice section by about $1.4 million, which also does crucial work. The mayor proposes to reduce OAG's special purpose fund by around 52%, or $15 million, which we're going to get into with the Attorney General as well. Finally, we'll hear from public witnesses to discuss the budget for the Department of Corrections. And on June 11th, we'll hear from Director Faust and his team on their budget. DOC is responsible for providing a safe and secure environment for individuals in custody at the district's correctional facilities, which include pretrial detainees and sentenced inmates. In this role, the department manages the DC jail facilities, including the Central Detention Facility, CDF, the Correctional Treatment Facility, CTF, and overseeing the range of programs and services offered to residents at these facilities, including educational, workforce development, and other rehabilitative programs focused on residents' successful reentry following the completion of their sentence. The mayor's proposed budget provides DOC with approximately $228 million, which is a 3.1% increase from the current fiscal year. The Council for Court Excellence, through the Office of the DC Auditor, recently released a report on the urgent need for a new jail facility, highlighting a range of ongoing concerns with the agency, ranging from issues with providing residents timely and quality health care to lack of nutritious food offerings and consistently fresh fruits and produce to residents, an issue that we've been working on with DOC for several years. Many of the findings from this report I have addressed with DOC, both during budget and performance oversight hearings and other meetings and conversations, but there's still much more to do to address these concerns. I do also want to note that there has been $463 million in the budget that we have been fighting for years to fund a new jail facility, which is extremely important. The people at the DC jail are in our city's care and custody, and it is our responsibility to make sure that it is a habitable environment and that we are focusing on rehabilitation. I am very concerned that this money has been taken out of the proposal. I do remain open-minded to the idea that we can move towards a public-private partnership only under the condition that there's progress made this summer towards that goal before we pass the budget, so we know that it is a real proposal, and that there's assurances in the language of any request for proposal for this private development that the district would operate the facility. We are not going to be a jurisdiction that has a privately run jail. I will just say that for the record now, and that remains our commitment. I am pleased that there is an overall increase in DOC's proposed budget because this has been a need for a long time, whether it comes to staffing or healthcare services. And I appreciate that commitment from the executive to improving the conditions of our current DC jail. I recognize, as does the CCE report, the urgent need for critical upgrades to outdated infrastructure, improved mental health supports for both staff and residents, increased oversight on substance abuse and contraband, support for successful reentry programming, agency structure and accountability, and a host of other needs that give me great concern as it relates to the safety and wellness of all of our residents and staff who work inside the facility and who live there. I want to note that many of these issues are not overnight fixes. It will require long-term consistent work to see these meaningful changes, but I remain committed to seeing these improvements through additional tools that we have: new legislation, increased oversight, more in-person inspections and unannounced visits, and additional collaboration with Director Faust and his team. It's my hope that we'll be able to work together collaboratively to resolve many of these systemic challenges. I am eager today to hear from the public witnesses who testify about their experiences with DOC and the DC jail, including staff members at CCE who will speak about their findings from the audit report, and look forward to seeing how we can use this budget to identify additional areas for urgent repair and remedy. With that, we are going to turn to our first agency on today's agenda, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or ONSE. As I mentioned, we're going to first hear from our public witnesses, all of whom will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. I'd like to invite our first panel of public witnesses up. If I can ask that the first person I call sit all the way to my right and the first left at the table, and we'll go down from there. Robert Vincent Branham. Today. Olivia Buckley. Could you please sit all the way to the, yes, sorry, Mr. Branham's not here. Alicia Walden. Alicia Walden. Michelle Chappell. Laura Mitterman. Laura Mitterman. Okay. Is there anyone else who signed up to testify in person for the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement? Okay. We're going to add some of our virtual panelists to this panel. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, Vic Goncalves, Patricia Stamper, Mark Friend, Julie Pennington Russell, and Roger Marmet. Okay, we can get started with Olivia Buckley, Senior Community Organizer, Washington Interfaith Network. I understand you'll be testifying on her behalf. If you can introduce your name and position for the record, please.
There we go. I'm Lois Fingerhut. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your opening remarks, first of all. I'm Lois Fingerhut, and I'm here this morning speaking as a founding member of the Washington Interfaith Network's Public Safety Team. I've been a Ward 3 resident for 50 years, and I've been a congregant of Addis Israel in Cleveland Park for 35 years. Over the past 5 years, our team's extensive research and community listening sessions have resulted in the same feedback repeatedly. The root causes of violence are economic inequality and lack of resources. The work of violence interrupters in our public safety ecosystem is critical to connecting the most vulnerable people to those resources, often intercepting violence before it happens. However, if we ask these dedicated people to do this life-risking work without the resources they deserve, we are setting them up to fail, and then we will ask them why violence is increasing. As an organization of 45 institutions in all 8 wards of DC, WIN has been advocating for increased funding for VI work for both ONSE and for the CURE programs. We've heard from VIs that in order to provide for immediate needs of those they are serving, they often have to pay for clothes, food, transportation, and more out of their own pockets because either there aren't enough discretionary funds available or because the bureaucratic process of receiving that funding takes so long that it would not allow them to meet those needs. We've heard that bodies of victims in the areas VIs work are often left out on the streets for hours without being picked up by the coroners. We have heard that there is fear of increased violence as we approach a hot summer with fewer resources available for those struggling the most. We have heard that the process of obtaining vital documents for people at risk is extremely cumbersome. With this long list of challenges, this is the time to be funding their work more, not less. With the proposed merger of the VI programs, ONSE must be fully funded to support their program, plus the support of all the CURE sites. Under the current budget proposal, ONSE loses 9% of its budget. How can it absorb CURE and also maintain its programs? If, however, if the merger doesn't pass, then the AG's CURE program must be fully funded to maintain its sites. The AG's office needs to be authorized to spend more than the nearly $11 million of its litigation support fund for both CURE as well as for all the other essential work they do in DC, from protecting DC workers from exploitation and all the prosecutors that they are funding, as well as the attorneys in the Public Advocacy Division, et cetera. They should not have to choose between violence intervention and all the other critical work that they do because of a lack of funds. The high-risk, often traumatizing work of the VIs deserves to be well compensated and supported with the same government benefits we give police, noting that whose budget we note has been increased by $30 million. We urge this committee and the council to do more proactively to address the root causes of systemic violence, focusing on individual crimes and punishment that are the highest cost and least sustainable in means of promoting community well-being. We continue to believe ample evidence shows that investments in jobs, housing, education, and healthcare have vast sustainable benefits. It's essential for all of us to play a part in keeping our cities safe, and that can only happen when our city's resources are fairly distributed. ONSE needs to be fully funded so that they have the resources they need to provide for high-risk residents. This is all particularly timely today as we begin National Gun Violence Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just confession to everybody, I really hate cutting people off, but we have over 120 witnesses today. So I'm going to ask everyone's help in staying on track. No problem. Thank you for your testimony. Michelle Chappell, public witness.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Michelle Chappell, and I'm a resident of Parkview in Ward 1, a mom of 2, and a volunteer with both Moms Demand Action and Free DC. I'm testifying today in my personal capacity. The violent crime rate is down again this year in DC, and that is to be applauded. Gun violence in ONSE priority areas is down 14% compared to last year, and in Cure the Streets priority areas, it's down a remarkable 51%. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that for our children, gun violence is very much normal. On the night of May 3rd, my kids were watching a movie at a friend's house when dozens of gunshots were fired right outside the window. When the shots rang out, my older daughter and her friend knew just what to do. They army crawled away from the windows to the nearby stairwell and calmed my younger daughter down. As my friend texted me in the middle of all this, why do our kids have to know how to calm another kid down about gunfire? Remarkably, no one was shot that night. But even with several witnesses and a camera pointed at the intersection where it happened, as far as I know, MPD has no suspects or arrests in this case. My guess is that because no one was hurt, or more accurately, physically hurt, MPD does not consider this incident a priority. The mayor's proposed budget hands $30 million more to MPD. While based on my very quick review of the budget, she cuts ONSE funding by 8.8%. She cuts OVSJG funding by 23.6%. She cuts Cure the Streets by nearly 80%. And she quietly eliminates the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. She cuts $3 million from the Safe Passage program to stop operations over the summer when we know the most shootings occur. This budget is a recipe for more shootings in my neighborhood and across the city. When Moms Demand Action advocated for the creation of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention 6 years ago, we were hoping to unify gun violence prevention efforts in that office. Our vision was never fully realized, as prevention efforts have remained siloed in different agencies, and each year, instead of growing a successful program, we are fighting cuts. DC has so much potential to create a future free from gun violence, and we also have the resources to create an equitable future for all of our children. I urge the committee to restore full funding for ONSE and for every city program that supports victims and seeks to prevent violence. More than that, I urge council members to take stock of the moment we are living in. The federal government has clearly abandoned gun violence prevention, not to mention the social safety net. We have one hostile U.S. attorney nominee after another. Masked federal agents have already taken some of our residents. This is also gun violence. Now more than ever, we as DC residents need to keep each other safe. We need to protect all of our children. A budget is a moral document. I urge you to show us how you value every vulnerable person living in DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chappell. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, presenting ANC 7F02. Vic Goncalves.
Hello, council members and staff. I can't see my timer. Okay, I see it now. My name is Vic Goncalves. I might have signed up to testify for the wrong agency, but I will share my testimony anyway. I'm an immigrant and a DC resident. I was born in Venezuela, but grew up in Miami. Like many DC residents, I first came here to go to school. I started GW in 2013, and while I loved being downtown, I felt very out of place. The first time I took the train to Columbia Heights to volunteer at Centronia, I cried because a slice of the city finally felt familiar to me. I was able to find Caribbean food, pupusas, and people who looked like and spoke to me like I was home. I'm saying all of this to say that immigrants make this city a vibrant home. Immigrants run this city and do so much for our community. The mayor including a repeal of sanctuary city provisions in her budget is a scary and cowardly move. This is going to spread even more fear amongst the immigrant community, which is already hurting due to the inhumane acts of the federal government. Making MPD collaborate with ICE will mean our whole city will be less safe. Immigrants will not report crimes to MPD, victims will not seek assistance, and immigrants will not want to attend their own court hearings or serve as witnesses. As we sit here to talk about the budget, there's always more money for cops who receive a $25,000 signing bonus, but no money for affordable housing, no money for ERAP, no money for Medicaid, no money for the things that actually keep our families safe. We have more money for handcuffs. You're advocating for more money for a new jail. I am suggesting that the increase of $30 million for MPD be redirected to violence intervention programs like Cure the Streets and deeply affordable housing. This budget is a moral document, and in many ways, the mayor and the council are showing us that they would rather rubber stamp the federal government's agenda than protect, house, and feed DC residents. I hope that the council considers the deep impacts that stoking fear amongst our community will have. And I strongly urge the council to take out a lot of the mayor's cowardly provisions within the budget, including the repeal of the sanctuary city laws and including a repeal of the rental act from the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Stamper, ANC Commissioners 7C06. Mark Friend, ANC Commissioner 7D06.
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, are you 06?
I'm 7D06. Yeah.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Wonderful. Thank you. Dear Chair Pinto and members of the council, thank you so much for taking the time. As said, my name is Mark Friend. I'm the ANC Commissioner for 7D06, the Rosedale community. Our community has benefited greatly from participating in the ONSE Building Blocks program through Together We Rise. From a spring fling event attended by families all across the community to numerous behind-the-scenes de-escalation of situations, our violence interrupters work tirelessly to make our community safer. The Rosedale community has had a number of tragic shootings, including homicides over the past year, including gunfire just last night near the recreation center. Now more than ever, it's a time to surge resources, not pull resources from our community. The success of these programs are in long-term engagement. We strongly encourage the city to increase the funding for our violence interrupters, not decrease. To be successful, we need to significantly increase both the number and the resources available to our violence interrupters. We need more people on the ground, and we need them to have access to the funding that they need to run the programs. When a young adult comes, as it happens all the time, to a violence interrupter in need, they should be able to have the access to the resources. We also encourage to expand the longevity of the contracts to build on the longevity of the contract to give the individuals time to build these programs. Without knowing year to year which program will be funded by which agency and at what level, it's hard for violence interrupters to build a successful program. Additionally, I encourage the OAG Cure the Street and the ONSE Building Blocks to be brought together under a whole-of-government, public health-based approach to reduce gun violence in the city. We are in need of a whole-of-government approach, not the patchwork we are seeing today. We have seen some great success in some of our neighboring cities when they invest in gun violence prevention from this public health approach. Thank you for your time. And I do realize I signed up for the OAG, so I'll count this as both of my hearings to save you all a little time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Julie Pennington Russell, Senior Pastor of the First Baptist Church of the City of Washington, D.C. Go ahead, Reverend.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and committee members. Good morning, and thank you for your service to our city. I'm here today as a pastor of First Baptist Church in Ward 2 and as a resident of the Brookland community in Ward 5. I have personally witnessed the fear gripping our communities and the moral crisis facing our city. Since January, ICE has been everywhere in DC. Families are terrified, restaurants have been raided, hundreds of our neighbors have been taken away, including a personal friend of mine and our families. And who has responded? Not Mayor Bowser, not the council. It's been regular people and community groups helping each other while our leaders stay silent. As a person of faith, I believe every person is created in the image of God and deserves dignity, safety, and the chance to thrive. But this budget doesn't protect our most vulnerable neighbors. Instead, it gives in to an administration that wants to tear families apart. The mayor wants to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act and give more money to police. This means more harm to Black and brown families. This budget fails our community. DC residents deserve safety, good housing they can afford, health care and education no matter where they come from and regardless of immigration status. What does real safety look like? Safety is children learning in schools that have what they need, not living in fear. Safety is being able to work and take care of your family. Safety is getting health care when you're sick. Safety is knowing that calling the city for help won't get your family arrested or deported. True safety means ICE out of our neighborhoods, out of schools and hospitals, out of our workplaces, and out of the district entirely. This moment requires moral courage. We must fund education, healthcare, affordable housing. We must keep our Sanctuary Values Act and say no to any budget that punishes people instead of helping them. Our faith traditions teach us to welcome the stranger and care for the vulnerable. The true measure of our city is not how we placate the powerful, but how we protect the powerless. Please vote against this budget. Choose love over fear. Choose community over punishment. Our neighbors' lives are at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Pastor, if you couldn't hear, you're getting rousing applause from the chambers.
Oh.
Roger Marmette, Peace for DC.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chair Pinto, and thank you. I am testifying on behalf of Peace for DC. The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement budget raises many questions, and at this point, as the chairwoman has mentioned, it reflects a terrible decision or strategy for reducing violence, paired with the brutal cuts to Cure the Streets and OVSJG, and as mentioned before, the elimination of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is confounding without a plan, and I believe without council approval, as my recollection is that it was created through legislation. All of those are the wrong way to end violence. And while gun violence is down this year, and that's a tribute to everyone in government, including ones as well as in community organizations. Homicides are higher than they were 5 years ago, and they are 40% higher than they were in 2015. The ONSE family and survivor support cuts, in addition to the OVSJG cuts, hurt both victims of crime and the potential to interrupt the cycle of violence. And with the Department of Justice cuts to millions of dollars going to organizations throughout the city, now is the time for the city to work even more closely with organizations like ours and with the council to solve these budget problems. The Pathways budget reflects $1 million in cuts, and there are no cuts to headcount there. So that looks like either programming or the number of individuals enrolled will be cut. Pathways has great potential, but needs more funding. The director has acknowledged in prior testimony that it's too short. Peer programs, whether it's Chicago Cred, Ready, Advance Peace, ROCA, or Peace for DC's Heal DC initiative, are a minimum of 12 to 18 months. And finally, the violence prevention line reflects an increase of $3.6 million, but it's still 50% lower than the ONSE violence intervention budget in 2023. And it's unclear where those increases are going. It's my hope that they will go to enhanced case management and wraparound services that were called for in Chair Pinto's Peace DC plan. But it can't be to expand ward-wide and other extraneous response. There's clearly room for improvement. We are all here, and the people who've testified are here to help the city No city can do this alone. We all need to help, and we're grateful to the council for helping us address these budget cuts. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mermed. And thank you also for mentioning the devastating federal cuts to important violence prevention programs and entities like Peace for DC. It is short-sighted, and we will continue doing everything we can to collaborate and stand up with the federal government to make sure that they understand the deep impacts that these cuts will have on public safety, and try to get some of them restored. I want to start with some of our religious leaders as we think about the grantees who are doing the violence interruption work, and ideally thinking about the ONSE violence interruption grantees. How have your organizations or congregations been involved with these violence interrupters? Is there any kind of collaboration that you're seeing they have with the religious community, kind of in a more formalized way? And we can start with you, Ms. Fingerhut, and then Pastor Pennington Russell, if you have thoughts on this.
Thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, we've just started this work. We have recently met with one violence interrupter from the CURE program and from another organization where we learned about the absolute, the money that they're taking out of their own pockets. And we're figuring out a way that congregations could help support these people because we don't see another way that the money is coming. What our initial plan is that each month another congregation is going to take on this to help fund the out-of-pocket expenses that the VIs have to endure.
Oh, okay, thank you. Pastor Pennington Russell?
Hi. I'm afraid I don't have anything actually to add to this. Our congregation is sort of at the beginning. We're taking initial steps to wade in, but I don't have anything extra to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And what I'm trying to really get a sense of is I hear the support for this program, I share it, but of the level of interaction, like where is that coming from? Is it coming from people that folks have talked to that have been benefited from the program? Is it just from looking at the data of the coverage areas, so we can understand how to best support it? I want to turn to you, Ms. Chappell and Mr. Marmet, as two people who have really been involved in this work for many, many years. And both of you talked a little bit about the origins of establishing the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. As we move forward, and there have been plans and comprehensive plans and studies, and now several entities, whether that's the Office of Gun Violence Prevention or the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement or Cure the Streets, what do you think is the best entity within the city government to handle the disbursement of these grants so we can stay laser focused on the mission to get the money out the door to make sure that people with the expertise can do the prevention and have the benefit of wraparound services or connection points when people need that support? Where should we be housing this money?
Thank you for that question, council member. I would largely defer to Roger on this because he is more of an expert than I am. I'm a volunteer, and he's been working in this area longer than I have. I will say that when you look at the data, Cure the Streets consistently has the best data as far as reducing gun violence rates, reducing homicides. That being said, a lot of the work done by violence interrupters is invisible. When you talk to a group of violence interrupters, they will tell you about all of the interactions they've had that have prevented shootings that we don't ever know. There's no way to measure a shooting that didn't happen. So a lot of this work is very relational. And I would let Roger kind of answer more of the structural question.
Thank you.
I think if we look at cities that have been successful at significant reductions in their homicide rates. LA is one example with the GRID program, and yes, it's managed out of the mayor's office, and there are significant guardrails, but it is a financial guardrails, but it is a collaborative. It is in partnership with the small organizations working. Newark's public safety plan, is, I would say, as close to the mayor as any other city. And what they've built is a collaborative. What they've built is dashboards that reflect the data and tell them which neighborhoods to build up with community organizations. And we don't have anything like that. So what I'll say, and this isn't reflected in this budget, but to merge the programs is a great idea. But you need experts, and those exist in the DC area, outside of government. They're academics, they're researchers. You need them to inform the strategy, and we need to build up the infrastructure of the community organizations who have the access, who have built the trust with the individuals trapped in the cycle of violence.
Okay. Thank
I-
you so much. And I,
Can I?
you know, I hesitate to see a error or a challenge in the current operation and then say, okay, let's create an entirely new vehicle. Because that's, I think, what we have done year over year. But I also want to be clear-eyed about where there are gaps and where there's so much opportunity, as you talked about, to get this right in the city. And I think with some focus, we can see much more improvements. Go ahead.
I'm a little reluctant to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think unless we have the mayor's buy-in, along with the council's buy-in on the same, going forward in the same direction, I don't think we're going to get there. I worry that we've never had that. And I think that's what the city is lacking right now.
And I would second that. So Lois isn't out there alone saying that. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and all of your continued support of this important work. We're going to keep working at this. We'll get this right. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public witnesses for today. I'm going to call our government witness, Executive Director Quelly Sneed. Welcome, Director Sneed. And if I can ask anyone who's joining you from your team to introduce your name and position for the record as well. If you can turn your microphones on. And start with you, Yasha.
Good morning. My name is Yasha Williams Robinson, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Good morning, Heather McGowan, Strategic Planning and Performance Officer with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Anthony Iwobi, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Thank you all. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So I can ask you all to turn your microphones on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Thank you all. I'd like to note we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder, and also a member of this committee. Councilmember, do you have any opening statement you'd like to share? Okay. All right, we will turn to Director Sneed for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, members, and the staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Quelly Sneed, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, affectionately called ONSE. I am here today to discuss Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, Grow DC. This budget makes investments that are strategic, prudent, and focused on growing the district's economy. Joining me are ONSE Chief Operating Officer Yasha Williams, Heather McGowan, and Agency Fiscal Officer Anthony Iwobi. At ONSE, we remain steadfast in executing our mission to build partnerships and implement strategies that reduce gun-related violence in the district. Our programs provide vital services and engagement to our client base, which includes families that have lost loved ones from gun violence and those at imminent or immediate risk of victimization or involvement in violent crime. As we prepare for the next fiscal year, not only do we intend to maintain fiscal responsibility, but we also plan to scale, innovate, and imagine greater strategies to effectively support the public safety ecosystem. The agency's FY26 budget reflects the increasing cost of service delivery, such as wraparound services, case management, and personnel. To support this important work, the mayor proposes an agency FY26 budget of $23.4 million. More specifically, the budget provides 88 FTEs and $8.3 million of local funding towards our VI grant programs. As we look ahead toward FY26, I am focused on leading the agency to formulate our updated evidence-based model for community-based violence intervention with supporting performance metrics designed to illustrate the impact of our work. Maintain the services we offer to the families of homicide victims and those involved in shootings who may need support. Deliver support groups to encourage healing as a community during difficult times of loss and grief, and expand our Pathways program offerings using best practices to help our participants choose alternative pathways to prepare for workforce. Under my leadership, we have worked tirelessly to drive down the number of incidents of gun violence, and along the way, ONSE has adapted to meet the needs of our city. We are an agency forging both public and private partnerships to bring transformation to many of the communities we grew up in. It is these connections between our residents, community partners, and government that form the backbone of public safety. The data is clear: community-based violence intervention efforts work. We see its success in other cities across the country, and we see it here in DC. We are helping to change the trajectory of our city by saving lives every day. Violent crime is trending down in the city, but there is still much work to be done. We have been laser focused on ensuring our community-based violence intervention program is doing what it intends, empowering communities through innovative violence intervention. This critical work is realized through our grant-making efforts. We fund community-based organizations to combat gun violence through engagement with our priority areas, facilitating mediations and ceasefires, and referring our participants to the services that empower them to put down the gun and make a different decision about their life path. Across our 27 priority areas in 2024, we saw a substantial reduction in gun violence by 37%. This is in part influenced by our violence intervention strategies. ONSE is unique as we are not law enforcement, but we have a critical role in keeping our communities safe. Access to opportunity is not only transformational, but it is also life affirming. The mayor's FY26 budget invests $6.7 million in our Pathways program. In April, our Pathways team welcomed 28 men between the ages of 18 to 35 to our 20th cohort. Over the course of 10 weeks, our team will provide hands-on case management, personal and professional skill development, and empower our ambassadors with the tools for success. Pathways is a special and near to the heart of ONSE because cohort after cohort continues to show us that we may not see the entire harvest of our work immediately following the program completion. We have now promoted 537 ambassadors as of the end of cohort 19. This is long-term work, and I look forward to celebrating this cohort on June 20th during their promotion ceremony. My team and I are creating spaces to listen and to understand the needs of the community, and we will continue to strengthen the partnerships we already have with other district agencies like the Department of Employment Services, the Department of Parks and Recreation, and the Department of Corrections, and the Department of Human Services, who support our Pathways program. We will collaborate with local and national experts and with organizations doing similar work around the country, leveraging their best practices and evidence-based model to accomplish our mission. And before I close, I want to share that this month, our office will join the district and national partners in honoring National Gun Violence Awareness Month. ONSE will use this month to activate our partners across the city and our government leading up to our second annual Healing Community Symposium themed an integrated approach to violence intervention. This capstone event brings together our ever-growing community of like-minded individuals who believe we all need to step up to stand down gun violence across DC. To the ONSE team, I am grateful to be working with each of you. Thank you for all that you do every single day to help us achieve our mission. Thank you, Chairwoman, for inviting me to deliver this testimony. I look forward to continuing our work together and to meet the challenges before us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to you, Director Sneed, and your entire team, those who are here today and who work at ONSE every day, as well as all of the grantees and violence interruption specialists who do crucial work on behalf of our city each and every day in very difficult circumstances, facing a lot of headwinds and a federal government who is making things more challenging. So I appreciate all of the hard work and important work. So I want to start with kind of a look backwards as we look at the budget this year. Part of our process is looking at the budgets of the last several years and the budgets moving forward. And last year, there were some, what were described to me as unintentional errors in the executive administration division in the ONSE budget. And so our committee recommended transferring $5.6 million to violence interruption efforts. But my understanding is that that transfer never took place. So can you share how the approved $8.17 million and the additional 9 FTEs were used throughout this current fiscal year?
My understanding that that transfer did in fact occur. I will defer to our AFO, Tony Iwobi, to speak to that, but I do know that there were several erratas, letters that had, things were positioned in wrong line items on our budget, but it was further corrected by transferring based off of the letter errata to the right place.
And those funds were used for violence prevention?
Correct, but I would like for our AFO, Tony Iwobi, to confirm.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Yes, it was, it was transferred and it was appropriately used.
Thank you. Okay, so in this budget, the mayor proposes similarly, the Executive Administration Division to be reduced by $4.2 million or 50%, but also adds 2 FTEs for that division. So just zooming out a little bit, what functions does the Executive Administration Division handle, and what impacts would this budget proposal make on that division?
I'm going to defer to Yash Williams.
Yes, good morning. The Executive Administration comprises of Human Resources. It also comprises of our Office of Administrative Services, anyone that is IT, and the Executive Office.
And how many FTEs are in that division?
It's roughly about approximately 25 FTEs.
All right, and how many FTEs do you have total in the agency?
88.
Okay. Could we actually do a breakdown of those FTEs per division?
Yes, for the Financial Management Services, we have 2 FTEs that comprises of our agency fiscal officer and our senior budget analyst. For the Executive Administration Correction, we have 26 FTEs. For Family Support and Survivor, we have 6 FTEs. Pathways, we have 27 FTEs.
I'm sorry, I missed that last one.
Family
Right after family support?
Pathways,
Pathways, okay.
27 FTEs.
Mhm.
And for Violence Intervention, 27 FTEs.
Okay. So executive administration, I understand, is more HR, IT, executive services. Can you walk us through some of the functions that those 6 FTEs do with family support?
So that's the small and mighty team that I always refer to. Those are our kind of first responders when there are incidents in the community. If they are the liaison and the connector, if there is a shooting and there is a hospitalization as a result of it, that they are the connector to the hospital-based VI and the connector to the client. They're also the responder of those that are going through for a homicide. They are to provide support to the family by way of counseling, coaching, and then they also kind of help provide that assistance with filling out documents and forms as they are preparing for funeral and burial services, as well as kind of walk the family through the process to get support if needed.
What is the distinction between the grantees who, some of whom, is my understanding, have some family support functions and education to their violence interruption specialists to make sure those connections are made, versus the ONSE function, and how is that being communicated between the grantee and the agency?
It's separate and apart. So the CBOs, or our community-based organizations, are boots on the ground. So they respond to incidents in the community in their wards or within their priority communities. But it is through the door of a risk assessment that usually kind of comes to us by way of MPD that really gets the initializes the services that FSS, or Family Survivor Support Services, provides.
Is that a function that you think could be handled through the CBOs?
No, I think that's kind of somewhat one of those functions that we decided that we needed to bring in-house to provide also to connect to other district government agencies for their resources and support. So it has been working well situated within ONSE.
Okay. What do compliance specialists do?
So that is the team that so when we decided, so kind of, if I can just go back a little bit. So I was looking at the hearing from this time last year where we were talking about bringing a lot of the functionality back in-house. And part of that was kind of removing that intermediary or the grant, the original grant of, at that time, was PLC. And by removing that, we would bring a lot of the functionality in-house. That decision was then decided probably, I would say, late October, that we just really needed to just kind of escalate that that process and really resolicit our grants and then move on to this new structure. So the compliance, we have two kind of compliance specialists. There's a compliance unit, but within the violence interruption group, there's also some compliance. That group, the programmatic side, really goes out to ensure that the services are really being delivered. They are, they will go to your libraries or wherever groups and or assemblies are happening. They are the kind of the connector for ONSE and the CVO in terms of reporting, providing reports, providing their assessments or the climate of the community if it needs to be escalated or raised to a higher attention within the agency. Now, the compliance group, which is also run by Heather McGowan, sitting to my right, is more of the kind of the auditing function to make sure that you have all of the documentation that is required to be a grantee in DC. And so what I will do is I will defer now to Heather to speak a little bit more about the work that comes out of her shop.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you. So the compliance unit that I oversee has 3 compliance specialists assigned to it. And on top of auditing, we are also performing contract monitoring, program monitoring, and then the grants monitoring function. Within the grants monitoring function, we're kind of the boring end of the compliance, looking at the reporting. Was it correct? Was it complete? And was it on time? We visit each organization at least once during the grant making period this year. And then we conduct a site visit. We also do field observations when there's events and activities in those community organizations where the CVI providers go out to do their on the ground, boots on the ground work.
Okay, and how many FTEs are in that area?
Sure, that responsibility falls under 3 compliance specialists in the compliance unit.
Okay, and so what is the breakdown of that internal grant review compliance work that you're talking about versus the field work?
Sure, 2 of those compliance specialists are right now dedicated fully to grant monitoring, along with some internal control functions that they have outside of the grant making space. And then 1 compliance specialist is not dedicated to that grant monitoring at all.
And so what is that person doing?
Sure, that person right now, she's brand new to our agency. She started in April, and she has taken on the task of looking deeply at our Pathways program. So both, she's just getting to know them, their processes, their procedures, how the classroom-based activities happen with our Pathways ambassadors. And then secondarily, she's helping to create some assessment platforms such as feedback surveys from our staff and our ambassadors.
Okay. So is it accurate then to say in a slightly different way that there are 2 people responsible for both reviewing the compliance of the grants for the applications and reviewing the compliance of the program metrics in the field?
Thank you for that question. They do not review the grant applications.
Okay,
that are
they're
submitted
just
to the
doing
agency.
that in the field.
Once the grants have been awarded, then we take on the task of doing the grant monitoring.
Okay, so then let's go back in the timeline for the grant applications. Are those handled by the grants management officer?
Yes.
And specialist, and how many FTEs do you have in that area?
Yasha, do you want to take this or I can?
Yes, currently there are 4 FTEs in the Grants Administration Division.
Okay, and then what does the resource allocation officer and specialist do?
The resource allocation officer and analyst assist with managing our budgets. They also provide attributes. If there is a need that we have to do a reprogram, they work with the OCFO to make sure that all of the budgets are aligned.
Okay, and how many FTEs do you have for that?
2.
So back to the kind of original reduction in the mayor's proposed budget for the Office of Executive Administration, how do you anticipate services to be impacted by those reductions?
We do not foresee any services to be impacted. The reductions that we're taking were vacancy savings reductions across the agency.
Okay. Okay. I do see a reprogramming of almost $4.5 million as a transfer from the executive administration to the VI division. So is that anticipated to bolster the grants that we're putting out the door, or what is that money going to be used for?
That is correct. That is the right size, the VI administration. So this happened in 25. And so it was one-time funding. And so what they did was just right size it in 26. and that those funds go to the grantee process.
Okay, and so that would lead to the same amount that you got last year?
Closely to the same amount, correct?
Okay, we'll come back to that. I'm going to turn to my Ward 7 colleague for a 10-minute round and want to also note we've been joined by my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Denise Soulis-George, who will then have a 10-minute round. Go ahead, Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director, as well as members of your senior leadership team. It's good to see you all. I'll jump right in with my questions. Could you speak to how the ONSE agency anticipates the proposed budget changes in FY 2026 will impact your operations within the next 3 to 5 years?
Right now, we don't sense that there is an immediate impact. We probably will need to see a little more time to kind of see. I think what we're assessing, not necessarily internally, is that for those organizations that relied upon federal funding, to kind of see now that there has been a reduction on their end of federal funding, to kind of assess what their needs may be in the future. But as of right now, the reductions have been proposed were vacancy savings that have been removed from the budget.
Thank you, Director. In your proposed budget for FY 2026 compared to your budget in FY 2025, there appears to be a 31.5% reduction in government subsidies and grants. Can you speak to what types of grants those were, and how will the reduction impact your work?
I'm going to defer to our COO.
The reduction really was a shift in fund between different accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, from subsidies and transfers to based on agency needs, as we specified in attachment 1 that we submitted to the council, I believe last week or yes.
So
it wasn't a reduction to lose money.
Okay.
Yeah, it was more like reallocation.
At what point do you make the decision to reshift the funds or reallocate the funds back to their original purpose?
Whenever the agency needs arise, they can always come up with some reason as to why we need to put it back to the subsidies and transfer part.
Copy. So just to be clear, there will be no disruption or impact to services. There's only shifting of funds.
No,
Okay.
We stated that in attachment 1, like I said.
So thank you. I see that in your neighborhood safety and engagement division, the Leadership Academy funds were zeroed out. Could you speak more about the Leadership Academy program?
So, last year, the Leadership Academy was transitioned or transferred over to the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice. So that is where it currently resides. So a part of the errata process of last year, you will see that on the NPS side, which housed all of the contracts for the supportive services of the program, were transitioned over to the Deputy Mayor's office. However, on the PS side, that was our ARPA funding that for the PS, but it was made whole and restored back to the agency. So that's why you see it next on this year. But in this year, I think it's a more cleaner budget where you can see now everything is, even though there still may be some switcheroos here and there, but for the most part, each line item, and so it's completely zeroed out because it's no longer with the agency.
Copy. Thank you.
Mhm.
Are just a follow-up, because it initially started in the agency,
Mhm.
are you working with the deputy mayor to track the progress of that program?
Currently, no.
Okay.
The point in the transition, it is a very successful program. But it allowed us in the midst of all of our transition and the changes that we were making at ONSE, it allowed us an opportunity to really just kind of get a deep dive into the population in which we serve and to really kind of shore up those processes. It also aligned perfectly with the direction of the Deputy Mayor's office, as she had was really working towards shoring up the pipelines between the community and the schools with the Safe Passages group. ONSE just seemed, oh, I'm sorry, the ONSE Leadership Academy at that time seemed like a very good fit to kind of be another entity to connect the school to the community.
Avi. I'm a big supporter of the Pathways program. I do understand the fiscal climate we're in, but I was a little disappointed to see that there was a reduction in funds. From your perspective, do you think that the Pathways program have the adequate funding that is needed to target that needed population?
I do, because we bought a lot of things in-house. Part of, with our new program manager and under the leadership of Deputy Director Julia Irving, a lot of things have been streamlined to really kind of get a real clear cut and indicate what is the true cost of Pathways? How many cohorts do we really want to offer each year, and each fiscal year? And so with a lot of the partnerships and also using our relationships internally with Department of Employment Services, Department of Parks and Recreation, it really has provided a very much robust programming that I'm excited about.
Thank you for that. And do you think, or rather, how will the reductions impact the work, the reduction in funds, the work of Pathways? Do you think that I'm sorry, I didn't get your name on record.
You can call me Tony, Mr. Woody.
Tony?
Yes.
So Tony, to his point, there was a shift. Is it similar under the Pathways program? A shift in funds, meaning you mentioned DPR. How will the reduction impact the work?
Well, I think we haven't really experienced the real reduction because again, it was a vacancy savings that was absorbed.
Okay.
And so we still, I'm happy to say that we actually have brought on 3 additional case managers before the May 5th deadline based off of the CA and the mayoral's order. So we are, I think if I had to take a snapshot of today versus probably February, we are a better position with personnel services in the Pathways program.
Thank you. I noticed that in your budget, there was the complete removal of one-time funds. What did those one-time funds go towards?
The one-time funding was the ARPA funding, and so what was done in the 25 budget was funded for, that was considered one-time funding to replace ARPA funding. And so in 26, they just made it an occurring budget.
Copy. Based on your budget reductions, could you speak to how the ONSE office will ensure a continuity of equity of its programs aimed in this in the current budget constraints?
This is during times of this innovation. We have really partnered really strongly with our internal district agencies. A lot of this should have existed probably in the very beginning. We have developed this whole government approach to really ensuring like, what are our needs? And we have sat down, we have identified what our real needs are. New needs come up every day, of course, but of course we work with our partners to fill in those gaps of services, because usually they're government provided in the first place. And so it's just establishing those relationships to ensure that they're continued.
And Director, could you speak to what programs are being prioritized from the ones in your FY 2026 budget and why?
We prioritize all of our programs.
Good answer. Just moving forward, like we know as a city, we're experiencing some challenging financial times. Could you speak to any future strategy that the ONSE office will incorporate to ensure that proper community feedback is taken into consideration, especially in the decision-making process?
Sure. One thing is for certain, we have reached out more closely to our ANC community, our neighborhood commissioners, to kind of really, because they are the first line of sight, to be quite honest, in terms of what's happening in the community, and really wanted to make sure that communication and really understand and explain what ONSE is. So we've had several meetings in different wards, just meeting with different commissioners to explain, hey, give me an opportunity to share what ONSE is. We come with our PowerPoint presentation, and we have an opportunity for feedback sessions, but especially we wanted to build this relationship leading into the summer.
Well, thank you for that. My final question is round, and I should have led with this, and I asked all directors this in budget season. Given the cuts, from your perspective, do you think that the ones have enough money in their budget to adequately render the services that this program or this agency is focused on?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, I'm going to ask you a question on behalf of my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, who had to step away. There are two coverage areas in Ward 4, one managed through a ONSE grant and one managed through a Cure the Streets grant. And the Cure the Streets grant grantee was just not awarded to continue their service. And so she's very concerned that the reduction in funding could render Ward 4 to be without coverage. What's your response to that, and how can we ensure that Ward 4 has the adequate coverage they need?
I'm so excited because this is the point and the purpose of that ward-based approach that we went into. Remember, we look at the data to say, where do we need to direct and really allocate our resources? And so where there is a need, we definitely show up and we deliver our services. One thing I will say is that our collaboration with the Cure the Streets OAG program has it doubled tremendously. We work together on a lot of things in terms of training and also just heading in the direction of where violence intervention is going. So I think that relationship definitely helps as well because we recognize it's one city. And in that case, it's one ward.
Okay, so should she expect that the current ONSE grantee that covers Ward 4 will be extended?
And that's the current grantee for our coverage period is, we plan to cover till September 30th, and then we're doing a resolicitation. So for the rest of this fiscal year, we have the NARC provider who is under the leadership of Mr. Eric Weaver. So yes.
Okay. And when you do that resolicitation, how is the agency ensuring that there's not a gap period as we saw last year?
Well, we usually do an extension to cover the end until the solicitation period is over.
Okay, so when will that extension be expected to?
The extension usually is until the end of the actual calendar year. Thank you. The actual calendar year, and the services will begin in January.
Okay, and so current grantees, should they be expected to be paid through the end of the calendar year?
That is correct.
Due to that extension, and then the new grantees, maybe there'll be some continuing ones,
Right.
will begin on January 1st?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't anticipate any gaps in payment?
No, I do not.
Okay. So turning back to kind of where we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, the reprogramming within the executive administration to the VI program, what will under this budget proposal, what will the VI initiative numbers actually be compared to last year versus this year?
I'm sorry. I'll defer to Chief of COO Joshua Williams.
According to, if you do year over year to the mayor's proposed budget, we will have a total of $10.6 million in the VI division.
And what was that last year?
And last year, it was a total of, with the approved budget, it was 7 million, but once we did a reprogramming, it took the overall VI budget to $13.3 million.
Okay, so that's about a $3 million reduction.
Correct.
right? So how will that affect the grants that you're able to issue?
And the reduction that was taken was mostly in PS. Again, it was the vacancy savings and some reallocation of positions, but we still do not anticipate any interruption in VI services.
Okay, so how many grants have currently been issued this fiscal year for the VI initiative?
6.
Okay, and how much money does that amount to, just for the grants themselves, not for the agency infrastructure?
Approximately $6.1 million.
Okay, and under this proposed budget, you anticipate you'll be able to issue $6.1 million worth of grants?
Yes, and take into effect that the $6.1 million was over the course of a 9-month period when we issued the new RFA. And so we're estimating an additional maybe about $2.5 million to bring up the grants to close to $9 million for VI services.
Okay, so if last year we had $13 million in this division, but only 6 million of it went to grants, but this year we're gonna have 10 million, but 9 million to grants. Where is that delta coming from? And why was that amount needed to get the grants out the door, almost 100% of what we're issuing for the grants, when this year only 1 million would be needed?
Well, this year was about 6.1 million that was needed with.
I mean, sorry, next year
For next year, it still aligns, because if you look year over year, even last year, we spent about 10 to $11 million in terms of the overall VI grant services. This year, the 6.1 was just for the new RFA that was solicited. However, when we did the extension, that was about roughly $2 million. So that still brought it up. So we're still in line with the services and the amounts that we have year over year. One of the things that we do look at is reallocating funding from the agencies in terms of where we can shore up VI.
Okay, so with a reduction in the Cure the Streets budget of 80%, are those grantees that were getting Cure the Streets grants anticipated to be part of ONSE grant application process?
So during the resolicitation process, all their prospective grantees who want to apply can apply for, are open to apply for our grants.
Okay, and you will have $9 million available for grants
Yes.
Yes.
for next year?
Councilmember Pinto, if I may say something, excuse me. Most of the reductions and increases you see in NPS is just for clarity, in addition to align the budget with the projected spending, to be able to identify the budget by their life scale training for the programs such as VI or pathways. So when you look at the table 4, it looks like a lot of money is gone out of the door in a program, particular program like the previous council member mentioned. It's not that way. It was just to align the budget with the projected spending, in addition to being able to identify each and every program by budget and expenditure when the time comes.
Okay, I get that for next year, but what does that mean for the previous years of what was budgeted? Was all that money not actually needed?
What happened previously, the agency used to use one particular part, which is subsidies and transfer. Now they are better budgeting and identifying exactly what projects, what programs they want to fund and how what they want to put in it. Attachment 1 explains in detail what the agency intends to do, and everything ties up to whatever they requested in 2026.
Okay.
May I also add, Councilmember, too, I think when you think about the course of last fiscal year specifically, the one of the biggest change is that we no longer have PLC as that intermediary, which also had an administrative cost associated with it. So by bringing it in-house and also bringing some of the other functionality that was outside, that sat and rest outside of the agency, has also kind of reduced the cost, if you will, for actual services.
Okay, and that was about 1.3 million, if I recall, the PLC
Yes.
contract?
That is correct.
Okay, bless you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Pathways, which I know is a very important program to you, Director, and to all of us. I'm concerned that the budget looks like it's facing a reduction of 11.8% for the Pathways program. So would this affect the number of applicants who are able to be served? Would it affect the length of time of the program? What are you going to do with almost 12% cut?
So that reduction is hitting the vacancy savings again. So this is funding that was generated from positions that were left unfilled or vacant for a period of time. And so that actually kind of saved us, if you will, in terms of not necessarily having to dig into the meat of the programs, because if you recall, during the performance hearing, and I guess that was February-ish, we had 34 vacant positions at that time. That 34 vacant positions actually came about because we were in the midst of trying to change from or get the language around the positions changed from one-time funding to funding that could cross fiscal years, meaning a term position. We didn't get that until probably late. That decision wasn't made to convert them to term positions until probably around December. So we were in a recruitment effort from, let's say, January to May 5th. We were able to reduce the vacancy, the number of vacancies from 34 to 17 by May 5th. So we've actually brought on new staff in the last probably three months. But we did have some vacancy savings on the table.
Okay, so is it accurate to say that you do not anticipate a reduction in Pathways services because all of this savings is from vacancies?
Correct.
Okay. So there's a $3.2 million increase in local funds for participants' wages. I'm happy to see that. How do you anticipate that being operationalized? What will the wages be increased into?
You can go ahead.
The wages increase will take into account our partnership with the Department of Employment Services through the reduction efforts in 25, and then in 26, there will be more money that will be needed for participant wages for our programs through the partnership because DOBS has a payment system that pays our participants. And so we will have to come up with a little bit more money to cover the wages. And right now, our wages are $17.50 for participants per hour.
What's the most recent outcome data we have for Pathways participants? This is something we've talked about the last couple of years of, after 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, are people still employed? Have there been any rearrests? What's our latest data for the Pathways program?
On average, we during a cohort, if we start off with a cohort, say of 30, on average, we lose probably 2 participants. So we dangle between 25 to 28 participants per cohort. One of the things is, so you have your 10 weeks where we're focusing on workforce development, but we're also focusing on the behavior modification piece. And then there's the handoff with the Department of Employment Services, which is the match that Joshua Williams is speaking about in terms of that training wage, because they have a WEX placement. It's a work placement for up to 4 months where they go to work on a work assignment for each day, 5 days a week for 4 months. Looking at cohort 17, for instance, there were 20 subsidized jobs and then 3 unsubsidized jobs, meaning that person or those 3 individuals were able to identify independent that didn't require any subsidy or partnership with the Department of Employment and Services. But like cohort 18, you had 27 subsidized, and that was one of our larger cohorts, by the way, 27 subsidized ambassadors who had, but then we had 8 unsubsidized who were able to identify independent employment. Cohort 19, you have
But I'm
20.
sorry, for how long does that remain true? So I assume you're talking about at the end of the Pathways program. But are we
In terms of the 4
monitoring
months.
6 months, 12 months, 18 months after to see if that is sustainable?
I would definitely need to give you that data back. So if you can just give me an opportunity to pull
Okay.
that for you.
Sure. And then are there 25 FTEs for Pathways? From the agency side as opposed to the participant side?
27 FTEs.
27. Okay, so 27 FTEs for Pathways, and you said that the cohorts are about 25 to 28. So that's about 1-to-1 ratio.
Correct.
Are there overlapping cohorts, or is it one group starts and then ends and another starts?
It starts, finish, 2-week break, starts, finish.
Okay. I mean, we've talked about this over the last couple of years. I do think we need to see that data set over a long period of time, especially with a 1-to-1 ratio of staff to participant. It is a program with a lot of opportunity and promise, and I've heard great things about it, but I want to make sure that we are really doing the necessary follow-up with people to ensure that their progress is done in a sustainable way. I'm going to turn to my Ward 1 colleague who's joined us, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, for a 10-minute round.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good to see you all.
Yeah, good morning.
Director, so we've got before us a proposed merger of the Cure the Streets program and the ONSE Violence Interruption Program, right? Is that, I understand that correctly? What is the status of the proposed merger?
The executive, the mayor is truly supportive of the merger in terms of we believe, and I believe strongly that it should reside under one roof and within one agency. And once the details and the logistics of that are provided, one stands ready to move forward.
And can you confirm whether ONSE is restructuring its ward-based programming?
Can you give me a little more clarity?
So my understanding is you're now using a ward-based model?
That is
Okay,
correct.
so what does that mean?
So that means that we're still in our priority areas. I always want to start off with that because I know there's sometimes some high angst around, oh, they're moving out of the priority areas. That's not true. It is that we are driven by the data. Sometimes we know that crime actually moves. And so there's an uptick in a place, and sometimes we want to have the ability to go to that place to check it out and see what's happening with our boots on the ground.
I was a little confused by the list of neighborhoods that were made priorities in the new Ward 1 contract, because aren't we supposed to be using a model that addresses neighborhood-based, crew-based violence?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list included the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, which as far as I know has never had any crew-based violence. What would be the reason for including that?
The original list, which is the list that we're operating off of now, when it was first designed, were based off of crime data driven by MPD. That's how the communities were developed or designed in 2018 or 2017, I'm so sorry. So this was based off of crime data at that time.
What kind of crime?
Violent crime.
So we're using crime data from 2017 to build our list in 2025?
But the data still shows that there have been areas of, there's still where our conflicts and mediations, our communities that are at conflict, they've had historical conflict. We've had ceasefires and mediations in those areas. So we're still considering them as priority areas.
I don't think your list is accurate. That is not true in Mount Pleasant.
Well, I will get back to you, but that is the original.
So our list included Mount Pleasant, Adams Morgan, which I agree is on the bubble at this point, but hasn't had crew-based violence that I know of. It included S Street. It included Pleasant Plains. It did not include Parkview, which has had 3 crew-based homicides in the past month?
But it's based off of the historical data too. Like there has been historical, we look at trends in violence, but we also are looking at the crew base, but we're also looking at the trends. And so if if there has been violence there, we tend to still keep our pulse on the finger of what's going on in the community.
Okay, well, it's not a good list. It's not accurate, and it doesn't reflect what's happening on the ground in Ward 1. And we can't say that we're doing VI work all over the ward and still make it effective. We don't have the resources to do that, and it doesn't make any sense.
But I did want to say Parkview is a priority.
Now it is, because we asked after the list came out and it wasn't on there.
And how long ago would you say that we placed it on there?
Maybe 3 weeks ago?
No, that's not.
The list that was given to the contractor in writing did not include Parkview.
No, Parkview has been on our list for quite some time.
Well, that was not in the contract documents.
Okay, well, I'll definitely go back to verify.
And with this merger, the cure team for wards 1 and 4 is being completely cut, which means we'll now have half the number of VIs in the ground in Ward 1 than we did.
We haven't done any, ONSE hasn't done any reductions.
I know it's not you, but this merger means that if I want to restore my Cure the Streets team, I have to send you the money to re-implement that. And last time I sent you guys $800,000 to set up a team, it got lost.
I'm confused as to, I guess I'm slightly confused as to why it would have to come to ONSE. OAG is an agency of its own. The money could be placed very much back into their budget.
And then it will merge.
If those logistics are put in plans or put into place to do so, yes.
I am really concerned, and I have a lack of confidence in the office right now for both the fact that the funding that I've put into place in the past has been lost with no explanation, and also the fact that when the contract came down, it didn't include one of the most areas with the most crew violence, plus a bunch of other neighborhoods. What is the explanation for including Mount Pleasant? Data-based explanation for including Mount Pleasant?
We also look at social media to determine.
Tell me specifically data.
Well, I don't have a specific, but I can get you one.
I would like a written explanation of why Mount Pleasant is included as a target neighborhood, as a priority neighborhood in the Ward 1 contract. I would like to know what it means that S Street is a priority neighborhood in that contract. I would like to know why Pleasant Plains is a priority neighborhood in that contract. Because here's the thing, if we're serving every neighborhood, we're not serving the ones that really need it best. We don't have the resources for that. Did you get some more information that you want to share?
No, I just simply say we will consider reevaluating the areas, but I do want you to understand the factors that go into our determination. We don't just look at crime statistics. We also look at what's happening on social media. We also listen to our VIs on the ground to tell us what they're hearing and seeing. We listen to the ANC members that come to us with thoughts and things. So
it doesn't sound like you did that in Ward 1.
What I will say is we will reevaluate and we will take into consideration what you've said, and we will provide you with a response.
Thank you for that. How much funding is allocated to the Ward 1 VI team for FY26?
We'll get that information to you.
When we spoke with the Deputy Mayor's office about Parkview not being included in the VI program, is a priority neighborhood in Ward 1's contract, they said, well, that's not right. And then that there would be 3 more people allocated to address that, because you can't just add such a significant neighborhood and not add funding. But then it turns out that the people that were sent to the team were people that were already anticipated. So now we've got this contract, and our contractor's been told, you need to do all these neighborhoods. You can also do Parkview if you want, but you've got to do all these other neighborhoods and essentially make them part of your rounds or your patrol or the work that you're doing, which means that now we've got this contract stretching all across Ward 1 in ways that don't have any evidence-based reason. we don't have enough resources to do all of that, and the neighborhoods that really do have the violence in them. And we're losing the Cure the Streets team at the same time that's been working in LaDroit, in Columbia Heights, in Parkview. We had 2 homicides last week in Ward 1 and 5 other shootings. The majority of which we believe are crew-based. And now is not the time for us to lose half of our resources. So I want to know that if I put additional funding in the budget for a Cure team in Ward 1, and that then comes to ONSE because of the merger, that those resources are going to still be implemented using that model under your leadership.
To go back to your first question, to the Ward 1 grantee received $590,000 for 3 VIs.
For 3 VIs?
With three VIs.
Wait, there's only 3 VIs for the whole ward?
Yes, please answer the question.
Thank you, Councilmember. There's 2 additional staff with that programming, a program manager and an outreach worker.
So there's only 5 people on the whole team for all of Ward 1.
Let me confirm the total staffing for the ICCDC grant, but those are the folks that are out in the field on the ground working with folks individually.
So they have to serve Parkview, Columbia Heights, LaDroit, where we know we have active crew violence going on right now. And then added to their portfolio is inexplicably Mount Adams Morgan, Pleasant Plains, S Street, and there's probably more that I'm not thinking of right now. So 5 people to do all of that and to negotiate those ceasefires between those different neighborhoods.
We will confirm the actual number.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. So Director, let's turn to restorative justice. During last year's performance oversight hearings, we talked about having restorative justice kind of concepts embedded into a lot of the different programmatic functions of ONSE.
Yes.
What sort of dedicated activities will ONSE be able to handle with restorative justice in this proposed budget?
So in this proposed budget, so to your point, it's embedded in almost everything we do. And so when you see a line item, it actually comes out in multiple ways because it comes through our programming with Pathways. It also comes through our programming with the VIs, as well as our FSS team. So you see a lot of healing circles. Like for instance, last week, we had a healing circle for a community that was heavily impacted by gun violence. You'll see resources that's coming through directly through our CBOs, but you also see it coming through our programming within our Pathways program.
And how much dedicated funding is in this budget for restorative justice?
I'll defer to Joshua.
We will have to get back to you on a number, because what we did was bring a lot of this in-house, but we also work with vendors in the community to provide some of these services, so we can look at the actual contract amounts and get back with you on that number.
And if I could add, I thought it was important this year that we added that as a training component for our violence interruption group, internal group as well, to have that skill set developed. So they have also been trained on restorative justice.
Okay, and it's kind of similar to the conversation we were having with the family services, because in the budget, I see $49,000 dedicated to restorative justice, which on its face is concerning, but if those practices are more implemented throughout the services being delivered, then there's another way to do it. Kind of similar to what we could do with family services in theory.
In theory, yes.
Okay, so that would be great to get back on those numbers, because as I said, I see 49,000 in the budget, which doesn't seem enough for that practice, but okay. For the capital improvement plan, there's $474,000 allocated through 2031, to upgrade ONSE's vehicle fleet. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that vehicle fleet does and also if you anticipate any other capital needs for the agency over the next several years?
So basically, this is how we get into the community. Sometimes it is also used to transport ambassadors in our Pathways program. Sometimes it's used to pick up parents who are involved in our healing circles or our cultural groups or our work groups in the evening where they have an opportunity to share their feelings and share what their experiences have been. The fleet is, I can't give you the exact number of cars or number of cars in the fleet, but it really.
Just purchased with the capital money.
So with the capital money, we just recently did a vehicle purchase of 3 vehicles with that funding.
Three?
3, yes.
Okay. And do you anticipate any other capital needs for the agency?
I'm going to defer to Yasha for the budget.
Yes, and currently, we have a capital budget for renovation and modernization of the 42nd Street location. It wasn't enough money, but we have funding this year. We have a projected balance of about $2.8 million of our capital funding, which will go to enhancing the 42nd Street location, which is the headquarter location.
Okay. And how much is allocated for that?
The allocation originally started at $3.2 million. Right now, they're with the architectural engineering firm, which expended about $439,000. And so that brings down the balance to $2.8 million.
$2.8 million remaining to be spent on that.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry?
I said yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
From the previous.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the supplemental budget for FY25. I understand that the agency is facing a very large reduction for this current year. I see $3.1 million in cuts to ONSE's budget in FY25. Can you talk a little bit about that reduction and what we can expect there? There's also an executive administration office reduction of $630,000 in full-time salaries and fringe benefits. Is that also vacancy savings?
Yes, and due to the mayor and CA's order in terms of a hiring freeze, we were not able to move forward with hiring our positions. And so that left additional funding on the table.
I see. And was ONSE able to receive a waiver for any hiring?
Our waiver is still being processed.
Okay, but you applied for a waiver?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you have a timeline by which you think that that will be determined, that the CA's office has provided?
I know, so I see them going through them rather quickly. So I do believe we'll probably have something within a week or so.
Okay. And then what about for the 3.1 million?
So that's looking at a lot of, that's on the NPS side.
So for personnel, it was a total reduction of about $2.9 million. And then for non-personnel was a mid-year reduction of $297,000.
Okay, and what will that impact, the 297?
So basically, we've looked over our spend rate on things that we know from now to this point to the end of the fiscal year. What will our burn rate on many of our contracts will be? The contracts are still fully funded, and the overage was removed and reduced.
The overage?
Overage meaning those that we know that we won't spend on a contract.
Okay, so do you think you were able to find these savings without resulting in any service impacts?
That is correct.
Okay. And then just back to the violence interruption initiative. So of the $9 or so million of grants that you think will go out the door, that will leave about $1 million in this budget of additional costs of the program that aren't for grants. What will that be used for? How many FTEs? Is that all for contract compliance and application review, or what specifically will that $1 million be going towards?
I look at programming. Again, we have brought in-house the function of doing the community engagement pieces. We do, instead of having our focus is really to just allow the violence interrupters to be on the ground, be our first lines of a site, but also be the connector to the agency. Prior to this approach, they were doing everything. They were doing events, and so we brought that in-house. So that funding will contribute to still having that presence, but in collaboration with our CBOs, but also being led more on the administrative side by ONSE.
Okay, but how many FTEs will be handling that?
Within, can I get back to you in terms of our internal VI unit, how many FTEs will be allocated specifically for that function?
Sure, that would be great. We'll need to know that information. Okay, is there anything else for this budget that you'd like the committee to be aware of as you try to ensure that you can continue doing the work that you're doing?
I just think it's very important to add or highlight that, in this new fiscal world we are in, and on a federal side, that a lot of our organizations across the nation have received heavy impact to their ability to do this work and do this work well. I want to raise, as I shared earlier, that I had the pleasure of going to the University of Chicago Crime Lab and CVILA program, where I've worked alongside with many of these organizations. And the fact that DC, or the District of Columbia, has still taken a vested interest and believe in this work is critical compared to what some of my colleagues across the nation are, their realities at this moment. So I want to thank Mayor Bowser, and also want to thank you, Councilmember Pinto, who have really been a heavy supporter of this work and the work that we're trying to accomplish. Each day, this team works very hard, the team back in the office and our boots on the ground, our CBOs work very hard to show and demonstrate the value add of this work. And so I want to thank you for your support.
All right, back at you. Thank you, Director Sneed. Thank you to the team. And we look forward to being very in touch over the next couple of days. As you
Yes.
know, we have a pretty truncated budget timeline. And so appreciate in advance the need for us to stay very close over the next couple of days. And we'll have some follow-up questions as well.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're next going to turn to the Office of Attorney General. We'll hear from our public witnesses who will have 3 minutes to present their testimony today. Those who will need interpreter services will have double time so we can make sure we can hear your full testimony. Our first panel will be Alana Eichner, Guillermina Alvarado Mendoza, Luz Mejia Lira, Sagario Agaton, thank you all. And again, if we can sit in order, so Alana first, and then Guillermina. Oh, great, okay. Maybe we can pull up another chair for you. Okay. Guillermina, Luz, okay, because then the third one. Thank you. Sagario, okay. Guillermina. Guillermina. She's not here, okay. Luz. Luz, okay, could I ask you to sit there actually, sorry. And then Sagario, okay. If I could ask you to scooch over one. And then Rosa Gomez. Okay, wonderful. Okay, welcome to you all. Thank you. We will begin with Alana Eichner, DMV Chapter Co-Director of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Hi, Councilmember Pinto. Thanks so much for listening to us today. I'm Alana. I'm the co-director of the DC Domestic Workers Alliance. And I'll start with our ask first, which is that we're asking for the council to put $400,000 in recurring funds in FY26 for the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Program. $400,000 is the same level that this program is currently funded at, but 140,000 of that is one-time funding, and we think it should be 400,000 recurring. So you know our folks, they're house cleaners, they're nannies, they're home care workers. You've seen them many times in the council. The wages are low, the levels of exploitation are high. The average salary is $25,888. I mean, imagine trying to live on $25,000 in the District of Columbia, right? And all of the vulnerability of domestic work is compounded by this moment of such fear, of such attacks. And I think that really makes this program more important than ever. So you know this program came into existence as part of a historic law the council passed, the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act. And OAG is now in its second year of giving grants as part of this program to organizations that have expertise in domestic workers. And I'm so excited to share with you the results of this program. If you're looking for a program that's a good bang for its buck, a small amount of money with very high impactful results, this is the program you want to fund. We are just one of 5 grantees. We've completed 3 rounds of in-depth training programs to train domestic workers to be community navigators and help other workers know their rights. Between our staff and our domestic workers, we've reached over 1,000 domestic workers in just a year and a half. We've had 6 Know Your Rights trainings, including with 3 government agencies, 2 legal services providers. We've helped domestic workers take action when their rights have been violated, and you'll hear from other colleagues of mine about the wages that we've already recovered for domestic workers. I'm summarizing briefly because, time. We've also created an in-depth health and safety guide. Domestic work can be very hazardous, and there's very little guidance about how to keep yourself safe on the job. And we've created a guide about that and are training domestic workers and how to keep themselves safe and healthy on the job. This funding has filled key gaps in the ecosystem of domestic workers' rights being real. So now we have this trifecta with this funding of legal services support, employers being told about their responsibilities, and workers being told about their rights. The reason that the funding should be at $400,000 recurring is that we have this infrastructure now that's working of legal support, employers, and worker organizing. And if the money regresses back to the $260,000 only that's recurring already in the budget, staff will have to be laid off that have made significant progress already. And we're just scratching the surface, honestly, of reaching the 9,000 domestic workers in DC, despite the impressive results. Look, domestic workers who are largely immigrants are so worried right now. Coming forward about a workplace claim is incredibly difficult. But when they have a peer who's like them, who talks to them about their rights, that's when they're actually going to be able to have the courage to speak up and make rights real. So this program is more important than ever in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eichner. Guillermina Alvarado Mendoza, public witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Guillermina's not here. Luz Mejía Lira, public witness.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Luz Mejía, soy trabajadora doméstica en la zona número 4 del DC. Estoy aquí para pedir al Consejo que mantenga los fondos recurrentes para el programa de derechos laborales de las trabajadoras domésticas. Hace año y medio llegué a este país y comencé a limpiar casas. Trabajé 3 meses sin contrato y al finalizar me robaron más de 22 días de salario. No los demandé por desconocimiento de mis derechos y creí imposible recuperar ese dinero. En Maryland One Voices aprendí sobre los derechos de los trabajadores domésticos. Descubrí que lo que sucedió fue un robo de mi salario y tenía derecho a reclamarlo. En Maryland One Voices me contactó con una abogada laboral con quien pude consultar mi caso. Fue un momento iluminante y me ayudó a sentirme más empoderada. Muchas trabajadoras tenemos miedo por no tener conocimiento de nuestros derechos, pero con el apoyo de Emblo, ahora sé cómo defenderme. Pido que se haga, que todo el financiamiento sea permanente para que las trabajadoras domésticas puedan tener beneficios. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Luz Mejia, and I am a domestic worker in Ward 4. I am here to ask the council to maintain these $400,000 in recurring funds for the program of domestic workers and for the program of labor rights. About a year and a half ago, when I got to this country, I began cleaning homes. I worked 3 months without a contract, and at the end, they have stolen 22 days of salary. I couldn't put on and sue them or because I did not know my rights. And I believe that it would be impossible to recover those wages. And MLOV, Many Languages, One Voice, I learned about the rights of workers, of domestic home workers. And I discovered that what happened to me was wage theft, and that I have the right to reclaim that. Many Languages, One Voice contacted me with a lawyer for workers' rights who was able to consult my case. It was an illuminating moment, and it helped me feel empowered. Many workers are afraid because we don't know of our rights. But with the support of Many Languages in One Voice, now I know how to defend myself. I ask that all of this financing, all of these funds are permanent so that more workers can be benefited like myself. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Sagario Agaton, public witness.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Agrario Agatón y soy trabajadora doméstica. Estoy aquí para pedir que el Consejo mantenga los 400,000 en fondos recurrentes para el programa de derechos laborales de las trabajadoras domésticas. Soy niñera en DC con más de 12 años de experiencia. Durante estos años he sufrido humillaciones, falta de contrato, robo de salario, pago menos del salario mínimo, entre otras cosas. Sufrí por no saber inglés y porque no sabía que tenía derechos. En abril me integré al programa de trabajadoras domésticas de EMLO. Fue la primera vez que aprendí que no tengo que sufrir en mi trabajo. Puedo tener límites, puedo pedir un contrato y tengo mis derechos. Puedo dejar empleos donde no me tratan bien. Este programa me ayudó a sentirme más segura y acompañada por otras trabajadoras y por la organización EMLO. Pido que haga que todo el financiamiento sea permanente para que más trabajadoras como yo puedan beneficiarse. Gracias por escucharnos.
Good morning. My name is Sagrario Agaton, and I am a domestic worker. I'm here to ask the council to maintain these $400,000 in recurring funds for the program of labor rights and of domestic workers. I am a childcare provider in DC with more than 12 years of experience. During these years, I have suffered humiliations, lack of contracts, wage thefts, and being paid under the minimum wage, among other things. I have suffered for not speaking English, not knowing English, and because I did not know that I have rights. In April, I became part of the program for domestic workers and Many Languages, One Voice. And it was the first time that I learned that I don't have to suffer when I'm working. I can have, boundaries or limitations. I can ask for a contract and I have my rights. And I can leave an employer that doesn't treat me well. This program helped me to feel more secure and accompanied by other domestic workers and by the organization itself. I ask that all of the funding be made permanent so that more domestic workers like myself could benefit. Thank you for listening to us.
Gracias. Rosa Gomez, public witness.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Rosa Gómez y soy trabajadora doméstica en DC. Estoy aquí para pedir que el Consejo mantenga los 400,000 en fondos recurrentes para el programa de derechos laborales de las trabajadoras domésticas. Durante años he trabajado limpiando casas en DC. Al principio, durante años, trabajé sin contrato ni días de enfermedad. Creí que todas las empleadas como yo trabajábamos sin derecho, que no podíamos reclamar nada. Recientemente, gracias al programa de ENO, aprendí que no es así. Descubrí que tengo derechos y que merezco dignidad en mi trabajo. Este programa me brindó mayor seguridad en mí misma y me conectó con otras trabajadoras. Organizaciones como EMO, con estos programas para trabajadoras, nos permiten a las trabajadoras domésticas informarnos y defender nuestros derechos. Pido que hagan que todo el financiamiento sea permanente para que más trabajadoras como yo puedan beneficiarse. Gracias por su atención.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Gomez, and I am a domestic worker in DC. I am here to ask the council to maintain the $400,000 in recurrent funds for the program of labor rights of domestic workers. For 5 years, I have been working cleaning houses in DC. At first, for many years, I worked without contracts, without days off, without sick days. I thought that all of the domestic workers like myself, we work without rights and that we couldn't ask for anything. Recently, thanks to the Many Languages, One Voice program, I learned that that is not the case. I discovered that I have rights and that I am deserving of dignity in my work. This program has given me much more security in myself, self-confidence, and it has connected me with other workers. Organizations like MLOV, with these programs for workers, have given us and they permit us information and how to defend our rights. I ask that you do everything you can to maintain the funding permanently so that more workers like myself can be benefited. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias por todos. I want to ask you, Ms. Eichner, as you've been involved in this work for quite some time, what are some of the best lessons learned we've had of this grant in particular, of how we can best reach people to make sure they're aware of the protections they now have?
Yeah. I don't know if this is like the flashy, sexy lesson you want, but I think what we've learned is that this method works, but it's hard and it's labor intensive. So you'll hear from Larissa, who's our DC organizer, later, but she goes to parks, to libraries every single day. And so you go, you have to find workers, you have to approach them, convince them that you're a trusted person, tell them your story, hear about their story, invite them to a training, invite them again. They don't pick up, call them again. Like, this is the kind of work it takes to find this population that doesn't work in one work site, that works behind private doors. But once that relationship of trust is built, having access to this information and having a community so you feel you're not alone, it changes people's lives. Like, people in our membership say, I felt like I could breathe the first time someone approached me in a park and said, oh, there's an organization for workers like me. So this changes people's whole sense of security and themselves to be connected to something bigger than themselves. So that's the thing I would say is this work is hard and slow, but it's working. Like Larissa will tell you, we've already recovered over $1,500 in stolen wages for workers. And so I think the government should continue having faith in this approach and in community-based groups who know how to do this. But because it's a public responsibility to help laws be real, that's why we ask the government to be a real collaborator on this with us. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. And I think it's an important reminder of the kind of unique nature of this work and why a grant like this is so important.
Exactly, because you can't just go to one space and find domestic workers. Our organizers and our members, they work really hard to just find domestic workers. That's half the battle. And then to convince someone that they can speak up when they're in a workplace and it's just them and their boss. That the power dynamic is huge. So it takes a lot of coaching, a lot of support for people to be able to speak up, file a legal case, file a claim, and that's all, that takes time and money, but it's really worth it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm going to call our next panel, Antonia Pena, Elizabeth Lopez, Robert Vincent Branham, Vikram Swarup, Elizabeth Falcon, Elizabeth? Oh, Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Okay, so do we have Antonia Pena here? Okay, great. Elizabeth Lopez. Elizabeth Lopez? No. Okay, then Vikram, if you can go in the second seat. Gotcha, okay. We will add her to the virtual list. Okay, and then Vikram, so Elizabeth Falcon, Laura Brown. All right. We will begin with Antonia Pena, DMV Chapter Co-Director of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Antonia Pena. I'm co-director of the DMV chapter of National Domestic Workers Alliance. I'm here today to ask the council include $400,000 in recurring funding for the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Program. I was brought to this country 20 years ago to work, caring for the children of the diplomat family, their most precious treasure. From the very beginning, I saw the injustice that domestic workers face. We were invisible, our work undervalued, and our rights ignored. That experience motivated me to become an organizer. Alongside other strong women, we raised our voices. And in 2022, we won an historic victory in DC, Domestic Workers' Bill of Rights. When that law passed, I felt how important it was. Not just for me, but for the more than 9,000 domestic workers in DC. Since then, we have educated many workers, grown our organizing, and support many women stepping into the leadership. That growth has been powerful, but especially in this claim, fear and exploitation are everywhere. In recent months, we have supported workers who have been sexually harassed and are too afraid to report due to immigration threats. We're helping the domestic workers who still hasn't received her pay and whose employer is threatening to call ICE if she dares the demand what she wants. They don't even ask for immigration status. If you don't speak English, they assume they can do whatever they want to you. Abuse employers take advantage in this political environment. I'm so sad about that. This is not just unfair, it's inhumane. Passing a law was just the beginning to keep provide support like this and make it the rise on our books real. We need education, outreach, and ongoing support. That's why we are asking for this investment to keep building dignity and safety for domestic workers. We don't ask for charity, we ask for justice. Because when domestic workers rise and general workers, the whole city rise with us. DC has the opportunity to be a brave city, a city that doesn't cower in the face of hate or racism, a city that protects its people, regardless of their immigration status. We dream of DC where all our children can go to a school with fair, where we can walk freely, we respect and dignity are not privilege, but rights. So I close with us for you from the bottom of my heart. Not to allow terror and xenophobia to define this city. Let us remain a proud sanctuary city because an attack one of us is one attack on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Vikram Swarup, Executive Director of Legal Aid DC.
Chairperson Pinto, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the OAG budget. I'm Vikram Swarup, Ward 1 resident and Executive Director of Legal Aid DC. I'm here to ask the committee to appropriate approximately $500,000 to modernize OAG's child support collection efforts by updating the rules around the TANF pass-through, which will reduce childhood poverty and improve public safety. When a custodial parent receives TANF, they must assign their child support rights to the government and cooperate to help with collections. The government then collects support from the non-custodial parent, but most of that money never reaches the child. Instead, it helps fund further collections and federal reimbursement. Only a limited amount, up to $150 a month from current support orders, is passed through to families, and only for those families currently receiving TANF. No arrears are passed through, and families who once received TANF and assigned their rights get nothing. Research consistently shows that when more support reaches children, families are stronger, parents are more engaged, and it's easier to collect child support in the first place. Childhood poverty decreases, and child neglect and involvement with the justice system decline. It is for these reasons we have been working with OAG to update the district's pass-through policies, which Maryland recently did. We understand from OAG that with about $500,000 in FY26, covering tech updates, reduced collections, and payments to the federal government, it can raise the pass-through to $200 a month, including for arrears for current TANF recipients. These are among the district's poorest families, and this change would have an immediate, meaningful impact. The district can and should go much further. It should pass through all child support it collects, not only for families who are currently receiving TANF, but also for families who previously did. But increasing the pass-through to $200 will be a critical first step to modernizing the child support system to support children rather than fund government operations. The small cost, which takes advantage of robust federal incentives, will have outsized benefits. In addition to increasing the pass-through, we also recommend a couple of other adjustments to the child support system in this year's BSA. Specifically, the district can update its policies around what's called distribution to ensure that a larger share of child support monies collected through federal tax intercepts are used to support children. The district should also simplify the process for incarcerated non-custodial parents to suspend their child support obligations, which will help conserve limited judicial resources. These reforms are described further in my written testimony. In a tight budget year, this is a cost-effective and impactful way to support children and families. I ask that this committee work with the Human Services Committee to do so, and we look forward to continued collaboration with OAG and the Council to ensure that every child support dollar is used to support children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swarup. Elizabeth Falcon, Public Witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. In many ways, DC Jobs with Justice was founded with a goal of ending wage theft. Our very first campaign was helping unionize parking lot attendants whose wages were being stolen. This has continued throughout our 22 years in DC, working to improve industries where wage theft is most rampant, including restaurant, hospitality, construction, domestic work, and more. In that time, the greatest ally that we have had in the DC government in the fight against wage theft is the Office of the Attorney General. A nationally recognized best practice for creating a culture of compliance with wage and hour laws is the use of strategic litigation. Unfortunately, this aggressive action is needed to turn a corner on race to the bottom sectors where workers' rights are regularly ignored. Without this type of compliance action, workers face dangerous working conditions, lost wages, inability to take paid time off, and the district loses local tax revenue. Since becoming an independent agency, the Office of the Attorney General has been a leader on this both in the district and across the country. Last year, to celebrate Labor Day, the office released a report compiling their litigation that supported workers. In that year, the outcome was $9.5 million in penalties from workers' rights enforcement action, including $5.6 million in restitution to thousands of affected workers across industries, including construction, hospitality, healthcare, and the gig economy. This office is truly contributing to making DC better by recouping fines and fees for the city, making workplaces compliant, and making wage theft victims whole. DC J&PS has been strongly connected to the OAG's civil litigation for workplace justice since the first big wage theft case was settled by the office. We brought complaints to them about Power Design Inc., an electrical contractor working on sites across the district. In 2018, the OAG sued for the first time, bringing a case on behalf of over 500 district workers. Unfortunately, that case did not resolve the issues, and in 2022, the OAG was forced to bring them back to court. In July 2024, Power Design agreed to pay $3.75 million in restitution to workers and penalties and fees to DC for worker misclassification. By bringing cases of this scale, requiring multiple years, many attorneys, dozens of job sites, requires a lot of resources. Resources which then benefit the district through fees, restitution to workers, and ultimately a company that pays taxes, wages, and benefits correctly. This committee must ensure that the Office of the Attorney General has the resources it needs to bring this high level of quality and dedication to cases. When the OAG wins, the district wins. And with my last 10 seconds, I would just like to say, I will not personally be testifying around the sanctuary legislation, but DC Jobs with Justice calls for the removal of any sanctuary language from the BSA, and my colleague will be testifying at that point.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Falcon. Laura Brown, Executive Director, First Shift Justice Project.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. I'm going to start with a story. Shannon lives in Ward 8 and works as a nurse in Ward 6. Earlier this year, she was preparing to give birth, and her employer would not accept her FMLA paperwork. Shannon was worried about being fired, and her medical provider suggested she contact First Shift Justice Project. A First Shift lawyer helped Shannon correct errors in her FMLA form. However, as her due date approached, her leave and her job status were still uncertain. The lawyer gave her the words to talk to her employer, and Shannon's leave was finally approved, and she gave birth to her second child in May. First Shift is now helping her apply for DC paid family leave benefits. This work is funded by the Office of the Attorney General. My name is Laura Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. I'm here to say thank you for 4 years of partnership with the Office of the Attorney General. The OAG's Workplace Rights Grant Program funds our efforts to provide legal education, advice, and representation to DC workers and medical providers regarding pregnancy accommodations, family medical leave, and DC paid leave benefits. No other legal services provider in the city has the same depth of expertise in enforcing these laws. In 2024, First Shift advised or represented over 170 DC clients, most with an annual income of less than $44,000. Including their family members, our work safeguarded the financial stability of almost 500 people. 38 clients received over $218,000 worth of paid leave benefits with our assistance. Our 3-person outreach team gave 42 Know Your Rights presentations, trained 316 DC medical providers, and participated in 45 community outreach events in DC last year. My colleague Diana will testify later about our work enforcing DC's Domestic Worker Bill of Rights. First Shift ensures that workers can actually benefit from the laws that the DC Council passes. We are grateful for the possibility of a continued partnership with OAG in FY26. Before I go, I also wish to voice my opposition to the repeal of DC's sanctuary law. There's a reason that the word values is used in the Sanctuary Values Amendment Act. It is an expression of my values, your values, our values as residents of this city to protect our neighbors by shielding them from the illegal actions of federal immigration authorities. We have all watched over the last several months as federal authorities have acted with impunity and utter disregard for due process, not to mention cruelty. If we repeal our sanctuary law, we are complicit. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Elizabeth Lopez to testify, who's joining us online while the interpreter's here. If you could share with her if she'd like to start her testimony, she can online.
Elizabeth López. Si nos está escuchando, podemos empezar con su testimonio. Lo que le pido es que, you're amazing, thank you. Puede empezar su testimonio completo y cuando usted termine, yo se lo voy a interpretar a la cancillera.
You may need to tell her to turn herself off of mute. Oh, okay. Okay, well, while we're waiting for her, let me ask you, Mr. Swarup, when you talk about the pass-through expenses, can you talk about what that would look like from a budget perspective for us to increase the funding to ensure that those pass-throughs can move forward?
Sure. So the way it works is when a custodial parent is receiving TANF, they have to assign their rights to collect child support to the government. They have to cooperate with the government.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll come to you in just a minute.
No
Okay. Sorry, I was not put the in
No
mute.
problem. No problem. We'll be right with you.
Okay.
And so
Thank you.
when OAG collects the child support from the non-custodial parent, that money comes back to OAG to the TANF fund, and then only the $150 on current orders is actually passed through the family. So if they, for example, collect, if the child support order is for $500 and they're able to collect $400, $150 of that goes to the family, and the remaining $250 goes to the TANF fund at OAG, which is one of their special purpose funds. And so if you followed our recommendation and increased the pass-through from $150 to $200, basically they would get $50 less in the TANF fund. OAG would, right? Because that money would go to the families. And so to the extent that that $50 is necessary to fund OAG operations, they would need money either in the local budget or in some other funding source to make sure that they can make up for that money that we're sort of passing through to the family instead of giving to OAG. The one complication is that in some cases, that money, the $50 is split between the federal government and OAG. So they keep $25 and then they pay $25 to the federal treasury. The further complication is in a lot of cases, the federal government has created incentives to increase pass-throughs. So they are saying, we'll waive our share. So if you collect the money and you don't pass it through, you have to split it with us. But if you do pass it through, you don't need to pay us back for our share. And so that's the sort of the cost-effective strategy of being able to give $50 to a family based on $25 that OAG would otherwise receive, if that makes sense.
That does. So that's interesting. So what is the purpose of the fund in the first place? What's the benefit of having the fund versus increasing the pass-through all the way to to $400, for instance?
Yeah, I mean, our position, to be clear, is that the pass-through should be all child support amounts, right? Like, because child support money should go towards supporting children instead of funding collections efforts. So the TANF fund is currently used to support personnel within the Child Support Services Division at OAG, as well as to fund some of their technology within CSSD. And so basically it's used to pay for government operations, right? Like that fuel this sort of collection, this sort of debt collection part of OAG. And so, we think that if you give that money to families instead, there's a lot of research that shows that it becomes much easier to collect the money because, as you might imagine, right, like when they go after a non-custodial parent to pay the money and the non-custodial parent does pay the money, and then they hear from the custodial parent or from their kid that hey, we were going to use that money to buy a new pair of shoes, and like actually we can't buy those new pair of shoes. And so that creates kind of mistrust on part of the non-custodial parent who says, I just paid this $400, but you're telling me that you don't have that $65 to buy the pair of shoes, right? Like, and so that creates a lot of tension between the non-custodial parent, the custodial parent, and the child that would be eliminated if the money just went through. The other part of this, right, like, is that the custodial parent is told that they have to cooperate with the government to get the money, to help with the collections. They do that, but then the money doesn't actually make its way to them. So they also lose confidence in the government. So basically this whole scheme is set up in a way that kind of just confuses both sets of parents and makes it much less likely for the custodial parent to actually want to cooperate other than the legal obligation that they're under, and the non-custodial parent to pay other than the legal obligation that they're under, as opposed to creating a set of incentives whereby everybody wants to participate for the best interest of this child, right? Like, which is what we want ultimately out of our child support system.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. It also just strikes me as an odd principle that we're saying we're basically going to use what should be just regular agency funding needs to then fund that with child support payments.
Exactly, right? Like, and right, the other feature of this is in the district, right, like because of demographic changes, the number of families, the collections on child support for families with TANF has actually gone down over the years. If you look at the oversight responses, you'll see this steady decrease from over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. And so this is also a wildly kind of inefficient way for to fund to run that sort of child support office, right? Like, so because again, as different trends change, you may get more or less money from child support collections. And if you have all these personnel that are funded through this unstable funding mechanism, I don't think that that is like sort of in a good government either, right? So.
Okay, well, let's definitely work together on this in the next couple of days as we're talking with our last panel is a truncated timeline. So, but would love to work together on this. Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth Lopez? You're
Yes,
up.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want
Please.
to. Yes. Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Elizabeth. Okay, so I will continue in Spanish. I'm sorry. Mi nombre es Elizabeth, soy trabajadora del hogar y pasante en el programa de Power del Desarrollo de Liderazgo de Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar. Estoy aquí hoy para pedir que el Consejo incluya 400 en fondos recurrentes para el programa de derecho laboral de los trabajadores del hogar. Quiero compartir con ustedes lo importante que ha sido este programa para mí y para muchas compañeras. Este espacio me ha dado seguridad, me ha ayudado a crecer como trabajadora del hogar y como persona. Y me ha enseñado a ser una mejor líder profesional. Gracias a clases de alianza aprendí cómo cuidar mejor a personas mayores, cómo limpiar de forma segura y cómo proteger mis derechos en el trabajo. Soy limpiadora y cuidadora. Al principio solo hacía limpieza, pero con el tiempo empecé también a cuidar Recuerdo una señora que me pagaba solo 150 por cuidarla todos los días. Yo tenía mucho miedo en hablar. Usted sabe, da un miedo cobrar con la gente. Pero le dije, Miss, yo necesito un poco más porque no me alcanza. Estoy tomando unas clases que me han enseñado sobre mis derechos, que quien usted sabe, como usted sabe que ella ella me respondió que me iba a pagar lo que yo necesitaba. Antes tenía mucho miedo, pero ahora tengo más fuerza y respaldo que como fue una conversación de respeto y reconocimiento mutuo, algo que aprendí gracias a este programa. Por eso estoy aquí hoy para pedir que este fondo continúe este año fiscal 2026. Si se recorta este apoyo, muchas trabajadoras del hogar no tendremos acceso a estas herramientas ni a este acompañamiento que tanto nos ha empoderado. Gracias por escucharnos y por escuchar nuestros testimonios. Y aquí estamos, yo y con la abuelita que estoy cuidando.
No.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just to explain, Miss Elizabeth was showing us that she's with the person that she takes care of at home. And with that, I'll read her testimony. My name is Elizabeth. I am a domestic worker and an intern in the Power Leadership Program, Development Program of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. I'm here today to ask the council to include $400,000 in recurring funds for the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Program. I want to share with you how important this program has been for me and many of my fellow workers. This space has given me confidence, helped me grow, both as a domestic worker and as a person, and has taught me how to be a better leader and professional. Thanks to the Alliance's classes, I learned how to be better care for elderly people, how to clean safely, and how to protect my rights at work. I am both a cleaner and a caregiver. At first, I only did cleaning, but over time, I also began to provide care. I remember one woman who paid me only $150 to take care of her every day. I was very afraid to speak up. You know, it's scary to ask people for more money, but I told her, Miss, I need a little bit more because what I earn isn't enough. I'm taking a class that has taught me about my rights. What do you think? And she replied that she would pay me what I needed. Before, I used to be very scared. Now I have more strength and support. It was just a conversation built on mutual respect and recognition, something that I learned thanks to this program. That is why I am here today to ask that this fund is continued in the 2026 fiscal year. If this support is cut, many domestic workers will no longer have access to the tool and guidance that have empowered us so much. Thank you for listening.
Gracias. Thank
Thank
you
you.
to everyone on this panel. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Cheryl Hooks. Larissa Costa dos Santos. Alicia Yas. Paola Enriquez. Ms. Hooks, right? Okay. Larissa. Okay. Alicia and Paola. Okay, wonderful. Welcome all. We'll begin with Cheryl Hooks, public witness.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Cheryl Hooks, and I am a fourth generation true Washingtonian. I have lived in my home for 54 years. I've been a resident of the Petworth, Brightwood area for coming up on 73 years. I entered into a contract with Precision Contracting Solutions, PCS, a little over 8 years ago, and I am still suffering from the physical, emotional, and financial losses I incurred due to their negligence and substandard work. I paid them in good faith to complete a 2-story addition, remodel a kitchen, and install a bathroom on my first floor. They took my money, all while deceiving me and creating more problems for me. The stress was enormous. My mother was a diabetic and totally disabled. I've been her caregiver for 19 years. She required daily care, which I provided by going back and forth to her apartment 2 and 3 times a day. My solution was to bring her with me, but I have 27 steps in my DC row home with no bedroom or bathroom on the first floor. I contracted PCS to do the renovations that I needed to make this work. After careful research, I sought a contractor who on paper and through references appeared to be qualified to build my addition and complete the other renovations. They were not. From the beginning, it was nothing but problems. The threats, the back and forth, the delays. It was only after the Attorney General office contacted my lawyer, because they too were pursuing PCS, that my case was even heard in court. The judge has since ruled in favor of the Attorney General's office and found PCS guilty of 77 violations. I think the ruling was for $3.5 million. Although my litigation is still going on, as I have not received any compensation, had it not been for the work of the Attorney General, who uncovered numerous violations and misrepresentations, the judge would not have ruled in favor of the consumers. We need advocates that can work for the interests of consumers, especially women and seniors. The web of lies and deceit made it almost impossible for a layman to get through to the truth, even with documented evidence and photographs of the shabby work. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hux. I'm sorry for what you went through. Larissa Costa dos Santos, Enforcement Organizer, National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of $400,000 in recurring funds for the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Program. My name is Larissa. I serve as a DC organizer for National Domestic Workers Alliance. Since stepping my role, I have led direct outreach efforts that reached over 230 community members across 8 awards in Washington, D.C. So as Alana said, I go on the streets every week. I have done 91 hours of outreach, and every day I speak with workers, answer questions, and follow up with them. I follow up with them to invite for Know Your Rights. We had one in partnership with First Shift Justice project where we updated the training program to include doulas and newborn care specialists, a very important workforce in your city, and introduced the new attorney focus on domestic workers legal case, Gianna, and distributed employment contract templates from hand in hand. In addition, we have a coordinated outreach with organizers in Maryland and Virginia, recognizing that 9,000 domestic workers in Washington, D.C., half of them reside in Washington, D.C. The other half reside in other cities around D.C. We also partner with DC public libraries, recreation centers to ensure that no worker is left behind. To give you context, 54% of domestic workers in Washington, D.C. are Black, 30% Latina. These are the population we serve. These are the women we uplift. To address the large population of Black domestic workers, I have proudly promoting We Dream Black, National Domestic Workers Alliance initiative that centered the voice and leadership of Black and Afro-descendant domestic workers. Once I reach these workers, or We Dream Black national organizer welcome them and invite them to trainings. We also outreach au pairs, supporting over 50 au pairs in Washington, D.C. I respectfully ask you to have these $400,000 in the recurring funds. They are very important to domestic workers in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Alicia Yas, Supervising Policy Council, ACLU DC.
Chairwoman Pinto, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the ACLU DC's over 14,000 members in all 8 wards. Looking at the mayor's proposed budget for the Office of the Attorney General, the overall cuts of 7.4% may seem modest in the current climate. However, digging into the line item decreases, it becomes apparent that these cuts are not being applied evenly across all programs, and that some programs bearing the brunt of the cuts are ones that provide ways to build a sense of safety in our DC communities. Specifically, looking at the examples of the Restorative Justice Program and the Cure the Streets program. The Restorative Justice Program at OAG allows crime victims an opportunity to pursue a conversation facilitated by a trained professional as an alternative path forward. Allowing community members to interact provides for closure for the victims of the crime and allows offenders to learn from the incident. This process is shown to cause changes in behavior through creating connections. According to research on restorative justice programs, they often work better than long-standing alternatives. One study found that those who participated in a restorative justice conference were 44% less likely to recidivate than those who were prosecuted in court for the same offenses. Restorative justice programming is also beneficial for the victim. A meta-analysis of restorative justice programs in 11 countries and 5 continents found that victims experience considerable reductions in negative emotions after a restorative justice conference, and that victim participation in restorative justice increases their sense of security and allows victims to regain a sense of control. This type of program strengthens community bonds and has proven to reduce recidivism while empowering victims. Chairwoman, you spoke earlier about restorative justice programs and seemed very much in support of them, and we hope that this will be shown in the budget for the Office of the Attorney General as well. Looking at the Cure the Streets program, this is the OAG program aimed at reducing gun violence by identifying discrete neighborhoods and using data-driven public health approach to drive down gun violence, but while treating it as a public health problem. Programs like this have proven to be very successful across the country. In the South Bronx, New York, it was associated with a 63% decrease in gun shootings, and in Richmond, California, a 43% reduction in gun-related deaths. While we know the council is considering legislation to combine the district's violence interrupter programs, the mayor's proposed FY26 budget appears to jump ahead and seek to decrease OAG's Cure the Street budget, but yet does not shift that full appropriated amount to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We hope that the council will take a complete look at the budget and a complete look at merging these programs and not just rush it through via the budget. We urge the council to have a budget that reflects the needs of enhancing community violence intervention, diversion, and reintegration program in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yas. And yes, I will stay for the record. I absolutely support the restorative justice program at the Office of Attorney General as well. Thank you for your advocacy there. Paola Enriquez, DC organizer, Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network.
That is me, yeah. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Paola, and I'm the DC organizer for Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. We're a national nonprofit organization that supports employers of nannies, house cleaners, and home caregivers and other domestic workers in building healthy and safe workplaces for employers and workers alike. As one of the 5 organizations that receive support from the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Program, Hand in Hand is here to request that our program be granted the same amount as we received in the fiscal year of 2025, which would be a $4,000, but this time as a recurring amount. We understand that this is a very difficult moment for the city's budget, but we'd like to emphasize that the proposed cuts elsewhere will impact domestic workers as well. So this recurring allotment could support domestic workers where other programs may not be able to anymore. When the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights was passed in DC, it created the Domestic Workers Education Rights Program, or has a funny name, acronym, DWORP, which houses the grants for the aforementioned community-based organizations. In doing so, the DC Council created a near seamless program, one of interagency collaboration and a direct line from DC government to the community that the bill would then benefit and give dignity to. For being a small group of 5 organizations, we have accomplished a lot between the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Hand in Hand, Many Languages, One Voice, or MLOVE, First Shift Justice Project, and Carecen. We simultaneously empower and educate hundreds of domestic workers and employers across the district. The Domestic Worker Bill of Rights is, in essence, a very basic set of protections that every single worker deserves. But its implementation process that we're in right now ensures that all workers and employers understand their rights and responsibilities. However, our continued success requires continuity in funding so that we can continue training workers on their rights, employers on their responsibilities, and the general public about why the care economy is so important. Now more than ever is the time to support a program like DWORP as it bridges a very vulnerable community to its local government. As the federal government makes people fear trusting their local governments, DC Council has an opportunity to prove that they are here to defend immigrant domestic workers, not only once, but as many times as needed so that they don't have to fear going to work. And more than that, so that they don't fear reaching out to this local government right here when workers are attacked across the country. Regardless of political affiliation or immigration status, the caregiving world is filled with people who depend on care and people who give it very selflessly. So please consider making this $400,000 funding recurring, and thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for the important points you raised, and it's clear that a lot of these efforts out of the Attorney General's office in partnership with the community are making a real difference. So appreciate you being here today. We're going to call our next panel Munir Avery, Diana Chicas Garcia, Jane Schmitz, Ann Kearney, Asieto Kamara. Munir? No, is Munir here? Okay. Diana Chicas. Okay, let's start with you. Jane Schmitz. Okay, we can go here. Ann Kearney and Asieto Kamara. Okay. All right, we'll begin with you, Diana Chicas Garcia, Domestic Worker Staff Attorney, First Shift Justice Project.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for the FY26 proposed budget. As you said, I am Diana Chicas Garcia, the Domestic Worker Staff Attorney at First Shift Justice Project, a DC-based legal organization. I wanted to personally thank you for the funding we received this fiscal year, but more importantly, for seeing the value in supporting an often overlooked member of the workforce, domestic workers. In DC, about 71% of these workers are immigrants, with a majority hailing from Spanish-speaking countries. As you've heard today, these women are likely to experience a wide range of workplace exploitation and abuse, but are less likely to complain for fear of job loss and/or immigration status. These issues are further exacerbated by the workers' isolating work conditions, language barriers, and other obstacles. Through this grant, First Shift Justice Project provides these workers a dedicated lawyer, me, who provides education, advice, and dedicated representation regarding their legal rights, specifically under the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act. Having only started in March, my primary objective has been to introduce myself to the community and build trust with the workers themselves, especially given the current political climate. In this short time, I've connected with 25 local organizations and 10 consulates to establish partnerships. Through weekly community outreach events, I educated over 50 workers about their rights. I have created and shared legal guidance for employers regarding their obligations to safeguard domestic workers' data under DC law to organizations such as National Domestic Workers Alliance. With an estimated 9,000 domestic workers in DC, I'm only just getting started. And to call these women domestic workers doesn't accurately capture the critical role they play in the homes they work for. I recently attended a domestic worker support group meeting created and hosted by Many Languages, One Voice, or MLove, where one of these women aptly explained, that they were more the family's assistant. They are not just employees. They support the families they serve. Through that lens, this grant truly supports approximately 18,000 families, the families receiving the work and the families of the workers. This doesn't even account for the domestic workers who work for 2 or more families. I'd also be remiss if I didn't address the mayor's dangerous proposal to repeal the district sanctuary city law. As a daughter of immigrants, a former teacher of immigrant students at Carlos Rosario School, and now an attorney for immigrant workers at First Shift Justice Project, this is personal. In March, my family became another survivor of ICE guerrilla tactics because we live in areas that don't value immigrants. DC has the opportunity to lead by example and show other states how to take care of all its residents, so they never have to live with the trauma my family and countless other immigrants have experienced. Thank you for your continued support in the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Program, which I hope extends to blocking the repeal of the sanctuary city law, as it also affects many domestic workers and the families they serve. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Schmitz, public witness.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am Jane Schmitz. I'm a current employer of cleaners in my home, and I live in Ward 3. I am here in support of the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Program and that they be allocated this recurring amount of $400,000. And we know it'll benefit all of us, including us employers. So too many employers like me don't know about the law. And I think that most of us, more than most of us, want to know about this law. We want to do right by our employees who work in our home, because our homes are workplaces. And we want to know that, and we want to do right because the people we employ, we care about a lot because they care about us. And workers in the care economy make all work possible. So help us by helping them and these agencies who have been given these grants to do this important work. So many of us don't know and are not implementing this law as we should be. So help us to continue doing this work. It's hard work, community organizing. You all know how hard it is, and it takes time. So we need that sustained investment. Thank you so much from an employer in Ward 3 who wants to do right. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Schmitz. Ann Kearney, public witness.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ann, and I'm a proud nanny and a leader with the DMV chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. I'm here today to speak in strong support of full funding the Domestic Workers Employees' Rights Grants Program. Thanks to this grant, I've joined our DC organizer, Larissa Costa, in conducting outreach to domestic workers across the city, including Eastern Market, where I distributed over 50 Know Your Rights pamphlets. I spoke directly with nannies and house cleaners and home care workers who told me how powerful it was to learn their rights, many for the first time. The impact of this program is real. It's not just words on paper. Because of this outreach, workers are starting to understand that we should stand up for ourselves. And by doing so, we're lifting up the entire industry. I love being a childcare provider, and I take it very seriously. In addition to my outreach with NDWA, I'm part of national efforts to strengthen and private childcare work across the country. When domestic workers are aware of their rights and they feel empowered to defend them, it fosters a stronger, more effective workforce. Please fully fund this program in the 2026 budget. Our rights only matter if we can assess them, and this program makes it possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, if you can submit that for the record, we'll be happy to take it. Thank you. Okay, we are going to turn to our virtual witnesses. If you're a virtual witness for the Office of Attorney General, I'm going to ask that you accept your invitation to join as a panelist, and we're going to move through everyone in order. And if you're not here, we'll do one circle through. So we'll begin with Commissioner Trupti Patel, Chair of ANC 2A.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that I can go ahead and enter my comments into the record. My name is Trupti Patel, and I serve as the chairperson of ANC 2A, and I'm currently in my fourth term representing 2A03, which includes the historic Foggy Bottom. In addition to my role as an elected official, I'm also a tipped worker. I'm proud to say that I'm the longest serving elected official in DC who works in the hospitality industry. So today, I'm just not speaking as a policymaker. I'm speaking as someone who knows the daily realities of tipped work. Hospitality is the second largest employer in the district, but hospitality workers like me are too often overlooked. One concern I hear over and over again from my fellow coworkers is that policymakers don't understand and too often don't support the unique needs of tipped professionals. And now here we are on the eve of the council vote to repeal Initiative 82, a voter-approved measure to finally raise wages for tipped workers. Let's be honest, wages aren't keeping up. Employers have received millions in relief, but when workers finally see a little progress, the council seems ready to take it back. It's time to stop asking workers or consumers to keep subsidizing an industry that reports seven-figure profits. Go to the source, the employers, hold them accountable. Right now, the consumer protection and wage theft divisions are already overwhelmed with complaints, wage issues, service fees, unfair practices. These complaints are not going away. They will be increasing. After Initiative 82 is repealed, I promise you, these complaints will skyrocket. That's why I'm urging the committee to increase funding for the Consumer Protection and Workers' Rights Division under the Office of Attorney General. They need resources to go after employers who will be committing wage theft, because they will. Enforce wage transparency laws, and protect workers from financial exploitation. In the OAG Workers and Consumer Trust, it's the one office that is truly independent, unbought, unbossed, and working on behalf of the people. I hope you take my testimony seriously, and not just because of my title, because I live the reality that many workers face every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Patel. Danielle Robinette, Senior Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center.
We're in afternoon now. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, committee members, and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a Senior Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed budget for the Office of the Attorney General. As we testified during performance oversight, OAG's approach to truancy reduction prioritizes supporting students and families before engaging them in punitive court systems. This work is a crucial piece of the district's response to chronic absenteeism and truancy. We want to specifically highlight OAG's Attend program, which offers an alternative to the traditional court system and brings parents and schools together with a trained mediator to identify attendance barriers and develop a plan to overcome challenges and improve school attendance. OAG reports that more than 75% of students and families referred to Attend successfully completed mediation. Given the success, we were disappointed to see $213,000/2 FTEs cut from the juvenile section within the Public Safety Division, which houses OAG's truancy reduction work, among other important programs. As the budget books do not provide sufficient clarity regarding allocation of funds within this section, we urge the committee to work with OAG to determine the specific impact these cuts will have on the agency's ability to support district youth. Moreover, if these cuts will directly impact OAG's Attend program, we strongly urge you to restore the funds necessary to ensure this program can continue its crucial work. Regarding OAG's support for tenants, my colleague Laisha Japp testified during performance oversight about the innovative work of OAG's mediation program. When traditional lawsuits are not able to resolve disputes between landlords and tenants, the mediation team has been able to step in and forge alternative paths to address issues To address issues, as above, the budget books are not sufficiently detailed regarding the specific programs funded within a division or office. While we were glad to see a modest increase to the budget for OAG's Office of Consumer Protection, there is no way to tell whether the mediation team is maintained. We urge the committee to work with the Attorney General to ensure the mediation program is preserved in FY26. Additionally, we noticed a significant cut to OAG's litigation support fund from $27 million in FY25 to just under $11 million in FY26. This is a nearly 60% reduction. The only indication as to the reason for this cut is, quote, to reduce the budget to required levels. We are concerned about the potential impact this cut will have on programs like Attend and the mediation team that directly support DC residents. Given the limited information available in the budget books, we strongly urge the committee to use next week's hearing with the Attorney General and his team to identify the impacts of this significant reduction to OAG's litigation support fund. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Lila Miller, partner Relman Colfax PLLC.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to participate this afternoon. My name is Lila Miller, and I'm a partner at Relman Colfax, a law firm dedicated to protecting civil rights and enforcing our nation's civil rights laws. We represent individuals and organizations that have faced discrimination, and fair housing work is our bread and butter. Although we have a nationwide practice, we are particularly proud of the clients and communities we have served in our own backyard, Washington, D.C., and we have been lucky enough to work alongside OAG's affirmative enforcement team when vindicating the rights of our clients. From that partnership, it is clear to us that the affirmative enforcement work of OAG is essential and that continued funding is imperative. I want to highlight 4 reasons why OAG's affirmative work is critical to protecting the rights of DC residents. First, because there are not enough pro bono and low bono lawyers available to represent everyone with meritorious civil rights claims, OAG's pursuit of such claims fills an enforcement gap. Without OAG's work, many violations would go unremedied. Second, OAG can achieve systemic change, both through investigations and by obtaining prospective policy changes. The latter is especially important because it is often unavailable through private litigation, where plaintiffs might be limited to individualized retrospective relief. Third, private defendants rightly take seriously enforcement actions brought by the district, which can lead to swifter resolutions. In a world where justice delayed often morphs into justice denied, the value of expedient results cannot be overstated. Fourth and finally, our clients have found the support and imprimatur of the district validating. Knowing that the district is standing beside you in the fight for justice can help repair the dignitary harms inflicted by unlawful discrimination. OAG's affirmative litigation ensures that the district laws are not merely paper tigers, and we are truly grateful for OAG's tireless work on behalf of district residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Goulet, public witness, or are you testifying on your capacity on state board?
I'm testifying as the Ward 3 member, but in my personal capacity in that role.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and Council staff and Attorney General Schwab. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. I'm delighted to join you at today's committee hearing on the FY26 budget oversight of OAG. I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a Ward 3 representative today and not on behalf of the collective board. A stated mission of OAG in the FY26 budget submission is to independently and objectively pursue the public interest. The office's budget includes a robust public advocacy program. I want to highlight an ongoing situation where OAG's public advocacy program is particularly necessary at this time. DC Public Schools recently abruptly changed deferral policies related to the kindergarten age of enrollment without any advance notice to parents or to private and parochial pre-K programs. DCPS informed families whose children have birthdays prior to September 30th that their children must skip kindergarten and go directly to first grade. And it has voided previously approved developmental waivers issued by DCPS itself. DCPS has offered to assess children and says it will consider demoting them back to kindergarten, but only in the fall after the children struggle in first grade. In at least 2 instances, DCPS ordered families to leave pre-K-4 programs with approximately 2 months remaining in the school year and said they must enroll their children in DCPS kindergarten, and when the families rightfully refused to do so, Chancellor Farabee and DCPS leadership then submitted frivolous reports to the Child and Family Services Agency, known as CFSA, for truancy and educational child neglect to retaliate against families who were advocating for the best interests of their young children. A 5-year-old attending a 5-day per week pre-K-4 class is neither truant nor a victim of educational neglect. Chancellor Farabee attempts to justify his actions by saying that DCPS doesn't consider a pre-K program in a private or parochial school to be a school, and says that DCPS is a mandatory reporter, so he feels he has no choice but to report these families for truancy. I do not find this explanation to be credible. OAG is protecting juveniles in actual instances of educational neglect and has a vested interest, since they have limited resources in the budget, of preventing frivolous and retaliatory reporting of families. I request that OAG investigate who at DCPS ordered these frivolous reportings and why. Second, many of these parents are now considering hiring legal counsel to sue DCPS. I ask that OAG refuse to use its resources to represent DCPS in this matter, as the conduct of Chancellor Farabee and his staff is directly against the best interests of these children and is against the public interest. Intimidation of parents advocating for their children cannot be tolerated. This retaliation is designed to scare parents into accepting an ill-conceived policy change that DCPS implemented without proper notice. Further, frivolous reports to CFSA distract that agency and OAG from using their limited resources to help children who are actually experiencing child neglect in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today before the committee. I am available to answer any questions that you may have, and I am available to connect with OAG staff after the hearing by phone or email to discuss the matter further. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you. Ricardo O'Neill, public witness.
Good afternoon, and thank you. It's an honor to be here. I just want to say the OAG has been a wonderful organization, and I would like to highlight a specific organization within the organization. It's called the Alternative Solutions Center, and it is an extremely beneficial initiative that I think that I would love for the councilmen and women to take a look at, because it's pretty much bringing fatherless to those children that do not have a father together. And their main goal is to allow these parents to co-parent. That is the main goal. And so we talk about budget and talking about child support and how certain programs can replay programs and the lack of going to the children, when essentially we have two people who could potentially be 10F babies and Section 8 babies. Let's, call a spade a spade. A lot of it comes from the generalized area. But if there is more co-parenting and togetherness and coming involved, that actually boosts the economy, which will create a better overall Washington, D.C. And I'm also a Washingtonian, born and raised here as well. And it has also helped me become consistent as a father, because myself has been on child support. And unfortunately, to the deadbeats, the ones that are getting taken advantage of, I'm the one who, in my situation, is getting taken advantage of within the system. But they gave me hope, they gave me courage, they gave me a community where I can build and grow from. And I really think that that specific organization alone get taken a look at, get some specific funding so we can get more activities involved. Because again, when we say non-custodial and custodial, the numbers do not lie. It's really man versus women. But if we can balance things out, and in our class, we also have women as well, so I'm not being biased. But if we can balance out, custodial, non-custodial, and come to co-parenting, that will really impact our neighborhoods, our communities, giving the father an outlet to do more with the children. And I think, a lot of these problems when it comes to safer environments in the community and the protection of other people's children, it all starts at home. So once we can really dive in and focus on, programs that's going to really help home base, I think that's when we'll really truly start seeing a different side of DC that we have never seen. And furthermore, I do want to say I truly hope that the ASC do not get cut at all, because it's a living testimony for myself to go through. I'm a victim of circumstances and inconveniences that I have no one to blame but myself. But if it wasn't for people, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Bryan, Mr. Davis, that came in and showed me like basically the blueprint. And the Alternative Solutions Center also helps people find jobs, employment, homes, things that we kind of need to really, again, take care of our families, which will create better environments, not for just our children that we're going to court for, this, that, and the third, but your children as well. So I definitely am on board for the OAG getting an increase in the financial, and I truly hope that, moving forward, there will be a look into the ASC furthermore, and to kind of see the production, like what is are some of the good pictures and images that we have of the good side of the poverty communities, because there's a lot of goodness and healing in those areas too that's not being displayed. So you have other people that's hopeless, down and out with no direction, and there are resources that can be promoted. And I think the ASC should be promoted throughout DC, metro buses, everything.
Mr. O'Neill,
I'm sorry.
You're over time. If I can ask that you wrap up.
Okay, and that's just all. I just would love to see more promotion with ASC, and thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much. Brian Griffith, public witness. Aaron Askew, public witness.
Yes, I'm not sure how to work this, but I'm gonna try my best.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Aaron Askew, and I also want to speak in reference of the ASC this here shortly. As this first time I've ever stepped out of my boundary and listened to anything like what's going on right now. I'm a DC resident, born and raised here, born and raised in Ward 4. And I've watched so many different things go on in this city, and I've never thought that I would even be in DC system coming up as a DC resident. And I didn't trust the system. I didn't trust nothing about a lot of the things that I've heard before it was my time to be called. But it wasn't until I got to the ASC, the group of people that I had to go through and grow with, actually. Miss Angelique Young, Mr. Stevenson, Brad Tillman, Isaiah Davis, Day Buford. These people didn't just do their job; they did more than their job. They brought a sense of warmth to helping you know that there is life on the other side of whatever it is you may be facing. And when I say the things that I've been facing, I went through the deepest storms where I feel that public services and family services dropped the ball on me, but it was the ASC that brought me back into play. And I don't know whatever budget they looking for, asking for, anything like that, but I think it's well deserved for what they do, for the dedication that they put into it, the lives that they have helped save. And I say that from my personal walk. So, whatever decision that has to be made to help further this city, they are part of some of these other organizations that's going to come before you, and they help send people that way, and they are success stories. It's behind everything that I've heard so far. And if it's within budget, whatever they asking for, or however it may go, I am a DC Live resident that can say that this group of people, this community, this organization, this program really puts forth honest efforts every day that they clock in to make sure that somebody that comes across their desk in the District of Columbia is really actually getting what they need. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Askew. Marcia Young, public witness. Ushena Agenti, public witness. Jane Levin, public witness.
Hi. So I am a recent resident of
Washington, D.C. I moved here after retirement in 2022. And I'm learning to navigate DC government and services. So today I would like to tell you about my extremely positive experience with the OAG office regarding consumer protections and mediation. And in 2023, I used a local appliance repair service, Mr. Appliance, who was certified by the manufacturer to do the work. I was charged $600 for the repair, even though the part was under warranty as clearly stated on the front of the appliance. Unfortunately, I was not home during the repair, so I could not question the repair service about the charges. When I returned home, I realized Mr. Appliance had unknowingly charged me for a part that was under warranty. I called both Mr. Appliance and the manufacturer continually for 3 months, but got nowhere. In February of this year, I received a general email from the OAG listing their services and encouraging DC residents to contact the office with complaints regarding consumer fraud. I immediately contacted the OAG, and the staff member who handled my case was very thorough and efficient. It took about 2 months of correspondence with both Mr. Appliance and LG, the manufacturer. And while Mr. Appliance refused to make good on having illegally charged me for the part under warranty, the manufacturer finally came through with an apology and a check for $402.63. I'm a longtime consumer advocate, and I feel strongly that everyone's quality of life is negatively impacted by businesses who have no conscience about taking advantage of customers. Too many businesses today seem to have adopted a nickel and dime business model where they unethically extract money from consumers with the expectation that they will give up and go away. Consumers more than ever need protection against unethical and illegal business practices. I'm so grateful to the OAG, not just because I prevailed in getting a refund, but because it's such a positive experience to witness that justice, however small, can win out. I hope my example illustrates how important it is to the DC citizens to fully fund the OAG's Office of Mediation and Consumer Protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Valerie Winchell, public witness. Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Daryl Alexander. Tiffany Montgomery, public witness.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to talk about the Public Corruption Division within the DC Office of the Attorney General. This division seems to be trying to rectify the fraud on the courts committed by the DC Attorney General's Civil Litigation Unit under corrupt former DC Attorney General Carl Racine. The two dishonest DC Attorney Generals were Bert Lopez and I forgot her name but basically right now the Public Corruption Division has to remedy the fraud on the court committed by OAG. There were two criminal referrals made against DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability officials. And one of the DC Bega attorneys, that being Chief Counsel Johnny Barton, was criminally misusing his government office to illegally operate a private law firm. And, you know, I was actually contacted by the DC Superior Court. I was interviewed by two judges who confirmed that Mr. Barton's misuse of his government office was criminal, and the male judge advised that he may make a referral to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I am very disappointed in the dishonesty of OAG under Carl Racine. But I do want to put on the record that I do thank Committee Director Kevin Chavis for his excellent work. He's in another committee called SEAL. And I also want to put on the record that the Public Corruption Division and as well as current DC Attorney General Brian Schwab are aware that Director Kevin Chavis contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office in order to report the perjury of Inspector General Lucas. You are aware that I'm assisting United States Congress. This has been ongoing for multiple years now. You were aware that Bega was referred for criminal investigation. Unfortunately, you failed to act in the public's interest, but I am putting this information on the record, and I do hope that current DC Attorney General Brian Schwab, conducts himself in an ethical manner, unlike his predecessor, Mr. Racine, and that he exercises leadership and he basically directs the Public Corruption Division to fairly and objectively do its job and to basically follow its legal mandate, because I was told by Congress that the Attorney General's office receives public funding. So Congress is watching, and the DC Attorney General's office is aware of certain very serious criminal matters within DC government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. As I said earlier, I really don't want to cut anybody off. If I can ask everybody's help, we have about 100 more witnesses to go, and I want to make sure we hear from everybody. So if everyone can help me in sticking to your 3 minutes. We're going to return to Uchenna Agenti, public witness. Okay, Ivana Ushkokovic. Kimberly Kellerhouse. Chris Kearns McCoy. Elena Tyarts.
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Okay. Dear Councilwoman Pinto, thank you for holding this important hearing today. My name is Elena Tyarts, and I'm one of your constituents from Ward 2. I've been a DC resident for 4 years, and I want to thank you and your team for making Ward 2 especially a great place to live. It's my honor to be testifying today in support of fully funding the Office of the DC Attorney General Consumer Protection Mediation Program. Every DC resident deserves to access these critically important services for free. In April, I was about to lose my job during the presidential transition, and I filled out an online form to compare potential health insurance plans for what I thought was DC's marketplace for health insurance. It was not. The website named dchealthcare.org proceeded to have staff call me from different phone numbers, all with the area code of my hometown, multiple times a day. I repeatedly told staff that I no longer wished to be called, to which staff hung up on me or ignored me and continued the call script. I tried to block the phone calls, however, members of the organization continued to use new phone numbers. I was getting 5 to 10 calls a day, which was infuriating and made it difficult for me to do my new job. On April 2nd, this led me to file a complaint with the DC OAG office, and that same day, OAG mediation intern Marissa Wang reached out to me for more information. As a former constituent correspondence manager on Capitol Hill, I was shocked at how fast someone from the OAG office reached out to me. We wish we could have those response times. After a quick conversation with Marissa, she found the website's Do Not Contact page, which I filled out. However, The calls continued nonstop. At this point, she referred me to a staff member who sent the website a letter asking them to immediately cease their calls. It was only after Mark sent this letter that the calls finally stopped. With Mark's letter, DC's OAG mediation program is not only helping me resolve my case, he's also protecting all consumers who have been subject to incessant calls from a website mirroring the DC healthcare marketplace. It's important that we hold companies and their partners accountable for violating Americans' privacy. DC OAG's mediation program plays a critical role in that being possible. I strongly urge you to fully fund this necessary program to ensure that other DC residents can take advantage of the essential services that their incredible team provides, from interns to staff. Thank you for your consideration and for giving me this time.
Thank you. And we'll come back to Uchenna Agenti, public witness. I don't know if you're still having issues on your mute button, but we can't hear you. Okay, I see your name on the screen. You try to unmute yourself.
Oh, hi. Sorry about that. My name is Uchenna Agenti, and I'm here today to strongly advocate in support of funding for OAG mediation. Without OAG mediation's assistance, I probably would not have been able to resolve my debt collection concerns. The debt collector in question was very, very, they laughed at me when I told them I was going to be filing a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which I did. And each one was, I filed 4 complaints, all were closed out without a resolution. And as a last resort, I reached out to OAG and they were quick to respond, which was very, 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 very helpful. And they've helped me to resolve my debt collection issue. Without their help, I would probably not have been able to get help. It's expensive and extremely difficult, even for me, to even trying to fight this, to get it off my credit report because of the negativity it would have on, my future for myself and my son. And so I am most grateful to OAG Mediation, and I am strongly in support of their continued funding so that their services can be accessible and available to people like me who don't have anywhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Stamper. Rafael Lacayo.
Yes. I need translation.
Hola, señor Rafael, aquí estoy, Leonina. Usted si quiere puede leer su testimonio y yo cuando usted termine, Alana me dio su copia y puedo leerlo aquí. ¿Está bien?
Está bien. Muy buenos días, honorable concejal Pinto y concejales todos. Mi nombre es Rafael Lacayo, soy miembro de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadores del Hogar, del capítulo de DMC y parte de las muchas personas que impulsamos la Carta de Derechos para las Trabajadoras del Hogar. Hoy venimos a pedir su apoyo para que esta ley se implemente de forma real y efectiva. Desde hace 5 años cuido a un adulto mayor y antes trabajaba con mi esposa en la limpieza de casas. Me siento orgulloso de hacer este trabajo digno y valioso, porque no solo aporta el sustento a mi familia, sino que también es una labor profundamente humana. Cuidamos a personas que en muchos casos dieron todo por los demás y ahora necesitan de nosotros. Les damos compañía, apoyo, consuelo y amor. Nuestro trabajo mejora la calidad de vida de quienes a menudo son olvidados. Pero a pesar de la importancia de esta labor, muchas trabajadoras del hogar no conocemos nuestros derechos, no sabemos cómo presentar una queja si sufrimos abusos o cómo pedir un contrato escrito. Por eso, la educación es fundamental y el programa de la Oficina del Fiscal General ha sido clave en esto. Gracias a una beca de este programa, recibí formación y luego pude capacitar a muchas otras personas cómo trabajar de alcance. Ese conocimiento se multiplicó y hoy somos más quienes sabemos cómo defendernos. Recortar los fondos para este programa no solo debilita la implementación de la Carta de Derechos, sino que perpetúa la desigualdad y la explotación en un sector históricamente vulnerable. Por eso, pedimos al Consejo de DC que asigne los $400,000 en fondos recurrentes para asegurar que las leyes laborales se cumplan y que más trabajadores del hogar puedan vivir y trabajar con dignidad. Finalmente, muchas trabajadoras inmigrantes vivimos con miedo a hablar por temor y represalias, incluso amenazas de inmigración. Por eso les pedimos también que a esta ciudad reafirme su compromiso como ciudad santuario. Necesitamos sentirnos seguros, apoyadas y valoradas. Muchas gracias por su atención. Muy amable.
Good day, Honorable Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Rafaela Lacayo. I am a member of the National Alliance for Domestic Workers, DMV chapter, and I am one of the many people that push forward the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights. And today we have come to ask for your support for this law to be implemented in a real and effective way. For 5 years, I have been taking care of an adult, an elderly person. And before I worked with my wife cleaning houses. I feel very proud of this work because it is dignified and it is valuable, because not only am I sustaining my family that way, but it is a labor that is profoundly human. We take care of people that in many cases have given everything to other people, and they need us now. And we give them company and support and counsel and love. And our work betters the quality of life of those folks that are oftentimes forgotten. But besides that, the importance of this labor of many workers, domestic workers, is that we don't know our rights. We don't know how to present some kind of complaint if we're suffering abuse, or how to ask for a written contract. That is why education is so fundamental, and why the program of the General Fiscal Office has been so key. Thank you. Thanks to this program, I have received information, and later I was able to capacitate many other people that are workers with this information. We know that this knowledge has multiplied, and today we are many more who want to know how to defend ourselves. Cutting these funds to this program not only will it debilitate the implementation of the Workers' Bill of Rights, but it will also perpetuate the inequality and the exploitation of a sector that is historically vulnerable. That is why we are asking the DC Council that they assign $400,000 in recurrent funds funds to ensure that all of these labor laws are taken care of so that many more workers, domestic workers, can live and work with dignity. Finally, many immigrant workers are living with fear to speak up against because of retaliation, including threats with immigration. That is why we continue ask that this city reaffirms its compromise as a city that is a sanctuary. We need to feel secure, supported, and valued. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Aaron Finkelhausen, President, AFGE Local 1403.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am the president of AFGE Local 1403, the Union for District Government Attorneys. Local 1403 represents more than 300 line attorneys that serve in the Office of the Attorney General and the executive agencies of the District of Columbia. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony to the committee regarding the mayor's FY26 budget proposal for OAG. I ask that the council continue to fully fund OAG, and I want to again urge the council to act quickly to approve our collective bargaining agreement. We have heard from many public witnesses today about the importance of OAG to our community. OAG is and always has been a revenue generating agency, and more than merely generating funds for the district, OAG also, through affirmative litigation, puts money back into the pockets of the public when they are overcharged or cheated by unfair business practices. OAG also protects the public fisc by defending claims against the city. Funds devoted to OAG are always money well spent. Consequently, I urge you all to fully fund OAG, especially in light of the economic and political challenges the district currently faces. All that being said, morale amongst our members is awful. And unfortunately, the Attorney General lacks the power to solve the problem. See, we've been negotiating our collective bargaining agreement that was supposed to go in effect October 1st, 2023, since June 2022. Late last year, the union finally gave in to the pressure caused by delay and economic inflation. We chose to accept the mayor's terms. We had hoped that by leaving much of what we are owed on the table, we could take a little and receive it promptly. But now, 6 months after we reached an agreement, we are still empty-handed. Our members do not feel valued because the district has treated our economic realities as the lowest priority. Now the mayor has recently indicated she intends to provide our members with the benefit of our bargain sometime after October 2025, nearly a year after we reached an agreement. But October marks the beginning of the third and final year of the agreement. And when we sought to confirm the details of that representation, we were rebuffed and directed back to the vague statement itself. In fact, this month, we will begin the process to start negotiating our next collective bargaining agreement. Consequently, morale amongst our union members is lower than it has ever been in my tenure with the office. In the face of these delay tactics, labor unions have one weapon to wield against their employers, the right to strike. But government employees are deprived of that weapon. And so I come before you representing our union, unarmed, begging you to help us. Please pressure the mayor to submit our CBA, which is currently being held with OPLA, and vote to pass it as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Finkenhausen. And I just will say I share your concern. I think this is really important, and we're working right now to figure out a solution to address the challenge. So thank you for being here today, and thank you to all of the members of your union for the crucial work that you do on behalf of our city every day. Ian Clark. Betty Washington.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Washington. I'm from Ward 7. I've been a resident since 1988. The DC Office of Attorney General mediation program helped me to recover a substantial deposit for me from National Floors Direct. In this case, there were about 600 consumer complaints from various states against the flooring company, with issues ranging from refusal, return, my deposit, contract disorders, and an inability to meet contractual obligation and promises. In cases like this, the DC OAG mediation program specifically unanimously protect DC residents. The DC OAG mediation program is not necessarily a free program. It is a cost-effective plan of action that benefits the citizen or consumers. Citizen funds the government. In turn, the government protects the funds, interests, and rights of the citizen. Mediation programs are far less expensive for a company, agency, or a consumer than a trial process. In our case, a trial with out of a state attorney will have cost more money to resolve than the smooth resolution we achieved through the District of Columbia Office of Attorney General mediation process. These are the reasons that I support the continued funding of this successful and cost-effective program. Thank you. Thank you, DCOAG Mediation Program.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Melvin McLean. Commissioner Mark Friend. Willa Neal. Tawana Ricks. Terrence Thurman, public witness.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead.
I'm just calling on behalf of the OAG Consumer Protection. I had a issue with a hotel charging me for smoking in the room when I never smoked in the room. There was no proof of me smoking, and it was $265, not a lot of money. But when I told them, that I didn't, they said, take it up with the hotel chain. I called them and they wouldn't help me. My credit card company, they wouldn't help me. They was like they couldn't do anything, and I just felt like I had nobody to turn to. And even when I talked to the hotel chain, the consumer people, they were saying, this has been happening a lot at the hotel, but because the hotel is a franchise, we can't do anything about it. So I know it's a lot of other people who were going through this, and I was just, grateful for the consumer protection people who were there, who literally, as soon as I reached out to them, they sent a letter over. I was able to find the regional vice president on LinkedIn because it was $265, but this is like, I felt like I was fighting for a lot of people who have been going through this. And I gave them the regional vice president's number, and they sent them a letter, and then he contacted me on LinkedIn. He contacted them back, and he refunded my money. So I know it's just a small thing, but that amount of money can really impact people who are struggling. And I was just thankful for the agency for helping me to get through that. And I think they should be funded to give people other options when they need help. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman. Tyshell Mosley. Roger Marmette. He's for DC.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pinto. I'm here specifically to speak about the Office of the Attorney General's Cure the Streets budget proposal put forward by the mayor. The mayor's budget decimates Cure the Streets and puts public safety at risk across the city. And if not addressed by the council, would undo much of the progress we've made in establishing street outreach and community violence intervention based on proven programs across the country. Cure the Streets' 10 neighborhood sites are well structured and appropriately staffed and focus on small geographic areas that have been proven to be drivers of gun violence within the communities that have suffered the most. For sure, Cure the Streets isn't perfect, and we can always improve upon the implementation. But under OAG, Cure has followed the proven model with fidelity and care. The grant making is done in an incredibly efficient and financially responsible way. There's no massive overhead, and grants are monitored with rigor. To implement CVI, you must be embedded in neighborhoods with the highest rates of violence. You can't change locations within a fiscal year if there's a spike somewhere else. That is the essence of community violence intervention. And we as a city need to keep following this neighborhood-based model, even as the model may change under the Office of Neighborhood Safety. In principle, Cure the Streets and the Office of Neighborhood Safety's violence intervention efforts should be under one umbrella, as called for in Chair Pinto's Peace DC plan. But the mayor's budget shows at best a lack of commitment to Cure the Streets, and the council must try to find money elsewhere, either from the settlement fund or other places within the public safety cluster to restore this funding. I encourage you to demand this restoration of the funding, and unfortunately for now, I encourage you to keep Cure the Streets where it is, because we need a commitment to proven practices. We need to all know that we're following with fidelity, and we can continue to research if a neighborhood-based model is better or worse than a ward-based model. Eliminating Cure the Streets will jeopardize all the progress we've made on street outreach and building trust, and threatens public safety. Thanks for hearing my testimony, and I appreciate your efforts on behalf of CVI in DC.
Thank you, Mr. Marmette. Ruth Wilcox. Okay, and Asietu Kamara. Okay, that concludes our testimony from public witnesses for the Office of Attorney General. I want to thank everybody who shared your perspective, mostly positive, but about the important work that the Office of Attorney General does. And I hear you loud and clear on the many programs that need continued or increased funding to ensure that their services can be delivered. So thank you all for taking the time. You can still submit your testimony to be added to the record, and we are going to turn to the Department of Corrections now. So we are going to begin with our in-person witnesses for the Department of Corrections. Robert Vincent Branham, Karen Werner. Karen Werner here. Zachary Ragone. Alana Eichner. Nene Taylor. Corna Flowers. Hi, welcome. If Alana could sit here, and then Mr. Flowers, you could sit second. Yep. Alana first, and then, yep. Corna second. Alicia Yas. Tracy Velasquez. You know what, Ms. Velasquez, why don't we put you on a panel with your colleague? So if you can hold for a second. Kate Sugarman. Okay, great. We'll start with these four. All right, Alana Eichner, DMV Chapter Co-Director, National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Okay, thank you for having me again. The reason I'm testifying a second time today is because I have the great privilege of working every day with members of DC's immigrant community, and that's what makes me so deeply opposed to the language that Mayor Bowser included in her proposed budget to repeal provisions of the Sanctuary Values Act and make it easier for MPD and Department of Corrections to work with immigration enforcement officials. The community in 2020 fought so hard for the Sanctuary Values Act because it was necessary. Provisions of this law provide real important protections, and we know that because before the Sanctuary Values Act, there was a mayor's order from Vince Gray, and elected officials used the word sanctuary to talk about our city. But during that time, district agencies like the DC jail and the MPD regularly turned people over to ICE without a warrant. According to a FOIA request from that time period between 2016 and 2019, 43 at least undocumented folks were turned over to immigration, and the number is probably much higher because these were just folks who were turned over when they were in jail versus folks who were captured by ICE right after leaving jail because the jail will give ICE a heads up if they have a ICE detainer. We must keep the protections of the Sanctuary Values Act because these are real, deeply precious humans' lives that we're talking about. I think most of us who are white and were born in this country cannot even begin to imagine the level of fear that our immigrant neighbors are living with right now. And making it officially easier for DOC and MPD to work hand in hand with ICE will escalate that level of fear and will lead to more folks being separated from their loved ones. I mean, imagine if you woke up every day and you had to wonder if your loved one would come home from work safely, or if you went to the doctor or public transportation, if that would lead to you being targeted and not being able to be with your family. This is really not hyperbole. I talk to folks every day who have already witnessed their neighbors be shoved into an unmarked car in a parking lot in Washington, D.C., and wonder if they'll be next. It is an indescribable amount of trauma and fear that immigrants are carrying right now. This immigrant community, as I think you know, is one of the best parts of the city. The immigrants I get to work with most closely are caregivers. They give their whole hearts to perform deeply humane, dignified work, and they make the lives of so many in the city possible. This is not a moment for our city's leaders to be small, afraid, or compliant with the cruel aims of the Trump administration. I think we want to look back and know that we were on the right side of history here. Just yesterday, a member of my organization who was going to testify told me that she had to withdraw because she couldn't have her name anywhere. She was too scared. I had to take her name from the witness list. So my voice is not just my voice, it's representing so many people who cannot put their name out publicly right now because they're too scared. Sanctuary policies keep our whole community safe. No one benefits when segments of our population cannot call on district services or agencies because of fear of deportation. I have not heard any elected officials in this city say they support immigrants or stand against this rhetoric or lay out a clear plan for what they will do to protect immigrant communities, and that's unacceptable. So ensuring that Mayor Bowser's language is not in the budget is the minimum the council should be doing right now to stand with immigrants. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you very much. And I agree that our immigrant communities are extremely important and make up so much of the fabric of our city, and they deserve to be safe and protected, period.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
We will now hear from Corna Flowers, facilitator, Corna's Character Development Academy, LLC, Thinking for a Change.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. And I want to thank God for the opportunity. I stand here to represent the Department of Corrections, especially the Education Department, as facilitator of the Thinking for a Change program. I want to start off by saying thank you again for your support to the Department of Corrections. Gratitude is the best attitude. I do have a written testimonial, but I don't think I can go through that within the limited time we have. But what I would like to share with this body, a short story. Growing up as a young boy, I watched my mom cook 5 days a week. At the end of every day, she'll take the leftover and put it in the freezer. On Saturday, she didn't cook. She went to the freezer and took all the leftover and made a gourmet out of it. It tasted so well, and we were very happy as we ate it. That was the best thing of the week. I learned a lot from that story, that sometimes in life, our leftover are abuse, addiction, crime, and you can just name it. But we owe it to ourselves and the people who look up to us to make something of our leftover, because it's not how we start, but how we finish. Behind the walls of the Department of Corrections, the Central Treatment Facility, the detention facility, are leftovers of crime, leftovers of abuse, mothers who have not seen their kids. And with a hands-on experience, you get that appeal every day of the benefits that this program or all the programs bring to them. The Department of Correction have taken on a remarkable job trying to turn those leftovers into useful people in our community, that we don't have leftover coming back from the jail to the community, but we have useful citizens through the transformation of our mindset. We know that it's mentality over ability. All crimes can be rooted back to mindset. Mindset and attitude controls our behavior every day and everywhere. And so the Department of Education within Corrections is doing a tremendous job through your support to make sure that those who are incarcerated, their minds are not given to idle work. With all the education program within the jail, more suicides, more assault on staff, and more of everything. You just name it. I was within the general population, women general population on Thursday, and we were studying a subject on relationship, choosing forgiveness over hate, choosing education over why not. And I asked, and she has a list of the testimony that came from the women who are currently incarcerated, appealing for your support. Thank you very much for your time. Your support is making a difference.
Thank you very much. Alicia Yas, Supervising Policy Council, ACLU-DC.
Hello again, Chairwoman Pinto, and thank you for the opportunity to speak again on the Department of Corrections. I do just want to state for the record that the ACLU-DC is in full support of DC's current sanctuary city policies, and while that will not be the focus of my testimony today, I did want that fact on the record. We urge the Council to take a close look at the recent report from the DC Auditor and the Center for Court Excellence, which is titled Urgent Need for a New DC Jail, when analyzing the budget for the Department of Corrections. The findings of this report underscore the need for immediate action on the DC jail, and some key points are that over the audit period, there were over 1,595 priority 1 maintenance issues logged, which is more than 4 per day. During the audit year, the jail population grew 41%. 8 people died while in DOC custody during the audit period. And residents struggle with job readiness and release preparation, with more than half of survey respondents indicating they do not have employment set up once released, and only 36.5% of residents feel that the facility does a good job of preparing them for release. Unfortunately, these are only a fraction of the report's problematic findings, and we advise the Council to review the report in full when looking at the Department of Corrections budget. We are particularly focused on the mayor's plan to remove the new DC jail from the capital budget and instead seek private funding, as it raises a broad range of concerns. Among those are the fact that seeking private funding and removing appropriation authority from the capital project related to expenditure of public dollars is likely to delay a process that has already been ongoing for years. This is especially concerning when considering the findings of the above referenced report and the habitability of the jail. A second concern is that public available details on a proposed private funding scheme are scant. For instance, it is unclear who would control the design and the location of the new jail, and whether that location, design process, and timeline would be in keeping with DOC's determined highest operational needs, or with the feedback that has already been received through the opportunities that were to date created for engagement with the community on this project. It is imperative that DC be in control of these decisions. The district must be accountable and able to ensure that the entire process protects the health and safety of those incarcerated and will create a system that will prepare them for release and successful reintegration into DC communities. Providing a safe jail is a core government function, and it must protect the Eighth Amendment rights against cruel and unusual punishment. The council needs detailed information on any plan for a new DC jail before it can consider whether it should be in the capital budget or not, and any other budget allocations for the Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Kate Sugarman, public witness.
Yes, I'm Dr. Kate Sugarman. I'm a family doctor. I've been a public health doctor in DC since 2003. I work in federally qualified health centers, which is our safety net for patients who are low income and underserved. I am a proud granddaughter of immigrants. I'm also a leader nationally and locally of Doctors for Camp Closure, a national and local organization that promotes fair and justice for our immigrant neighbors. I'm calling for, I celebrate the Sanctuary Values Act, and I urge the council to support the Sanctuary Values Act. As a primary care doctor, I know how critical it is for my patients to seek out medical care in a timely fashion. If my patients delay seeking medical care because they fear getting taken away by ICE agents, they risk permanent disability and death, and these are preventable deaths. We know that when patients stayed home during the height of COVID, sometimes they had chest pain, they had stroke symptoms, they were too afraid of COVID to leave their homes, and these patients died. We don't want that to happen again because patients fear being abducted and taken away from their families due to ICE raids. So it is critical that my patients, that all of our patients feel free and safe to seek out medical care and not be afraid of being picked up by ICE. I know as a primary care doctor that my patients need to feel comfortable coming to the clinic. If they feel a mass, if they're bleeding, these could be signs of cancer. Signs of cancer need to be assessed and treated immediately because, as we all know, a delayed diagnosis of cancer means somebody has a much greater chance of dying. There's nothing more important to me than the well-being of my patients. I could be working in private practice. I could be working today. I lost a vacation day today. My passion is taking care of my patients, my immigrant neighbor patients. Most of my patients are immigrants. Many of my patients don't speak English. Our diversity is our strength. We know at our clinic, we have all learned Spanish. We have all learned Amharic. We enjoy each other's pupusas. We enjoy each other's injera. And as Doctors for Camp Closure, we urge you to pass the Sanctuary Values Act for all of our safety, for all of our well-being. And as we know, family separation and the fear of family separation causes undue suffering, and emotional suffering causes physical suffering, and it's our obligation to pass the Sanctuary Values Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony and for the work that you all do. Appreciate it. Our next panel will be Karen Werner, Tracy Velasquez, Katie McConville, and Nene Taylor. Thank you. Welcome to you all. We'll begin with Karen Werner, Chief Administrative Officer, Unity Healthcare. And if you could turn your microphone on. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Werner, and I'm the Chief Administrative Officer of Unity Healthcare. Unity is the largest community health center in the district, serving 76,000 patients annually. Since 2006, Unity has provided comprehensive healthcare services for DC jail residents. Because of Unity's unique model of integrated care, once released, individuals can continue their care at one of Unity's community health centers. Turning to the mayor's proposed budget, Unity appreciates the difficult trade-offs that must be made. Notwithstanding the mayor's tough choices, particularly involving the DC Alliance and Medicaid, Unity is committing to doing what is needed to build on successful collaborations with DOC. Now I'd like to share a few examples of the cost effectiveness of Unity's services. Unity's comprehensive intake process, which includes screening for HIV, STIs, and hepatitis C, is a prime example of decreasing public health costs and reducing community transmission of these conditions. If someone screens positive, they are treated and are less likely to infect others or develop costly complications. In partnership with Gilead Pharmaceuticals, Unity is able to conduct hepatitis C screening for all incoming patients. To date, we have screened over 10,000 residents for hepatitis C, and in the last 12 months, treated and cured 115 individuals. For each individual, this translates into nearly $200,000 of savings in future healthcare costs. By virtue of the services offered at the DC jail, Unity is one of the largest providers of behavioral health services in the district. In recent years, the need for services at the jail has increased. The percentage of residents with an active mental illness is now close to 58%, an increase from 9% in 2018. Unity is introducing new strategies, including a program known as TAMAR, which stands for Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery. Relatedly, Unity is working to streamline and improve integration of behavioral health and medical staff. Studies show that for every dollar spent on SUD treatment, substance use treatment, there is a corresponding reduction of $4 of healthcare costs and $7 in criminal justice costs. As an important investment, DOC has dramatically expanded SUD services in recent years, with funding from SAMHSA and in partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health. Unity and the DOC more than quadrupled the number of residents treated for SUD in the past 4 years, from 90 to over 400 patients per month. Maintaining SUD treatment programs is effective in reducing opioid overdose deaths, lowering associated healthcare costs, lessening criminal activity in the community, and decreasing recidivism. In conclusion, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Werner. Tracy Velasquez, Policy Director for the Council for Court Excellence.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am the Policy Director for the Council for Court Excellence. And thank you for hearing our testimony. Today, my testimony concerns the proposed capital budget for the Department of Corrections, primarily the mayor's plan to remove a new jail facility from the capital budget and rely on private investors to fund its construction. As you know, CCE recently completed a report on the DC jail on behalf of the Office of DC Auditor. It's here if anyone wants to read it. And I would be happy to discuss more details of it at a future time. In terms of those issues noted in the report most closely related to the need for the new jail, the problems associated with physical conditions are the most obvious. These included, as mentioned earlier, the more than 4 priority 1 work orders per day, which included things like broken locks and doors, sewage backups, residents trapped in cells, and there were 363 incidents involving homemade weapons, many likely made from the agency, the facility itself. The dated layout of the jail also likely played a role in violence, which included 580 resident assaults during the audit year. The current design makes it harder to keep separate those individuals in conflict and to monitor developing situations. Most residents surveyed by a DOC contractor also said the jail didn't do a good job of preparing them for release. CDF is not designed with the type of classrooms and spaces that are conducive for educational, vocational, and recreational activities. And lastly, the overall environment of the jail, with its lack of natural light and fresh air, general dinginess, and heating and cooling problems, can negatively affect people's mental health, which, as we know, is a serious issue at the jail. On average, 48 residents a month were placed on suicide watch or precaution during the audit year. It is for all these reasons that the report recommended that CDF be replaced and demolished as soon as possible. And obviously for staff as well, working these conditions is not working in terms of attracting and retaining staff. Through the documents we reviewed in preparing the report, CCE learned that in September 2023, DC officials were briefed that it would cost about $1 billion to build a single adequate facility. A phased approach was developed shortly thereafter. But the first phase had no general population beds, and the second phase, which didn't even have planning dollars in the 6-year capital budget, would leave men in CDF for another decade at least. We understand that there are many demands on the DC capital budget. However, zeroing out public dollars for the jail and putting the facility's future in the hands of private investors feels like the district is going for a Hail Mary pass. And there are many unanswered questions with this scheme, including, would private funding be sought to build a facility large enough for CDF to be closed and demolished? What would the construction timeline be? Who is determining what this new jail looks like? And will it be at the current jail site? And then most importantly, would investors only be providing cash and the district providing oversight, management, and programming? Or as you mentioned, is the mayor considering privatizing the DC jail? It's hard to imagine that all these questions can be answered and funding secured before the clock runs out for voting on the capital budget, which I know puts you and your fellow council members in a very challenging situation. Please know CCE would be happy to assist you and the council in the weeks ahead in assessing the options available to ensure a well-designed, high-quality new jail is built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie McConville, Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Katie McConville, and I am Policy Counsel at the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today concerns the operating budget for the Department of Corrections, particularly around healthcare, staffing, and food. Regarding healthcare, in our study on conditions in the DC jail written on behalf of the DC auditor, CCE found that during the audit period of July 2023 to June 2024, staff and residents reported problems with accessing medical care, including consistently providing prescribed medication and ensuring residents are taken to medical appointments. In addition, we found issues with meeting behavioral health needs, with 5 residents dying from overdoses. Also, despite approximately 70% of DOC residents being identified as having a mental health issue, 37% of mental health staff positions were vacant. The proposed budget indicates an enhancement of $40.6 million to support health contracts. However, it also shows a $16.5 million decrease in inmate health and food services contracts. Given there's only an overall increase of $1.4 million in spending on inmate health services from 2025 to 2026 and no increase in FTEs, it is unclear whether there will be a meaningful improvement in healthcare. We hope that DOC provides some clarity around this enhancement and support any budget increase that improves healthcare for jail residents. In terms of staffing, CCE's report noted a 15% vacancy rate and extensive use of overtime, which negatively affected staff and residents. The budget includes no increase in FTEs for institutional security and control, relying instead on a one-time budgeted increase of overtime of $4.9 million. Also, while there is a 4.6 average increase per FTE in funding for security and control employees, the budget also includes an average increase of 7.5% for those working in executive administration. We recommend that salary increases be focused to improve recruitment and retention of qualified correctional officers and other staff working directly with residents. Finally, the budget proposes a $192,000 reduction for the Prison Rape Elimination Act PREA division, which investigates claims of sexual abuse in the jail. During the audit period, residents and staff filed formal complaints regarding more than 125 incidents of sexual harassment or abuse, underscoring the vital need for maintaining PREA division funding. Turning to food, in our study, we noted that DC jail residents regularly reported inadequate food portions, a lack of variety or sufficient quantity of fresh fruits and vegetables, and instances of residents being served moldy, contaminated, or cold food. In a survey in late 2023, 62% of residents entering the jail ranked food quality as their top concern. Any reduction in inmate food services contracts will impact DOC's ability to provide healthy food to the jail population. We instead encourage council to ensure Section 32 of the Secure DC Act of 2024 is funded in FY 2026. This section mandates 2 daily servings each of dark green veggies, colored veggies, and raw fruit, and 5 ounces of protein-rich foods. Finally, we also encourage council to continue to pursue policies that can safely reduce the jail population, which would help decrease correctional expenses in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Nene Taylor, Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to testify earlier. Good afternoon. My name is Nene Taylor, Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and I would like to put on the record that we stand in solidarity and support for Sanctuary City. Harriet's Wildest Dreams is a Black-led community defense hub centering those most at risk for state-sanctioned violence. Through our various programs, including Court Watch DC program, we strive to make visible the impacts of the carceral violence and support those who are systems impacted and evolve. Over the years, we have bear witness to the inhumane and deplorable conditions that are at the other end of policing. The carceral system in DC goes from police to prosecutors to prison. The DC jails has been the site of dozens of deaths. If this same treatment was to happen in residents outside of the confines of a cell, there will be an outpouring of support of the system that caused it. However, because these strategies are occurring to people who have been deemed by society and its very council as criminals or inmates, there's no outcry, there's no accountability. These are humans, these are our community members, these are our loved ones. Being accused of a crime should not be a death sentence, but that is what is at risk each and every time someone is held prior to being convicted in this city. We all deserve safety and wellness, and the answer to safety is never going to be a cage. Budgets are moral documents and show exactly what a city cares about. This city would rather invest in more police than social services, which is evidenced by the cuts to this funding. The FY26 budget proposes $5 million in savings through cuts to social programs, notably reducing include Medicaid and TANF. Stricter eligibility requirements for Medicaid and temporary assistance programs for needy families are expected to result in about 25,000 residents losing Medicaid coverage. Healthcare Alliance programs. These programs serve 27,000 undocumented and low-income adults facing significant rollbacks, including the shift to pay-by-service model and biennial in-person re-enrollment, aiming to save $457 million over 4 years. Let's talk about emergency rental assistance. Funding emergency rental aid is reduced, impacting support for residents facing housing instability. There's other ways to boost the budget without jeopardizing the most vulnerable among us. According to the DC Fiscal Institute, DC can raise critical needed revenue by taxing the wealth. Over the next 3 years, largely due to federal layoffs, steep enough to throw DC into a mild recession, according to the Chief Financial Office in February revenue forecast, raising revenue through targeting tax increases on high wealth households and closing loopholes in DC business. Jesus Christ. I ain't even get through it's 5 minutes out there for organizations, isn't that?
No, it's 3 minutes for.
Okay, let me just conclude then. I'm gonna go all the way to the end. Me and Frankie didn't do it. Even more trouble has not secure. Okay, let's go here. I'm just gonna end. In time of budget cuts, we must ask, why are we funding polices that kill, harm, and destabilize people when we know what works? Invest in housing, invest in mental health care, and invest in violence interrupters, not more cages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And I will say, when it comes to deaths that happen at the Department of Corrections, any death is not acceptable and needs to be looked into. We have been trying to get the autopsy reports unsuccessfully, but last week we did ask Dr. Diaz, who runs the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, on the record to send our committee all of those autopsy reports, which he agreed to. So that is hopefully coming soon. I want to ask you, Ms. Werner, when we think about the mental health care needs of folks at the jail, how is Tamor working and how much funding is really required in the healthcare contract to ensure that residents' physical and mental health care needs are met?
So for Tamar, it is just one of the tools, I only have 3 minutes. So I was highlighting one of the newer tools, but I will say that there are many tools in the toolkit that we use. So Tamar is a small part of what is funded through the contract. I will also say that our new contract, which did increase funding for healthcare and mental health in the jail, started on January 1st and was signed just a couple days before. So we are ramping up. We are, trying to hire in this difficult environment as much as everybody else in the healthcare world is. So we are filling those vacancies that were discussed. In terms of the funding, I think I think the focus should be on substance use. We have in this new contract additional funding for mental health, and it's really a matter of hiring up for that, putting the programs in place, and really putting in place the enhancements that we negotiated with DOC during that process, or that they asked for during that process. And so I really would encourage us to think about making sure that the substance use side continues, because even with the increase, the increases that I talked about are wonderful and are great, but there is still such a need, and it's broad.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Velasquez, when it comes to the funding estimates for a new facility, which we all agree is important, the last couple of years we've fought for the $463 million for the new facility. The executive now says that per their estimates, it was going to cost over $1 billion. Has CCE looked at the amount that it will take just on the capital construction side to build a new facility?
Yes, thank you for that question. And just two real quick things. Just sneak in around the healthcare. We did look through the contracts for Unity. We actually didn't realize how quickly that contract was moving last year. And Unity asked for more money than they settled for. And we would like to know what the delta is in terms of what they asked for and what they got. So I'll just lay that out there, that maybe that's something that you might ask the Department of Corrections. In terms of the cost of the facility, when we went back and looked through, and the Department of General Services was very helpful in sending us a bunch of information about the planning, the administration knew back in September of 2023, the jail was going to cost $1 billion. That was the original building that they had, which would have housed everyone and allowed CDF to be closed and demolished. What we saw was that shortly after this was presented to the administration, suddenly a phase approach was brought in, which was phase one, which was the $463 million, and then a phase two, which really not very many details were released about. And phase one didn't have any general population beds. It seems like this is not an unexpected amount given what places like Baltimore are spending on a jail. The $1 billion then included like the parking lot and some ancillary. But even then, we weren't convinced this was the jail that really was the people of the District of Columbia needed to ensure that when we do choose to hold people in custody, their well-being is maintained. The most recent version of the jail doesn't include any outdoor space at all, none. So we have people in there a year, we have people in there 2 years who will never see the sky, who will never touch grass. I'm sorry. And that's not acceptable.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your work on this and your testimony, and we'll continue to stay in coordination. Okay. Kia Chatterjee, Nadia Salazar Sandy, Mackenzie Barris, John Payne, Ariana Smith, Nadia? Yeah. Okay. 1 second. All right, we will begin with Kia Chatterjee, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Kia Chatterjee. I am a constituent in Ward 2, as well as the Executive Director of Free DC, and I'm testifying in that capacity today. I know that these are relatively minor grievances compared to a lot of what we've heard today, but in the past few months, my son's extracurriculars have all been canceled at the Kennedy Center. He's a DCPS student. All of those outreach programs have been canceled. My husband has been illegally fired from a federal agency that has been under attack. And I feel like the last place we still have hope for getting good governance is at our local government, and we would like to see more good governance from here. I'm testifying today to ask that this committee support sanctuary. I was alarmed to see that language snuck into the budget proposal, and also that this committee reject the carceral budget that the mayor has proposed and create instead a caring budget that our community needs in the face of fascists consolidating power at the federal level, which is what we're seeing. I'm going to share just 2 of 10 bullets from the authoritarian playbook to shed some light on why this committee needs to reject any attacks on sanctuary, any attacks on protest, any demands for more pretrial detention, especially coming from the federal administration. The first bullet I want to share is that authoritarians always try to divide us and dominate us. That's why they attack the most vulnerable in our communities. And instead, what we need to do in the face of that is play as a team and show solidarity, come together across DC and defend our communities. And that team really should include all of our council that represents us. The second bullet I want to share is that authoritarians always use threats to get us to obey in advance. That's what they're doing with the budget right now. That's what they were doing with the DC local funds, and it's what they're doing right now. Successful pro-democracy movements do not give in to those threats. Successful movements plan in advance to make their repression backfire, and they cultivate collective courage and act together. So that's why I'm asking this committee to stay firmly rooted in our values as a community. In DC, we care for each other. Those are our values, and we want council to take actions that are based in our DC values and not defer to the racist values that we see from this regime right now. They want to divide and dominate us, and we cannot be abetting that. Their efforts are all about infringing on DC sovereignty. So I think it's really important that we recognize that this federal administration wants to cause us harm and that it has no place in our DC communities, not with ICE, not by allowing questionably appointed US attorneys to detain more people and keep them indefinitely in jails that are dangerous, not with local police taking any kind of guidance from federal agency. These are things that we cannot allow. The budget is the test of whether this council is on the side of us, the people, or on the side of this fascist administration. And so we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, I appreciate everybody's passion, but we still have got about 50 witnesses to get through. We've got some room constraints with the admin of the building. So I'm going to ask everyone to hold their applause, but I appreciate your important testimony. Nadia Salazar Sandy, public witness.
Hi, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you for having me here today. I will be sharing a testimony of one of our community members who is here anonymously. My name is Lina Gonzalez. Today I'm using an alias because the current mayor has decided to betray my migrant community, and now we live in fear. Mario Bowser has publicly let us know that the immigrant community is dispensable under this current administration, by trying but failing to silently include a provision in her budget that will repeal the Sanctuary Values Act. Since inauguration day, there has been defeating silence from local elected leaders. As federal agents enter our neighborhoods and disappear our mothers, fathers, siblings, and colleagues, I've woken up every morning since November with fear muffled in my throat and the anxiety that today could be my last day. It just keeps weighing me down. I arrived in DC when I was 18. I had left my southern state for a new chance at life in this beautiful city, the capital of hope, where migrants were not just welcomed but celebrated, that our voices were always uplifted. Throughout the past 8 years, I've witnessed the continuous decline of the district leadership in supporting and protecting our migrant neighbors, the ones that have helped build this city, the ones that have taught our children, the ones that enrich our culture. The migrant community is not a monolith. Our community includes API community, African community, and the Latin community. And we will not forget this betrayal as much less than the silence and inaction from our council members when our neighborhoods are targeted and attacked. We will not forget how this leadership has allowed to be overcriminalized, incarcerated, and displaced from our neighborhoods that our cultures have built and enriched. I urge our district leaders to step up and set the values that made DC the powerhouse that it is today. I urge you to protect migrants, to represent and uplift your constituents, because history will not forget, neither will our communities, because while many of us cannot vote, our children, our families, and our community members will be our voice in the future. We will ensure that they're aware of your reputation. We must emphasize that DC is a sanctuary for all and must continue being so. I just want to add, Councilmember Pinto, as we're here with so many people, as Alana mentioned, we're speaking for many, many voices through the DMV, not just from DC. As you all know, folks commute and live through here. As a young migrant myself, I got here when I was 10, and this is the most fear I've ever felt. And this is also the most inaction I have seen. So I'm here to ask you to meet the moment, and I'm here to ask you to step up, and also thank you for verbalizing it and saying many times that you will be supporting migrant families.
Thank you very much. John Payne, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is John Payne. I'm a born and raised Washingtonian, and I currently live in Ward 4. I'm here today to stand with the DC's immigrant communities and ask the council to protect the Sanctuary Values Act. I remember working with members of the council to pass this legislation back in 2020 as a member of Sanctuary DMV. And what has stuck with me most over the past 5 years was the stories from our immigrant community. They talked to me, to others, and to the council about the heartbreak and torture of being separated from a loved one, about the fear of not being able to go to work and earn a living, about their children who are too afraid to go to school. They talked about the economic burdens being placed on them, having to choose between rent or groceries. And they talked about coming together as a community and finding ways to push forward one day at a time. Those stories and their courage have stuck with me, and I know they impacted this council too. Why else would the Sanctuary Values Act have passed unanimously, and Mayor Bowser have proclaimed that DC is a proud sanctuary city? Shamefully, the mayor has forgotten these stories and is no longer proud of our city. While she may have changed her mind, the dangers of ICE remain, and if anything, they've gotten worse. More and more families are scared, and children are once again afraid to go to school. No one should be put in these positions, and I cannot express how disgusted and frustrated I am with Mayor Bowser for abandoning our values at this crucial moment. The attempt to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act is the definition of betrayal, a betrayal of the core values of this city and a betrayal of our immigrant neighbors. The Sanctuary Values Act was fought for and won by the people of DC, and eroding these protections will threaten some of our most valuable residents. This threat has grown over the past 5 months as we've seen example after example of ICE grabbing people off the street with no warrant or cause, refusing to obey laws and court orders. When ICE is already illegally abducting people across this country, why would we want to give them more power? Why help them subvert the will of this city and of this council? But while ICE has stepped up their attacks against our neighbors, we've started to stand up against them. When ICE showed up at a DC elementary school for an illegal abduction, friends and parents came together to stop them. When ICE tried to raid businesses last month, staff refused to let them in. The message from the people of DC is clear. We don't want ICE in our city, and we don't want them working with our officials. What we do want is for every Washingtonian to live in peace and safety, no matter where they come from or their background. We love and care for all of our neighbors. We will not stand by when they are threatened. So now we're asking the DC Council to stand with us. It was one of the greatest honors of my life to support our immigrant community and work with them to pass the Sanctuary Values Act in 2020. Their courage and dedication to our city is beyond question. They have the same rights to live in freedom, dignity, and justice as anyone else. So I urgently call upon the DC Council to protect this Sanctuary Values Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ariana Smith, Immigration Staff Attorney, IUTA.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana Smith, and I'm an immigration attorney at IUTA, a local nonprofit that serves low-income immigrants. I've been in this role for nearly 2 years, and I am in awe of my clients each and every day, inspired by the strength, resiliency, and courage that it takes to rebuild a life after experiencing levels of trauma that many of us likely cannot fathom. In addition to surviving and fleeing from persecution in their countries of origin, many of my clients have survived sexual assault, domestic violence, trafficking, and other crimes here in the United States. Several client stories come to mind when I think of this. I think about a client from Ethiopia whose traffickers kept her trapped inside their home for an entire year, where they forced her to work more than 12 hours a day, verbally and physically abused her, confiscated all of her ID documents, and prohibited her from interacting in any way with the outside world. My client was only able to escape her traffickers with the help of the local police, who brought her to a shelter and helped her call the human trafficking hotline. Had my client lived in fear that calling the police to report her traffickers would result in her detention and eventual deportation to a country where she had been forced to undergo female genital mutilation and lived in fear for her life, I believe she would still be trapped in the home of her traffickers whom, upon her release, she went on to aid the Department of Justice in investigating. I think of a client from Venezuela who was working as a delivery driver in DC when he was set on fire by 2 complete strangers. He sustained severe burns that required immediate hospitalization and a skin graft. Another client, also working in food delivery at the time, was shot at random by complete strangers in his head and torso while working. After his release from the hospital, he was confined to a wheelchair, paralyzed on the entire left side of his body. Both of these clients worked diligently with the Metropolitan Police Department to report and aid in investigating their attackers. Had my clients felt they could not make these reports under fear of detention and deportation, the perpetrators of these senseless, horrific crimes would be living completely under the radar, free to go on to harm additional community members. Unfortunately, these are not isolated stories. Our immigrant community members are uniquely vulnerable to crime due to the exact matter we're discussing today, fear of making police reports at risk of negative enforcement action. Had my clients not felt comfortable and safe in their interactions with the police, it would not have been possible for them to report these crimes, not to mention assist the police in bringing the perpetrators to justice. Let me be clear. Repealing DC's Sanctuary Values Act will further isolate and endanger immigrant communities. Instilling fear of police interaction within a community that is uniquely vulnerable to crime will not further public safety. To the contrary, it will give a free pass to those who commit horrific crimes against immigrant community members, knowing that the victims will not make police reports out of fear of adverse immigration action. Police are tasked with keeping their communities safe, not with carrying out or aiding federal immigration enforcement. I ask that you please consider my stories and my insight when thinking through what actions will truly further public safety and community trust with the DC Police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for your testimony. It's just extremely disturbing to see this administration take and a part of our community and just undermine its stability and safety. And thank you for highlighting the important impact of what their actions are doing on community safety. It undermines it. And if their goal is for DC to be safe and clean, then this does not further that goal. It moves it backwards. So appreciate all of your testimony and your work in this space. We're going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses for DOC. We'll start with Shelley Broderick, Zachary Ragone, Jonathan Savoy, Elizabeth Peltz, Diane Carrillo, Helen Abraha, Leah Muskin Purett. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you Helen? Okay, great. Come join us. Sorry, Leah, we'll come back to you next time. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. And remind me your name again. Okay. Okay, great. We'll start with Shelley Broderick, Chairperson of the District Task Force on Jails and Justice.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm Shelley Broderick, and I'm testifying in my capacity as chair of the District Task Force on Jails and Justice. Since 2019, the task force has worked to build a humane, equitable approach to criminal justice in DC. We've called for the demolition of the Central Detention Facility, a 50-year-old facility that does not meet the basic human rights of those who live there, and it's dangerous for residents and staff alike. We have long recommended the construction of a new modern building designed with the health, safety, and welfare of residents as its top priorities. We want to prepare people for successful reentry. Over the last several years, the director, Tom Faust of DOC, and his staff have shared with the task force the evolving plans for the new jail. In February, they provided us with a big update. Because of community input, they announced important modifications of phase one of the CTA, which will now include, it was supposed to, 606 beds, of which 384 are designed for general population. The earlier plan had no general population beds. At that time, we remained concerned about that the new building wouldn't open until 2031, and phase two isn't funded and it won't be scheduled to be completed until 2035. Given the additional beds, more funding is needed now in this budget cycle. In my testimony in February, I reiterated the need to continue to work toward building new facilities that remove people from CDF as soon as possible. Given this history, my testimony doesn't say this, but blown away to hear the new plan. It's changed drastically. We haven't got much information about it. And the bottom line is the community needs details about what this plan is. We know nothing. We're at a critical juncture. If DC is going to secure financing, we will gain the potential to stand up a new jail capable of fully replacing CDF right away. Nothing wrong with that plan. The recent report from the DC auditor made clear this was the original plan before DC officials learned of its billion-dollar price tag. However, if DC can't find investors or those financiers make demands that would compromise the autonomy of the jail's operations, a replacement facility would be set back for many additional years, especially if DC takes on additional debt for other capital projects. The task force has appreciated the opportunity to be informed of the plans, but task force members, many of whom represent those, I'll wrap up. There are a lot of issues with the existing plan. You're very well aware of them, and they're in my testimony. We hope that you'll recommend an advisory board so that we can really get community input and have it be effective. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Zachary Rangone, Policy Director of the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens.
Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee.
And excuse me, Ms. Broderick, if you could turn your mic off. There we go. No worries. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zachary Rangone, and I serve as the Policy Director for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. We work to support the reintegration of individuals returning from incarceration and advocate for systemic reform rooted in dignity, accountability, and rehabilitation. Today, I'm here to express deep concern about the state of the DC jail, specifically the Central Detention Facility, and the implication of the mayor's proposed FY 2026 budget for the Department of Corrections. Replacing the CDF isn't optional, it's urgent. At nearly 50 years old, the facility is crumbling. It endangers the health, dignity, and safety of those held there and undermines the DOC's ability to carry out rehabilitation. Conditions inside are alarming. Over 1,500 emergency maintenance requests in 1 year, widespread mold and vermin, and reports of inedible food, including foreign objects like screws. Fewer than 40% of incarcerated people believe the jail prepares them for release, and in 1 year alone, 8 lives were lost, half involving staff action or inaction. Despite this, the proposed budget cuts funding where it's most needed. The DOC's capital budget, which includes the jail replacement, is slashed by over 55%, essentially defunding the project. Critical service areas like food and programming also face reductions. Meanwhile, the funding for staff overtime is set to jump by nearly 38%, a costly Band-Aid for deeper issues like chronic understaffing and low morale. But these challenges are directly tied to the unsafe, dehumanizing environment in the current facility. When people are treated with dignity in a humane, rehabilitative setting, violence and harassment towards staff decline. That reduces stress, improves morale, and makes it easier to recruit and retain qualified personnel. In other words, building a safer, more functional jail would reduce the need for expensive overtime in the first place. On top of that, we've heard reports the district may explore privatization for a future facility. That would be a grave mistake. Private prisons often cut corners on safety, healthcare, and programming, operate with less oversight, and tend to produce worse outcomes, including higher rates of recidivism. At the same time, we've heard that cuts to the jail replacement funding may help pave the way for the commander's much-anticipated homecoming. But while DC celebrates a football team returning, our returning citizens' homecoming will be defined by the neglect, trauma, and inhumanity they faced while incarcerated. If we can find the will and resources to bring back the burgundy and gold, we must do the same for our neighbors and loved ones coming home from incarceration. Thousands of DC residents pass through the jail system each year. Their futures and our community's well-being depend on how serious we take the responsibilities of care and rehabilitation. We urge the council to fully fund the construction of a new, modern, publicly operated correctional facility, increase investment in food services and rehabilitative programming, and reject any move towards privatization. This is not just a budget issue, it's a moral obligation. Thank you for the time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rangone. Elizabeth Peltz, public witness.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I don't represent any organization that's doing amazing work. I am just a citizen of DC that feels it is my moral obligation to advocate for my neighbors, in this case, my immigrant neighbors. I have been a resident of DC for about 10 years. I'm a Ward 1 resident. But my origins come from Gulf Coast, Texas, where immigrants weren't treated as an anomaly, or at least were not taught to me as an anomaly, but they were just a fact of everyday life. I grew up in a high school where I heard Cantonese, Vietnamese, Spanish, and our neighbors, friends, and family were made up of immigrants. I am a former USA contractor who was illegally fired by the Muskrats, who had colleagues, half of whom were immigrants as well. And in DC, I found that familiarity, meeting and forming relationships with folks who have come from all over the world, who are here to build lives, live, work, raise children, support each other. And they are the makeup of DC. They are not an anomaly of DC. DC does not exist without immigrants. Immigrants are DC. And that is one reason why it's so disturbing that these past few months I have seen ICE raids in my neighborhood. I've seen on Mount Pleasant Street where the majority of the makeup of the businesses are immigrant owned. I've seen ICE raids happen in an elementary school just a few blocks from my home. And I am personal friends and basically family with immigrants of various immigration statuses who are just deathly afraid of existing out in the world because they're afraid that an unmarked vehicle and a mob of men will just come upon them and make them disappear forever. I cannot personally attest to how paralyzing that fear must be, but I can see it and hear it in their voices. Mayor Bowser's attempt to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act isn't just disappointing, it's dangerous and it's downright cruel. It hands ICE the keys to our city. It invites federal agents to treat our neighborhoods like hunting grounds, and it destroys what little trust remains between marginalized communities and our local government. Sanctuary protections exist for a reason. The city knows what happens when law enforcement is given unchecked power. Black, brown, and immigrant lives are put at danger, families are torn apart, and people disappear. I recognize that pushing back upon this may be hard. You may encounter pushback from Mayor Bowser, from other constituents, but I encourage you to do the hard thing because lives are at stake, well-being is at stake, our communities are at stake. And history has shown what happens when immigrants are gone after first. It doesn't just stop at immigrants. If you wonder how you would have behaved or what you would have done during the Holocaust, now is what you would have done. So I encourage you to please do the hard thing and protect our sanctuary status. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Abraha, Organizing Director, Restaurant Opportunity Center of Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good afternoon. My name is Helen Abraha, and I am a resident of Ward 5 and the organizing director representing my organization, the Restaurant Opportunity Center of Washington, D.C. We are a worker center with the aim of improving wages and working conditions for all restaurant workers in the DMV. Our membership is made up of restaurant workers from all backgrounds, many of whom are immigrants from Mexico, Central America, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. I myself am a descendant of immigrants who came to this country seeking to build a better life for themselves, and specifically for me to have the opportunity that they did not have back home to build a future of financial stability. Since the beginning of the year, I have witnessed how the fear of immigration enforcement has been consuming our communities and our members. I'm here today to voice my solidarity with DC's immigrant community and express my opposition to the mayor's proposal to repeal the sanctuary values and protections. As a DC resident and community organizer that works with immigrants regularly, I've heard from parents who are concerned about the mental health of their children, who are being traumatized daily by the fear that their parents will be taken from them while they're away at school. Some children of our members have pleaded with their parents to not take public transportation, especially as reports of ICE have been spotted and reported across the DMV. Children are being forced to contemplate the horrors of their parents being taken away from them on a daily basis, something that no person or child should ever have to experience. A few weeks ago, there was a massive wave of ICE activity in DC that was specifically targeting restaurants and restaurant workers. We heard from dozens of restaurant workers and owners about the visits from ICE and Homeland Security demanding I-9 audits and access to private areas of workplaces to inspect, thus effectively intimidating and invoking fear within staff. So much of that, for weeks, workers have been afraid to return to work, even though they know they need to in order to continue to support their families. As news of ICE activity spread through the region, so did the community response. Residents across the DMV work to provide resources to workers and employers across the DMV, and this type of outreach actually made the impact of these attacks much less severe and decreased the number of arrests. Due to the community support, people knew their rights and they protected each other. Meanwhile, the mayor was writing up her proposal to repeal our sanctuary city status and telling immigrant children and families that they should, quote, be afraid. The extent of the impact of these I-9 audits is still unknown. We know that other community members and groups are bracing ourselves for the inevitable wave of mass layoffs and potential raids, rise in raids, arrest warrants, and deportation. This is not the time to allow ICE to collaborate with the police and embolden their powers even further. It is time to provide further protection and safety nets for individuals and families who have been and will be affected by the increased levels of terror in our community. Only a few years ago, the communities who are now being targeted were labeled essential workers, an invaluable piece to our economy and our communities. Those who are and will be impacted by these decisions are not the fictionalized criminals, strangers, I'm almost done, we have been made to believe, but they are our classmates, our coworkers, and our neighbors. What is going to happen to our immigrant communities in DC now is devastating. Our migrant community is the backbone to this city. They are our taxi drivers, our chefs, our servers, our dishwashers, our nannies, our domestic workers, and construction workers. And let's not forget that construction and hospitality are major drivers of DC's economy. So if speaking from a humanitarian perspective won't move you, I want to ask you, how will these actions impact our economy? As this economy has been built on the back of the labor of Black and brown residents, immigrant workers deserve to live and work in a city that cares for their well-being, allowing them to work and allowing them to be paid fairly for their labor and be treated with dignity, not to live in fear of or in hiding in the shadows, further subjecting people to more extreme exploitation and mistreatment. The rest of my testimony exists submitted, written. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Leah Muskin-Pierrette. Frankie Sebron. Jillian Burford. Oh, I'm sorry. I see virtual now. Okay. Okay, Leah. Karen Degegraffried. Carol Spring. Laurel McLaurin. Laurel McLaurin. Great. Okay, we will begin with Leah Muskin-Pierrette, public witness.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leah Muskin-Pierrette. I live in Ward 4. I'm a 9-year resident of DC. I'm here to speak from the I in defense of sanctuary, but I also want to briefly emphasize my strong support for tipped workers and domestic workers. Our lives would not run. The wealthy people repealing these laws would not be able to live their day-to-day lives without these people's well-being. On sanctuary, I'm Irish American, I'm Jewish American. I'm compelled by my family history to challenge fascist governments and defend communities fleeing famine and ethnic persecution. My ancestors did this generations ago, but when kids put in cages and separated by the deportation system, it's constructed as a crime when they do this, right? But this was valorized, right? In these classes, many of us learned in public school when it's done by white people, like my ancestors, who fled across borders to reach safe places to call home. The soulless proposal by Mayor Bowser to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act flies in the face of basic human decency, the basic act of love to find somewhere safe to plant your family tree. Providing sanctuary is a basic act of human decency. Repealing it is a blatant act of racism. People who've endured predatory and unjust criminal legal system, who are disproportionately Black and brown, should find their way to freedom and community, not shackled and packed onto deportation flights because of this policy. Allowing MPD and ICE to collaborate will shatter families, and it will be the fault of this council if you don't act. Sanctuary passed unanimously in 2020 because being a decent human being is popular policy. It is popular policy to stand against the modern day Gestapo that is ICE. They disappear people to modern day concentration camps. The people who are outraged at Trump's deportation machine separating families will be outraged if you do not act. This is evidenced by 50+ people who showed up at Cook Elementary a few weeks ago, right? It's evidenced nationally as well. Tens of thousands of people rallied for Mahmoud Khalil, who still sits in a cell thousands of miles from his 1-month-old baby for exercising his free speech to oppose Israel's genocide in Gaza. There are millions on social media outraged that a 4-year-old child named Sophia with a chronic health condition may die because she's deported by ICE, right? So council, I deplore you to listen to the people who elected you. If you refuse to defend DC's sanctuary city policy, you will feel our wrath at the ballot box. You will face judgment for your heinous complicity in the modern day Gestapo. Hold on to humanity by defying deportation and defending the Sanctuary Values Act of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen DeGrafferreid, public witness. How am I pronouncing your name?
DeGraffenreid.
DeGrafferreid.
DeGraffenreid.
DeGraffenreid.
Close enough.
Okay.
I go by Katie.
Go ahead.
It's a lot easier.
Go ahead.
All right. Chairman Pinto, my name is Karen DeGraffenreid, and I'm testifying as a volunteer of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, as well as a DC resident living in Ward 6 who believes a budget will make me and other residents of the city less safe. The bill has been touted as a growth bill or growth agenda, and yes, it is a growth bill, but not growth that I want. In the FY26 budget, there is a 14% increase in Metropolitan Police Department. Simultaneously, it'll be cutting $1.6 million in youth homeless services, $3.5 million in mental health services, $5.6 million in childcare and early education, as well as cutting rent assistance and healthcare services to tens of thousands of low-income and undocumented residents. How should that make me feel safe? Furthermore, we have seen that an increase in the MPD's initiatives, such as expansion of the pretrial detentions, have led to 2/3 of nonviolent alleged offenders being held in pretrial detentions or being given unaffordable cash bond in the last year. These people who have not been convicted of a crime are now being held for an unknown period of time, which puts them at risk of losing their housing, their jobs, or custody of their children. If or when they're eventually proven innocent, the services they need to get back on their feet are being slashed. Again, I ask, how does this make me feel safer? Instead of adding $70 million to the MPD budget, why can't we increase funding towards the violent interruption programs under ONSE? These programs have shown a decrease in community violence without involving the police. Or why can't we fully fund the People's Resistance Act, which would dispatch mental health professionals to mental health crisis instead of the police and create ward-level crisis centers? These are the types of initiatives that make me feel safer. Council members, I urge you to reject this bill. This bill is a growth bill, but of inequality and poverty. This bill increases policing and detention for presumed innocent people, while at the same time cutting healthcare, rent support, and early childhood education for its most vulnerable residents. As a progressive city, this seems regressive. I hope you prioritize community wellness over policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Spring, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and the committee. My name is Carol Spring. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a mother. I'm a supporter of Harriet's Wildest Dreams and Free DC. And I'm deeply concerned about the expansion of pretrial detention and the gutting of sanctuary status. Putting people in jail for low-level nonviolent offenses before trial leads to DC residents losing their jobs, housing, and custody of their children. It costs money that could be spent on investing in our communities. We need instead mental health professionals as first responders to mental health crises. We need investments in Medicaid, housing, and violence prevention. Expanding pretrial detention does not make our city safer. It traumatizes our neighbors and their families. Handing our immigrant neighbors over to ICE also does not make our city safer. It creates more victims. ICE and DHS agents are operating under instructions to cause as much fear and trauma as possible. Their cruelty and unconstitutional behavior should be resisted, not coddled. Immigrants help to make this city great, and they are the backbone of DC's economy. How dare Mayor Bowser say at a recent press conference that children should be afraid? We should not be contributing to our neighbors' fear. We should be providing sanctuary from a corrupt, greedy, and fascist federal administration. Ending sanctuary status does not save money, and it does not even make our city safer. It causes immigrants to live in fear with no benefit to anyone's safety. I beg you to have compassion for all of our neighbors, those caught in the criminal justice system, as well as our immigrant neighbors. Please reject the mayor's carceral budget and preserve the Sanctuary Values Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurel McLaurin.
Yes,
Public
hi.
witness.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Laurel McLaren. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I'm also a volunteer with Harriet's Wildest Dreams Court Watch DC. I'm frankly alarmed by the mayor's proposed FY26 budget, specifically the expansion of funding for police, as well as additional funds to implement the Secure DC legislation, which itself is a punitive and ineffective approach to public safety, especially when it comes to our young people. That will lead to even more of our neighbors being arrested, and with expanded pretrial detention, more people being jailed in the horrific conditions of the DC jail that we've heard described today. Since the passage of the pretrial provision and second look amendment in 2023, our court watch data shows a 40% increase in the proportion of Black individuals held pretrial in 2024. We all know that pretrial detention is punishment without conviction. In addition to raising the costs of our DC correction system, pretrial detention upends lives. People lose jobs, families are separated, and it further destabilizes the communities that we should be investing in. Today, 87% of the people in DC custody are Black, despite the city's population being less than half Black. That's not justice, that's systemic racism, and it's costing our city money. Why does the mayor's proposed budget neglect the upstream activities that research shows would improve public safety? Guaranteed income pilots, restorative justice, trauma recovery centers, universal childcare. These are what research has shown prevents violence over the long term. I'm also concerned that we are missing an opportunity to reimagine the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services in this budget, despite the serious and growing concerns about its harmful practices and its poor outcomes. Meanwhile, as others have said, the mayor proposes to slash funding for violence interruption initiatives, Medicaid, TANF, the DC Healthcare Alliance, and the emergency rental assistance. How can that possibly make us more safe? Even in education, the numbers don't add up. While there may be a nominal increase in per pupil funding, many schools, especially in high need areas, will still fall short. And the proposed budget also gives DCPS the green light to consider school closures disproportionately impacting students in wards 7 and 8. That's not investment, that is abandonment. This budget represents a dangerous backward approach. We do not need more jails, more police, or more surveillance. We need more evidence-based solutions grounded in dignity and care. Case management, diversion programs, stable housing, accessible healthcare, mental health support, and addiction treatment. As council members, I think you face a choice. You can double down on a system that criminalizes poverty, or you can make a bold revision to this budget and invest in a future where all DC residents will thrive. Please do not give in to federal optics and bad faith narratives about crime in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Raymond Tolson. Xavier Smith. Sandra Benavente Mansilla. Davinia Sie. Beverly Harp. Francisco Ruiz. Audrey Miller Hallett. Sandra Benavente Mansilla, Advocacy Manager, Ayuda.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Ayuda, I thank Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sandra Benavente, and I'm Ayuda's Advocacy Manager. For more than 50 years, Ayuda has provided legal, social, and language access services to low-income immigrant communities in DC. We envision a community where all immigrants succeed and thrive in the United States. Guided by this vision, Ayuda stands in strong opposition to the repeal of the Sanctuary Values Act as proposed in the FY26 Budget Support Act. Given Ayuda's longstanding commitment to advocating for immigrant victims of crime, we understand the importance of building trust between local government agencies and immigrant communities. Survivors need to feel safe when accessing the services they and their families rely on in their journey towards physical safety, healing, and economic stability. The Sanctuary Values Act was a crucial step towards ensuring that the district can become a place where all individuals, regardless of immigration status, can live without fear and access the services they need. In her testimony, my colleague Ariana has already expressed how the proposed repeal would harm the immigrant victims of crime that she works with every day as she helps them access the immigration relief they qualify for. I want to reiterate her points and add that the repeal of the sanctuary policies would precipitate not only increased fear around reporting crimes to local police, but also increased fear around using other city services like public transport, schools, libraries, and hospitals. The cascading effects would be devastating for families who have long called DC home. We urge the DC Council to remove this dangerous provision in the Budget Support Act. This should not be the district's response to a federal government that continues to demonize and scapegoat immigrants as they carry out one of the most unabashedly inhumane deportation campaigns in this country's history. DC's immigrant residents are valuable members of our communities and deserve better than this. They deserve a local government that fights for them and their right to live lives free of fear and undue harm. In 2017, Mayor Bowser said, and I quote, "We are a sanctuary city because we know that our neighbors are safer and stronger when no one is afraid to call on our government for help." She was right. According to analysis from the American Immigration Council, jurisdictions that adopt sanctuary policies are safer and more economically vibrant than those that do not. The analysis showed that in jurisdictions that have sanctuary policies, crime, poverty, reliance on public assistance, and unemployment were all lower, while labor force participation and median household income were higher. We are stronger because of policies that protect our immigrant neighbors and protect our autonomy to determine how we will, as a district, prioritize and allocate taxpayer-funded resources. We ask the DC Council to reconfirm their commitment to keeping DC a sanctuary locality by rejecting and removing the mayor's proposed repeal from the FY26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Davinia Say, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
No.
How do I pronounce it?
Davinia C.
Davinia
Just
C.
like the ocean.
Great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right, okay. My name is Davinia C. and I live in Ward 7. Specifically, I live in Ward 7 A and C, which houses the current DC jail. In fact, one of our ANC commissioners resides in the jail. So I've listened to multiple DOC, Department of Corrections briefings of their plans for the new jail. The mayor's new plan is problematic for all the reasons mentioned by the previous witnesses. But from a local community perspective, we are left wondering, what happens with the years of community input? Do we now beg private sector benefactors to implement previously agreed upon input? And beyond the issue of the new jail, I'm testifying today as I'm deeply concerned about the current plan to extend pretrial detention. The extension of pretrial detention was wrong before, but it's downright scary now to leave our residents who have not been convicted of a crime subject to the whims of our current interim U.S. attorney. I respectfully ask council members to interrogate this proposed policy extension. Considering 60 to 70% of inmates are in there for pretrial detention, why do we think increasing the number will make us more safe? Even more concerning, as mentioned earlier, the Office of the DC Auditors issued a report in 2025 documenting how jail conditions have worsened since their 2019 audit, including, as mentioned before, the high rates of death and other incidents of violence at the facility. Why do we think it's warranted to incarcerate additional people who, again, have only been charged, not convicted of any crime, in a facility with these issues? Mayor Bowser's FY26 proposed budget for policing, incarceration, and disinvestment in public services will not lead to a growing and safe DC. In fact, what we know from the data, this approach will lead to the opposite. This proposed budget does two things that are proven to decrease public safety: increase funds for policing while decreasing funds for public services and programs that prevent violence and reduce incarceration. A 14% increase in Metropolitan Police Department's budget while defunding violence interruption programs that have shown evidence of reducing gun violence without involving police or incarceration is dangerous. These programs work because they build trust and offer care, not punishment. Cutting them will undermine public safety, especially in communities like mine, most impacted by violence and divestment. True safety means incarcerated residents have real educational programming, nutritious meals, and proper health care, so when they return to my community, they are mentally and physically ready to rejoin us. True safety also means the city funds housing, education, healthcare, food access, and violence prevention led by communities, not cops. True safety means an end to over-policing and underfunding of the basic needs of my neighbors in Ward 7. Councilmember Pinto, we need a budget that centers public health, not policing, that expands violence interruption, not pretrial detention, that priorities community wellness, not incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Harp, public witness.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is Beverly Harp. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I've called Petworth and Parkview home for the past 7 years. I'm a member of All Souls Church, a proud alum of George Mason University, and someone who loves her neighborhood. I took off work today. I work in public health to come here because I too am deeply troubled by the mayor's quiet proposal to revoke the Sanctuary Values Act and to defund the programs that foster true safety and well-being in the district. And I have to say, I've been listening on YouTube today and I have learned a lot that I didn't know about our carceral system. And I am like, yeah, have definitely been a little shocked. Although I know I shouldn't be, but I can just think of all the think tanks in the city that have probably put out memos for other countries about how it's unacceptable to have prisons like that. After I found out about the proposal in the budget to revoke the Sanctuary Values Act on Friday, I was on a 54 bus headed home after a long day. And sometimes the bus is like a tough place, but sometimes it's a really beautiful place. And that day, it was a beautiful place. And it was just full of members of my community, of my neighbors, who are an integral part of my everyday and who make my neighborhood home. There was a mother in front of me who was holding this squirming toddler, and she was trying to make eye contact and wave at everyone around her. And you could just tell that she implicitly trusted us to take care of her. You could really feel that. And I love this city for the compassion and common humanity that I witness across cultures and identities every day. Eroding sanctuary protections is such a deep betrayal of our values and a betrayal of that little girl's trust. It is hard to fathom that Mayor Bowser thought this could be slipped into the budget without our notice. The safety of this little girl and her family is not a footnote, and it is certainly not a bargaining chip. Putting families in our community at risk of detention, deportation, and family separation makes no one safe. No one benefits when members of our community are afraid to send their children to school, seek health care, use public services, or call upon public agencies. I call on the council to reject any attempt to allow the federal government to infringe on our sovereignty as a city. I call on the council to reject any increased coordination with ICE, an agency that has a clear mandate to abduct and disappear our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Miller-Hallett, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee who aren't here yet. My name is Audrey Miller-Hallett, and I'm a resident of Ward 6. I am pleased to appear before you to testify, as many others have before me, of strong opposition to proposed repeal of the FY26 DC budget of DC Code 24-2011.07, prohibition on cooperation with federal immigration agencies. My first objection is this. The existing code and DC Law 23-282 are consistent with the safe release requirements of all persons by the Department of Corrections. Further, DOC Policy 4356.5 clearly states as a program objective that it complies with the Mayor's Order 2011-174 and adheres to DC values. The policy reflects a longstanding commitment to respecting privacy and prioritizing public safety for all immigrants. The law, the code, and procedures are tightly woven declarations and not piecemeal sentiments. The attempt to selectively amend certain parts weakens our value system. Preserving our current laws and policies is fundamental for the equitable application of justice. My second objection is this. If this repeal were to be successful, what would the city council and mayor do afterward? The mayor once welcomed immigrants. She said, quote, "These are our DC values. I will fight for them, I will invest in them, and protect them." What does that fight look like? Will DC public schools no longer follow OAG advice and ask about the immigration status of students and permit law enforcement to enter? Will other public services and venues be subject to a new set of immigration compliance requirements to operate in the DC area? It is unknown what the replacement plan is, if any, without an open dialogue. My third objection is rooted in the protections afforded to every person in the Constitution, including non-citizens. DC is an attractive city because it serves all residents. The proposed repeal is a signal that our Fifth and 14th Amendment rights are in jeopardy and that our values have changed without a public airing of what rules of law we intend to replace with the Fifth and 14th Amendments. I can appreciate the tenuous position the city is in, trying to preserve our home rule autonomy. However, if we abandon the rights and laws we have taken for granted and fold at the first challenge, who will we attract in this growing city? Whom are we serving? What are the core beliefs and principles this council stands on? I'm asking the council to reject the language from the budget and reaffirm the values that have shaped all other immigration laws, codes, and policies in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your powerful testimony. Appreciate it. Reverend Dr. Jennifer Hostler, thank you. Got it. With two S's? Or got it. Got it. Okay. We'll adjust that. Alexandra Amaya. Tracy Davis. Laura Mitterman. Okay, is there anyone else who's signed up to testify in person for DOC who I haven't called? What is your name? Gotcha. Okay, you can join this panel, Mackenzie. All right. So we'll start with Reverend Dr. Jennifer Hostler. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and staff for the opportunity to testify and for this marathon hearing that we're having today. My name is Reverend Dr. Jennifer Hostler. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a Ward 6 faith leader serving as a pastor at Washington City Church of the Brethren, a church on Capitol Hill. And while this is not the purpose of my testimony today, I'd just like to add that I think we should be increasing our funding for violence interrupters, not decreasing them by 80%. So I will also submit a separate written testimony on that topic. But the purpose of my testimony today is to oppose the repeal of the Sanctuary Values Act. As a Christian pastor, my faith teaches me that all human beings are made in the image of God. All migrants, all immigrants are precious, worthy of dignity and care, like all people. And in the Bible, we see time and again that welcoming the foreigner is an essential act for people of faith. In the New Testament, Jesus teaches that welcoming the stranger is the same as welcoming Jesus. And I say this from my faith perspective to indicate that for many people of faith in the District of Columbia, the care and safety of our immigrant neighbors is a core religious practice. It is essential for us to be people of faith to do this work. Caring for our migrant neighbors is something that my church has been doing in DC since 2022 as part of a broad community response welcoming asylum seekers who were bused here from Texas, that big humanitarian crisis that we had as a city, together with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid. Immigrants are a vital part of our city and our community. They are embedded in every facet of life in our city, part of our families, schools, congregations, businesses, and more. I am an immigrant, also naturalized citizen. As a faith leader, I oppose the repeal of the Sanctuary Values Act because we have already seen ICE terrorizing our community. I'm a parent of a first grader, and I've personally witnessed how increased ICE raids have impacted my own child's school, its families, staff, and students. I've seen parents scared to send their kids to school and people afraid to go to work. And as a faith leader, I'm committed to showing up and ensuring that our children, parents, staff, teachers are not disappeared from our communities, detained and deported without due process, something that we are seeing all the time. Across the country, ICE has been acting with lawlessness, deceiving people, smashing car windows to snatch people from a vehicle, lying about what they legally have the right to do, hence all of our Know Your Rights programs, and even disappearing people on the streets and holding them without any criminal charge. So DC should not increase its cooperation with ICE. As a parent, as a faith leader, as a DC resident, I urge the DC Council not to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act because it will significantly increase the risk of detention, deportation, and family separation. So please, please do not make it easier for ICE to abduct and disappear our immigrant neighbors who are precious to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell me your name.
Tracy Davis,
Okay,
Bread for the City.
great. Tracy Davis, Managing Attorney, Bread for the City.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Tracy Davis, and I serve as a managing attorney with Bread for the City, where we provide a wide range of services to thousands of DC residents, many of whom are immigrants who trust us to navigate not only the legal system, but the city they call home. I'm here today to urge you to protect DC's sanctuary city policy and reject any effort to allow the MPD to collaborate with ICE. I want to give you a couple of recent chilling examples of the ICE presence in the city. We've already seen impacts of this. Bread for the City's legal clinic hosted a legal clinic for undocumented parents to execute custodial powers of attorney. Legal documents that are heartbreaking for parents to execute, but necessary for their care of their children should they be detained or placed in deportation. None of the pre-registered residents attended because of the increased ICE activity. Additionally, many of our legal clients have been unwilling to speak to our housing attorneys for fear of exposing them to ICE enforcement. We've heard from numerous reports from clients who refuse to seek assistance from law enforcement, who are afraid to access the benefits and programs they are entitled to. I spoke with one of our physician's assistants in our medical clinic. She serves primarily Spanish-speaking patients. She told me on May 8th, she had 0 patient appointments, 0. In her 18 years of practice, she has never had a day with 0 patients. Between our 3 Spanish-speaking medical providers, they saw 8 patients on that day. They normally see between 30 and 40 a day. This isn't just anecdotal. As prior witnesses have said, studies show that when local police collaborate with ICE, community cooperation plummets. At Bread for the City, our commitment is to dignity and justice for all our communities. DC's sanctuary policy embodies those same values. It allows our immigrant neighbors to seek help, show up for court, go to school, access our food pantries and healthcare without fear that a call to 911 might lead to detention or family separation. We urge the council to maintain DC's sanctuary protections, invest in immigrant trusting building measures, and publicly reaffirm DC as a safe city for all, regardless of status. This is not just a policy debate, it's about the safety and humanity of our neighbors. When faced with these threats to our city, it is an imperative that we not obey or acquiesce in advance. Doing so only teaches others how easily we compromise and relinquish our power. At Bread for the City, we believe that when everyone in our city feels safe, we all thrive. Let's not turn our back on that vision and our neighbors. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you. Laura Minnerman, Public Witness.
Hello, Congresswoman Pinto. My name is Laura Minnerman, and I am a resident of Petworth in Ward 4. My wife and I chose Petworth because of its racial diversity and ethnic diversity. And then, all you need to do is walk on 14th Street and you can see the vibrancy of our neighborhood. And I would like to say that that has not changed, but walking down 14th Street now versus 5 months ago is completely different. I know my neighbors that are lookouts, that are, all of the people who are just watching to make sure nothing happens. And they shouldn't need to do that, right? And so I don't have a lot of qualifications. I'm just somebody who cares a lot about my neighbors. And it was really devastating when we were expecting to have all of the restaurants be targeted with ICE, but it was really amazing to watch my neighbors really just show up. And by the time we were talking around, they had already known about everything. So we've witnessed families at Powell Elementary School. There are families whose kids have not gone to school. Their schools are places where kids eat, where they get nursing care. There are teachers, peers, families, friends. And then there's this fear that they're going to just get picked off the street. So recently, there was a elementary school charter school that was targeted, and parents had to actually hold hands and make a circle around the school so that ICE was not allowed in. It's just not a place that I would expect for this to be the case. And it just sort of, when I'm talking to people who don't live here, it's shocking. So yes, the fear is spreading to everybody. And so I'm, just like many here, I'm really, really disappointed. I'm in Mayor Bowser's cowardice. The Sanctuary Values Act was just passed 4 years ago unanimously. The legislation and the budget are obviously quietly trying to undo a lot of the things that were done. And then mostly I want to highlight that this is not happening because our cities are safer, that we're repealing the Sanctuaries Act. It's really just because we're being faced with this new fascist takeover potential. I'm here standing in solidarity with all of the immigrants, families, and friends that I know, but I also want to remind all of us that we are all immigrants here. Unless you're of the Piscataway or Anacostan tribe, you are an immigrant. My family is of immigrants. Immigrants were either colonizers, they were brought here, abducted and brought here as slaves, or they're refugees. And so I just feel like we should keep that in mind as we protect our families. And so I really urge you to consider that and to really fight against this budget and against the repeal of the act. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mackenzie Bossler. Sorry, I'm going back on my list here.
It's okay. Yeah, Mackenzie Veras.
Are you with the organization?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. Mackenzie Barris, and I am a Ward 5 resident, a DCPS parent of 2, member of All Souls Unitarian Church. And I'm here to join, I think, the rest of the panel in the opposition to the provisions of the mayor's proposed budget that would repeal parts of DC's Sanctuary Values Act that prohibit collaboration between police, DC Department of Corrections, and ICE. The last time I testified to the DC Council was in 2011 about this very issue. I was involved in the organizing, and I worked really closely with Councilmember Mendelson to draft and pass the Immigration Detainer Compliance Amendment Act of 2012. And, there was enormous community support behind that. I know that Councilmember Mendelson, Chairman Mendelson now, and others on the council were incredibly diligent in determining at the time that this separation between police and ICE and DOC in our city was legally sound, fiscally smart, and the morally right thing to do for our DC values. I know that since then, that legislation back in 2011 passed unanimously. Mayor Bowser, at the time representing Ward 4, was part of voting for it. And then the council again affirmed and even strengthened and improved this approach with the Sanctuary Values Act in 2020. This council has done enormous, incredible work with huge movement of community members to craft these policies. in recognition of how valuable and important they are to the safety and stability of the city. Others have said, when residents fear that encounters with the police could lead to being detained or deported, it can prohibit seeking protection from the police, even in domestic violence cases, and from accessing other public services. It creates barriers to expressing freedom of speech, freedom of association, and engaging with government agencies to enforce other rights, such as filing wage theft claims or reporting building code violations. In this current climate, we know that there's evidence the federal government is abducting migrants without just cause, without due process, wrongly detaining people. It's even more critical that we hold this line and maintain our sanctuary values so we can protect our DC residents. Since January, I have seen my immigrant neighbors on high alert. Warnings of potential ICE raids have kept children home from school, workers home from their jobs. We've seen a huge inspiring community response from employers to principals, teachers, neighbors coming together in an effort to defend our rights, and we need the DC government to continue to play its part. Rescinding the Sanctuary Values Act would make our whole city less safe and less stable, put community members at significantly greater risk, and would be an insult to our local autonomy and a breaking of faith with the past work of this council and previous council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your very powerful, important testimony and the work that you do on behalf of people who really need your support now more than ever, and our whole city to stand together. So appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to turn to our virtual public witnesses for the Department of Corrections. Similar to the last agency, I'm going to ask that you all accept your invitation to join as a panelist, which is coming now, and I will call you in order. We will start with Daniel Rosen, the co-founder of Coalition for Carceral Nutrition.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I'm Daniel Rosen, a returned citizen, a Ward 1 resident, and coordinator of the DC Jail Food Working Group. I spent about a year altogether in the DC jail. There's a lot wrong with the 2026 budget the executive put forward. The district's residents need to be able to count on this council to do its job and rebalance a plan that leans too far towards business and billionaire interests and away from everyday people's priorities. As a hospitality worker myself, I'd lose about $500 a month under the mayor's plan. Our public safety will be compromised by the mayor's budget proposal, which prioritizes privately held stadiums and parking lots over a new jail facility. The executive can claim that this is not the trade-off being made, but that's exactly what it looks like. Jailing more kids for longer isn't ever going to make us safe in the long run, but the district does need a safer and more humane facility than it has now. Relying on private sector financing hasn't worked out well for other jurisdictions. I have a report linked in my testimony that details some of the issues with private sector financing of jails, especially in prisons, but they embed private interests in the justice system in ways that we as taxpayers lose accountability. And for what? DC taxpayers then get to pay millions to rent the facility back from the owner, potentially for decades, all while subsidizing an NFL owner's profits too. Please hold hearings on this and gather the data. The DC auditor's report that CCE put together documents the jail's numerous problems in painstaking detail. Food is no exception, and the auditor's recommendations around improving food and nutrition are sound. The Jail Food Working Group has also been focused on improving the nutrition of people incarcerated here because we know it will improve public health and public safety. Missing from the findings and recommendations, however, is the big picture. We should move toward ending Aramark's contract to run the jail kitchen and start feeding people locally through community partners and with procurement based on more sustainable and ethical values. If a multinational corporation runs food service at the jail, cost and profit will always be the bottom line, not dignity, health, and nutrition. Taxpayers reward Aramark with about $7 million a year to fill up trash cans with uneaten, inedible food. This council passed legislative provisions last year in Section 32 of the Secure DC Act that remain unimplemented because they haven't been funded. We are calling on the council today to allocate funding toward those provisions, even if it's short of the full budget estimate. This was also the #1 food-related recommendation from the auditor's report. Of all the systemic and structural issues that need fixing in the Department of Corrections, nutrition may be about the easiest one to address. It's not particularly difficult to feed our incarcerated residents the way we'd want to take care of our own family or ourselves for that matter. It doesn't require billions of new funding. It doesn't require a new jail. We just have to commit the political will to get it right. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosen, and I appreciate your continued support for our shared mission here to improve the food access at DC jail, and hopefully this will be the year that we do it. Amalia Kelleher, Policy Associate, Center for Science in the Public Interest.
Hello, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Center for Science in the Public Interest, a DC-based nonprofit committed to advancing and protecting public health. My name is Amelia Kelleher, and I work at CSPI as a policy associate. There is an urgent need to improve nutrition in DC jails, as Daniel Rosen just shared. Current menus lack fresh fruits and vegetables and include an excess of added sugars, refined grains, and sodium, all of which have a direct adverse impact on the health of the jail population. I'm here today to urge you to prioritize funding for the Department of Corrections to implement Section 32 of the Security Seat Omnibus Amendment Act of 2024 in the district's fiscal year 26 budget. Section 32 directs DOC to implement science-based nutrition standards, accommodate DOC residents' dietary restrictions, increase transparency around oversight of the food service program, and expand the hospitality and culinary career training program. Councilmember Pinto, we are grateful for your leadership in calling for needed improvements to food in DC's jails and introducing the Fresh Starts Act of 2023, which paved the way for this legislation. Now we ask that you provide the funding to ensure Section 32 can be fully implemented. We recognize the challenge the council faces due to budget cuts. At the same time, dedicated funding to make Section 32 effective is overdue. The Secure DC fiscal impact statement included the DOC's estimated annual cost of $4.29 million to implement Section 32. CSPI and the Fair Budget Coalition support this budget request for FY26. That said, any increase in the DOC food budget will help facilitate improvements to nutrition and food security for incarcerated individuals. As you deliberate over tough budgetary decisions for the city, I want to stress that these funds aren't just about feeding incarcerated people better food. This investment will improve the health and lives of families and communities across DC. According to a 2020 report released by Impact Justice, along with declines in physical health, nutrient deficiencies contribute to a wide range of mental health and behavioral issues, including aggression, depression, and antisocial behavior. For the 95% of incarcerated people who are eventually released, their physical and mental well-being are critical to supporting successful reentry, including the ability to gain and retain employment and integrate back into their communities. Ensuring that people are well-fed while incarcerated can reduce aggression towards correctional officers and staff, ensuring a safer correctional environment and reducing the need for disciplinary action. Proper nutrition could also potentially reduce recidivism. Finally, funding Section 32 could save district taxpayers money in the long run by reducing the risk of costly diet-related chronic diseases among residents who spend time in DOC facilities. Since Secure DC was passed, the DC Jail Food Working Group and the DOC have collaborated to identify opportunities to advance the goals of the legislation within current budgetary and operational constraints. However, without funding, the DOC will not be able to implement these changes. We urge you to act in the best interest of public health. Please put DC communities and our incarcerated neighbors first by funding Section 32 of Secure DC and FY26. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Max Broad, co-chair of DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition.
Yeah, hello, Councilmember Pinto, staff of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, and our Department of Corrections team. It's nice to be with you. I'm the co-chair of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, DC GFPP, and I work on values-based procurement with the DC Jail Food Working Group, which is a coalition of local and national organizations that's engaged with the Department of Corrections to make creative shifts that benefit residents, DC businesses, and our communities. I'm here because nutrition in the jail is inadequate. People are eating food that's unhealthy and often inedible. This does not put people on a road to rehabilitation, and it saddles taxpayers with long-term diet-related disease costs. So I joined the chorus urging DC Council to fully fund Section 32, the Fresh Starts provisions in last year's Secure DC bill, and to improve food and nutrition and expanded hospitality workforce programs in the DC jail, especially in the kitchen. That's a great opportunity for DC jail residents to get experience handling food and in a culinary setting as they make plans for reentry. I also want to share about the DC Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, which is a law that requires that DC agencies reduce the carbon footprint of the food they procure 25% by the year 2030. This year is the first milestone of the law. DC is set to have a 10% emissions reduction by FY25. And thus far, Department of Corrections has begun to introduce changes that are in alignment with the law. And to get up to speed with the targets set out in the statute, we offer some suggestions. For contracts, several of Department of Corrections sibling agencies have included language in their contracts with food vendors to support the goals of the Green Food Purchasing Law, including Department of Human Services, DCPS, Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services. This language gives clarity to entities serving food by setting goals, timelines, and expectations that are useful for assessing whether the contract provision has been satisfied. And then also presentation of food. Department of Corrections has been willing to experiment with novel meal plans that are better for the climate. Using presentation tools can increase buy-in. This includes serving the plant-based dish as the default, blending plant and animal proteins, and decreasing the serving size of high-carbon meat products, and increasing the plant-rich nutrition in traditional and popular dishes to maintain cultural relevancy. Giving dishes appetizing names and descriptions can also help increase appeal. And then awareness. Department of Corrections has initiated nutrition and educational programming. This awareness supports residents making informed decisions that benefit their health. Further signage, resident engagement, and community-led decision-making can help a transition to a greener food paradigm succeed. Thank you for considering these design elements as we bridge agency, community, and council partnerships to build a food system that better serves the residents in the carceral system and our city's goals.
Thank you very much, Mr. Broad. Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Elizabeth Tang. Sinquan Muhammad.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, go ahead.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. Good afternoon, Council Woman Pinto and fellow council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Sinquan Umar Muhammad. I was born and raised in Southeast Washington, D.C. in Ward 8, and I continue to live and serve in this community. I currently work for Dreaming Out Loud, where we build community-based solutions to food injustice and economic exclusion. I'm also a returning citizen who spent 30 years incarcerated, and I know firsthand how the food we were served was not only unappetizing, but unhealthy and deeply dehumanizing. I'm a proud member also of the Fair Budget Coalition. However, I'm here today to call on the council to allocate $4.29 million to fully fund Section 32 of the Secure DC Act, which implements healthy food at correctional facilities and hospitality workforce training. In 2024, the DC Council directed the Department of Corrections to improve nutrition, increase transparency, and offer expanded workforce training. These critical improvements adopted from the Fresh Start Act were included in the Secure DC Omnibus under Section 32. And yet, to date, none of these provisions have been implemented. Let me be clear. These improvements were unfunded in the fiscal year 2025 budget, despite the DOC estimating the cost of $4.29 million. These are not optional upgrades. They are long overdue steps toward restoring basic dignity and offering real opportunities to those behind the wall. This funding is about more than food. It's about health, healing, and hope. It's about investing in people, not punishing them. During my incarceration, access to healthy food was virtually non-existent. Processed meals, lacking in nutritional value, were the norm. That kind of diet impacts your body and your spirit. Worse, it felt intentional, as if neglecting our health was part of the punishment. Had workforce training and hospitality been available to me, I would have returned home better prepared to contribute to the community. I had to learn personally everything from scratch on my own after release. Council members, you have an opportunity to do better for those still inside. Investing in nutrition and workforce development is an investment in public safety, in equity, and in second chances. I want to close by saying, cuts are not the only way to get to a balanced budget. We can and must raise revenue by taxing extreme wealth, as laid out in the Fair Budget Coalition revenue platform. DC has the resources. What we need now is the political will. So again, we are calling on you to raise revenue and fund Section 32 of the Secure DC Act to implement healthy food at correctional facilities and hospitality workforce training. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Tang, public witness.
Hi, sorry, I'm at a doctor's appointment, so I'm just stepping outside. All right, let me begin. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Tang. I've lived in DC for nearly 8 years. I'm here to urge you to shut down the DC jail, not build a new facility, and to preserve DC as a sanctuary city. The DC jail is racist, deadly, and unfixable. 89% of people held at the jail are Black, and 95% of adults held pre-trial at the jail are Black, even though less than half of the city is Black. At the jail, many people are held in solitary confinement, which is an internationally recognized form of torture, and they're forced to pay for their own room and board, food, healthcare, and phone calls with loved ones, all while working at an abysmal maximum wage of 40 cents per hour after tax. The conditions at the jail are so egregious that one social worker there said, "I cannot believe there is a place that makes Rikers Island look good." This is how bad it is. At least 19 people have died in the jail in just the last 3 years. According to the DC Auditor's latest report, the jail's death rate is more than 3.5 times the US average, and its overdose rate is 10 times the national average. This systemic and inhumane disregard for human life, for Black life in particular, cannot be fixed by building a new jail. We cannot reform our way out of white supremacy, capitalism, and carceralism. I urge you to zero out the DOC's budget, shut down the DC jail, and free the people you have locked up. If you're actually serious about preventing violence, you can use the DOC's proposed $241 million budget or the $1 billion proposed budget to build a new jail to actually invest in the people you are currently caging, as well as the wider DC community. For example, you can implement the evidence-based recommendations of the DC Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan, which includes giving a $750 monthly stipend to Black families in Ward 7 and 8 who have children below the age of 10 and household incomes below $50,000 per year. You can also create a violence intervention worker training academy to train outreach workers and violence interrupters and create new jobs. You can invest in families, job training, youth programs, affordable food, housing, and healthcare. That is what's going to work to actually reduce and prevent violence, not throwing people in jail and killing them or letting them die inside. I'm also here to strongly oppose the mayor's shameful proposal to repeal vital protections for our immigrant neighbors that are enshrined in the Sanctuary Values Act, which was unanimously passed by DC Council in 2020. The Sanctuary Values Act prohibits DC from asking about a detained person's immigration status, cooperating with ICE, or releasing undocumented immigrants to ICE, and more. I myself am a child of immigrants, and one of DC's greatest strengths is the diversity of our immigrant community. It is disgusting that the mayor would willingly help Trump implement his dangerous fascist agenda of conducting ICE raids in DC schools and workplaces, and even more disgusting that she would try to hide this in a budget proposal. I urge the council to reject this policy and any policy that would allow ICE to separate children from their families and to detain, deport, or disappear any of our immigrant neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Benjamia. Marina Strasnewski. Patricia Stamper. Tanya Golash-Boza. Public witness. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and fellow DC residents. My name is Dr. Tanya Golash-Boza. I'm a professor of sociology and the executive director of the University of California, Washington Center, located here in DC. I've spent the past 20 years studying and teaching immigration policy, and I published 3 books and dozens of articles on immigration law enforcement. I'm here today as an expert and as a lifelong resident of Ward 4 to urge you to keep the current language in the Sanctuary Values Act unchanged. The act rightly states, collaborating with ICE, including by complying with detainer requests, does not promote public safety. This is not just a principled statement by the council, it's supported by lots of evidence. Complying with ICE detainer requests does not make DC safer. It undermines trust between law enforcement and immigrant communities, and this trust is essential for keeping all residents safe. When police collaborate with immigration law enforcement, people are afraid to report crimes, cooperate in investigations, or even seek help in emergencies. I experienced this while doing research in Chicago. My neighbor, an immigrant from Mexico, rushed her daughter to the hospital after she fell at a playground and broke her arm. A police officer followed up at her home to rule out child abuse. It was a routine check and it was quickly resolved. But the fear it created in this undocumented community was lasting. In her community, any contact with police, even to protect a child, was seen as a risk. That fear means people do not call for help when they need it most. Immigration detainers are also costly. 2/3 of people arrested in DC are never even charged with a crime. Turning them over to ICE does nothing to improve public safety and wastes limited city resources. DC pays $371 per day to detain someone in DC jail, so holding someone for ICE can cost more than $700 for a single 48-hour detainer. That money is better spent on community services, housing, and violence prevention programs that actually work. We should be building a city where all residents feel safe, regardless of immigration status. Complying with ICE detainer requests undermines that goal. I urge this council to stand by the existing language, protect public safety, protect our budget, and protect the trust that holds our community together. Also, I support healthy and food and safe facilities in DC jails, support violence prevention programs and other evidence-based solutions to gun violence, and don't make the stadium a taxpayer giveaway to private entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lee Smith, public witness.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Mayerly and I live in Ward 6 here in DC. I am testifying today because I'm deeply concerned about the proposals to increase funding for policing, surveillance, and incarceration in my city. The budget proposes increasing funding to the Metropolitan Police Department to $572 million, a 14% jump from previous years. There are also plans to maintain funding for a new DC jail, as many other witnesses have talked about today. It is outrageous to provide more funding to MPD and DOC when there continues to be no evidence that they are keeping DC residents safe, especially Black and Latina residents. In fact, instead, we see the exact opposite. MPD didn't keep people like Clifford Brooks or countless other murdered Black DC residents safe. Pretrial detention doesn't keep people safe when 2/3 of people being detained have not been convicted of a crime and 61% are only being detained because of financial conditions. At the same time, the mayor has proposed defunding violence interruption programs, again, as many of other witnesses have mentioned today, programs that have been shown to reduce gun violence without police intervention or incarceration. These programs work because they build on trust and they offer care, not punishment. Cutting them undermines public safety, especially in communities most impacted by violence and disinvestment. I urge the council to reject this carceral budget and instead fund what really makes us safe, programs like Medicaid, emergency rental assistance, Healthcare Alliance program, and many others that have been proposed to be disinvested in. I do not feel safe knowing that a parent who has not been convicted of a crime is detained in a DC jail with horrible conditions, as we have heard of today, or cannot care for their kids or show up for work. I do not feel safe knowing that there are more police officers stopping and frisking Black residents, with the ACLU reporting 70% of people who are stopped by MPD are Black, even though only 44% of people in the city are Black. I feel safe knowing that my neighbors can afford to pay for their housing and can get medical care when they need it. This makes me feel safe because I believe that everyone deserves to have shelter and healthcare and to feel safe walking around their neighborhood. We need to budget that centers public health and not policing. For almost 6 months, I have been a part of Harriet's Wildest Dreams Court Watch program, where we observe court proceedings every week. Every week, we see some of the same patterns over and over again. Overwhelmingly, Black residents are being arrested and detained, with 74 to 80% that are being charged with nonviolent crimes, according to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We also see people having to miss out on work or school or caring out for kids or parents, or missing out on sort of substance abuse programs or other programs to help rehabilitate them because of detention. If I was ever unsure before, I am sure now that I do not want any more of my hard-earned money going towards locking people up or harassing or killing people who look like me. Council members, as your constituent, I demand you to stand against this carceral budget. I demand you invest in housing, healthcare, and food, and I demand that you protect DC. Thank you.
Thank you. Elora Tochi, public witness.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Elora Tossi, and I am a proud Ward 6 resident and member of Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Harriet's Wildest Dreams has been before the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee several times this year already. One of those times was for a resolution that was unanimously introduced entitled A Sense of the Council on Supporting Humane, Trauma-Informed Responses to Behavioral Health Crises Resolution of 2025. That resolution has since been halted and no further action has been taken. Excerpts from this resolution are as follows. The vast majority of people seeking assistance with the mental health emergency in DC still call 911. When 911 is called, the DC Office of Unified Communications, or OUC, may dispatch MPD to the scene. Analyzing OUC data, the DC Crisis Response Coalition found that in FY22, OUC staff dispatched MPD to over 36,000 of the 911 calls it received that exclusively or primarily involved mental health emergencies. By contrast, data from the Department of Behavioral Health shows that in FY 2022, DBH's mental health crisis call centers received about 11,800 emergency calls. Current data reflects that calls to 911 are not diverted to the appropriate agency. Even after the district launched their pilot program in 2021 aimed at routing behavioral health calls from OUC to 988, the initiative diverted approximately 657 mental health calls in FY 2021 and 22, just a fraction of the total. The council unanimously introduced this resolution. The city must properly fund behavioral health response to prevent mass incarceration before it starts. It can begin by fully training and funding OUC, diverting the appropriate calls, and publicizing the use of 988. I'm here today to urge this council to reject the continued expansion of pretrial detention and instead invest in what actually keeps our community safe. Research is extremely clear. Pretrial release is safe. In DC, 93% of people released pretrial are not rearrested, and only 2% are rearrested for a violent offense. And yet, despite this data, this proposed budget continues to pour money into policies that jail more of my neighbors before they've even had a trial. Pretrial detention is not a neutral act. It is deeply harmful. It separates people from their children and families, leads to job loss, eviction, and interrupted access to medication or mental health care. It does not make our communities safer. It simply punishes people for being poor, which is not a crime. Even more troubling, DC has not used Secure DC's expanded detention powers to address violent crime. Crime is trending down nationally. This is not safety. This is mass incarceration by another name. The racial disparities are staggering. 95% of adults held pretrial in DC jail are Black, even though Black residents make up only about half of the city's population. The conditions inside the jail are so egregious that a DC social worker said DC jail makes Rikers look good. I was born and raised in New York, and this statement brings chills to my body. Rikers is a hellhole, and the fact that DC has a jail that could be described as worse is truly shameful. In a time of budget cuts, we must ask, why are we funding policies that kill, harm, and destabilize people when we know what works? Invest in housing, invest in mental health care, invest in violence interruption. No more cages. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Jurusik? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
No, but that's okay.
How do you pronounce it?
Jurassic?
Jurassic.
Like Jurassic Park.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I have submitted written testimony. I actually am down in the lobby. I was hoping to see you all in person. I've submitted written testimony, but I also wanted to take a couple of minutes to directly talk to you. I know that you've been up here for a very long time listening to people make themselves vulnerable, telling you all sorts of horrific stories. And right now, we all face a time when we have to make choices. I have asked my community members what they think about you personally, council member, and I asked them who I will be testifying in front of. And here is the response that I have. We have Pinto as one of the most pro-business and pro-police people in the council. This is what we, as a people, think about you personally. We are not happy with what you are doing. And I am asking you to consider the effects that this will have on our city if you remove the sanctuary city status and if you continue to ignore the plight of thousands of people who suffer every single day in the departments of corrections in DC. I know who you talk to. I work with developers. I work with housing developers. I have watched this process and I know who you're talking to and I know what they are saying to you. And you have a choice. You do not have to feel shame anymore. You can choose to listen to us and you can choose to stop listening to them. And I ask you to join all of these groups for people who make themselves vulnerable to you and take days off of work so that they can look you in the eye and ask you to do something. I don't think that you deserve to hear them speak because of what you have done to our community. I want to say that you deserve that. But right now, given your background, I am ashamed to say that you are my politician. I am not someone who testifies frequently. I do not believe that our political system works. I spent this morning accompanying my client in Fairfax County because she's terrified that she's going to be disappeared. I'm asking you to think of an alternative vision. Think of what you can do. You're the one who knows. You're the politician. You decide what is best for our community and show us that you are with us and stop closing your ears. That is what I have to say.
Thank you. Vande Bundu, public witness.
Hi, my name is Vonde. Apologies. My name is Vonde and I'm affiliated with Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Being informed about this budget proposal by said group urged me to act and voice my concern. First and foremost, what this budget is advocating for is completely counterproductive. It asks for an ever more increasing police budget while at the same time reducing preventative and community-based initiatives. You're effectively taking away resources, forcing people into crime and feeding them into prisons. This amounts to a feedback loop of continuous crime and community destruction. How much money can the police get? Apologies. How much money can the police get before it's considered ineffective? I think it's telling that this week a Washington Post article stated that DC jail deaths exceed the national average, yet one of the proposals was to maintain funding for a new jail. I urge the council to reject this carceral budget and instead fund what really makes us safe. Housing, healthcare, food access, and violence prevention led by communities, not cops. True safety means no one has to wonder whether they'll sleep at night, how they'll pay for an emergency room visit, or whether their loved ones will survive childbirth. We need a budget that centers public health, not policing, that expands violence interruption, not pretrial detention, that prioritizes community wellness, not incarceration. Although I do not directly live in one of the wards, the impact of this budget will easily ripple through the greater DC, Maryland, Virginia area. We have gone through this song and dance before, and it always ends badly. All that will come from this budget is further disenfranchisement, economic despair, broken homes, lost youth, and loss of community. Council members, if you truly care about DC and all that it stands for, vote for initiatives that builds and strengthens communities, not ones that break them apart. For me, DC is always about community. Let's keep it that way. And I too support the Sanctuary Value Act and want to voice my concerns about its potential removal.
Thank you very much. Peachos Dixon. Ishan Monder. Peaches Watkins. Dominic Charles. Jason McGaughey. Chelsea Hodgkins. Samantha Millar.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I've been a resident of DC for about 6 years now, which is a drop in the bucket compared to longtime residents, but long enough to understand some of what makes DC special. DC is home to countless cuisines, languages, and cultures, and it wouldn't be DC without the magic of all these perspectives living together as neighbors, friends, and family. The attempt to repeal DC's sanctuary city status and deputize MPD officers as extensions of ICE will further terrorize neighbors that are already being over-policed. My friends are terrified enough by the villainizing words of the new administration that paints immigrants as scapegoats for pretty much everything. Changing the law to make DC residents more vulnerable to random checks, interrogations, and general intimidation will make people less likely to call for help, get health care, or send their kids to school. Anyone with any knowledge of the immigration system knows how painstaking, unfair, and slow-moving it is. Asking people to endure years of daily terror from an overgrown police presence is cruel. I live in Adams Morgan. Just a couple of weeks ago, I got the notification in a neighborhood group chat that ICE was lurking outside of Marie Reed Elementary School. I've seen in the news stories of ICE raiding restaurants and taking people from their jobs, their communities, and their families. Is this a city that you want to govern? Is this the place you want children to grow up in a city where themselves or their classmates are bullied and questioned by people in uniforms, potentially because their skin is a certain color? The DC government's job is to run the city the best it can for the people who live here. Reversing the sanctuary city status will undermine the work done by DC elected officials to protect our residents and goes against the values that Mayor Bowser herself has committed to before. Please, as a DC resident, stop this retreat from our city's values and protect our sanctuary city status. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Petros Dixon.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peaches Dixon. I live in Ward 5. I'm testifying today as a member of Harriet's Wildest Dreams. I'm here because I believe that Mayor Bowser's proposed budget for fiscal year 26 turns towards a very harmful direction regarding policing, incarceration, and disinvestment from the services that keep our communities safe. I'm also here because I believe that revoking our status as a sanctuary city is wrong. It doesn't make DC safer and it targets marginalized communities. I believe that the proposed budget the proposed budget for the MPD gives them a 14% increase from previous years. That's a vast increase of $572 million. That increase will take place while also cutting hundreds of millions of dollars from critical human services. This cut to human services will result in reduced eligibility for Medicaid, stricter access to TANF, and the gutting of the DC Healthcare Alliance, which serves thousands of undocumented and low-income residents. These cuts are going to result in at least 25,000 DC residents losing healthcare coverage. That is not safety, and these cuts will not keep DC safer. The mayor also proposed defunding critical violence interruptions programs. These programs have shown evidence of reducing gun violence without involving police or incarceration. These programs work because they build trust and offer care, not punishment. By cutting these programs, the city will undermine public safety, especially in communities most impacted by violence and disinvestment. We know that the safest communities have more resources, not more police. Families should not be left without rent support, food security, or access to care in order to add to the budgets of MPD and DOC. This is not only a backwards approach to creating a safer DC, but also continues the cycle of not solving the root causes of harm while instead adding more jails, adding more police, and longer sentences. I'm here to ask and to urge the DC Council to reject this carceral budget, and I would instead suggest investing in funding housing, funding healthcare, food access, and violence prevention led by communities, not cops. Again, the safest communities have more resources, not more cops. DC deserves and needs a budget that centers public health, not policing. DC deserves a budget that expands violence interruption, not pre-trial detention. DC deserves a budget that prioritizes community wellness, not incarceration. This matters to me because I strongly believe it's wrong to continually bolster and choose to fund the cycles of harm within policing and jails that purposely tear down communities. In closing, council members, I'm asking if you will take a stand against the mayor's carceral budget. I'm asking if you will commit to rejecting this harmful reallocations of funds and instead invest in the housing, healthcare, food, and safety infrastructure of our communities and what they actually need. I'm also asking you not to revoke the status of DC as a sanctuary city as it targets marginalized communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kristen Sinclair.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Sinclair, and I have lived in DC since 2012, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm also a parent to 2 DCPS students and a professor of education policy. Like many others here, I'm testifying today to share my deep disappointment and concern with Mayor Bowser's intent to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act through the budget. Over the past few months in particular, through my professional networks and advocacy work, I've heard many, many stories of families who are afraid to send their children to school because they or their children might be detained, particularly at drop-off or pickup. I've heard stories of young people being stopped and detained at metro stations on their way to and from school, home, and work. ICE has attempted to detain people in the areas directly surrounding schools, causing panic for schools. At one elementary school, they even moved recess inside temporarily for fear of what might happen. I don't understand how can we expect kids and families, honestly, any and all people, to learn, to thrive, and to grow under such circumstances. My 8-year-old son tells me all the time how he's worried about his friends and his friends' families. As a city, are we really willing to enact policy that only increases this vulnerability and fear? As you know, DC is one of the most heavily policed cities in the nation with one of the highest rates of incarceration. Any policy that increases the ability of these policing entities, specifically MPD and the DOC, to cooperate with ICE will undoubtedly result in more abductions and disappearances of our neighbors. We have already seen that this administration refuses to follow due process and rule of law, so why would we increase their power to police and terrorize our city? Maintaining the Sanctuary Values Act will help keep our communities safe and offer our young immigrant families with some protection against detention, deportation, and family separation. Mayor Bowser said it best herself to the DCS in 2016. We are a sanctuary city because we know that our neighborhoods are safer and stronger when no one is afraid to call on our government for help, adding that, quote, the values, laws, and policies of Washington, D.C. do not change on Election Day. We celebrate our diversity and respect all D.C. residents, no matter their immigration status. I ask you to hold her accountable to her own words and maintain our status as a sanctuary city. I stand in solidarity today with our immigrant community and ask you to reject Bowser's repeal of the Sanctuary Values Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kirsten Colmenares, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirsten Colmenares. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I am here to speak plainly about the profound harm and irreversible consequences that will follow if the Sanctuary Values Act is repealed. You already know the facts: the over-policing of youth and families of color, the violence of family separation and deportation. These are not abstract issues. They are daily realities. And yet, most of us in this room, especially those with power, can't ever truly grasp what it means to live through them, to be hunted, to be disappeared, to be forgotten by the very systems that claim to protect. Today, you gather in the comfort of a government building, safe, protected, listened to, yet that comfort is not universal. That comfort and safety is not shared, and that silence, if you choose it, will be your complicity. I know my civic duties. That is why I'm here today testifying in front of you. So let me remind you of yours. You were elected, you were appointed, and you were given power to serve the people of this city, not to bow to federal pressure, not to hide behind legal technicalities, and not to prioritize fear over justice. You are not here to cower, you are here to lead. And if you choose to retreat, if you choose to rescind, then let it be known that you have abandoned the very people you were sworn to protect. You will not be able to say you did not know, and you will not be able to say you were not warned. Therefore, I call on the council, Councilmember Pinto, and Mayor Bowser to reject any attempt that allows ICE to abduct and disappear our immigrant neighbors. Stand with the people of DC or claim responsibility for what follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Sequenly Gray. Dr. Udim is saying. Dr. Asang, are you here? Amy Fisher, core organizer for Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid.
Hi there. Good afternoon. I am Amy Fisher, and I'm a core organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid. We are a network made up of community groups and hundreds of volunteers that first came together in April of 2022 to ensure that every bus sent to DC by Texas Governor Abbott was welcomed with dignity. Since then, we have continued to welcome newcomers, provide holistic support and mutual aid to our immigrant friends and neighbors, and in response to the threats to the community posed by the Trump administration, recently launched DC's ICE emergency hotline. Since January, we have seen the ways that our immigrant families, friends, and neighbors are already now living in fear and under attack. Our hotline has been ringing and ringing, sometimes receiving hundreds of calls per day. We have seen ICE brutally separate families, label DC residents with legal protections as alien enemies, and try and disappear them to a torture prison in El Salvador. ICE has sent shockwaves through the DC school communities, attacked our vibrant restaurant scene, and hundreds of people have been snatched out of their homes and thrust into Trump's detention and deportation gulag. Repealing the Sanctuary Values Act would add a new mechanism for the Trump administration to detain and disappear our immigrant neighbors. Witnesses before me have already shared the data about the transfers from the DC jail to ICE before the Sanctuary Values Act was passed. This attempt by Mayor Bowser to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act in this moment is a slap in the face to the immigrant communities that do so much to make this city thrive. This body was correct when it unanimously passed the Sanctuary Values Act then, and it is more critical to defend it now than ever before. Not only because the actions of ICE in this administration are more egregious and unlawful than ever before, but as a reminder, this is an agency that is currently ignoring orders of the Supreme Court, arresting U.S. citizens, and regularly snatching your constituents out of their homes and in the streets, well masked, in street clothes, and unmarked vehicles. The fear in the immigrant community is palatable. But ICE also now has more legal authorities than they have since the last time this body has debated sanctuary legislation. Earlier this year, Congress passed the Lake and Riley Act, a law that now requires mandatory detention for people who are so much accused of minor crimes like shoplifting, theft, or other minor acts. And again, this law mandatorily detains people even arrested for, even if never charged or convicted, a minor crime. Mayor Bowser wants to allow ICE into the DC jail to implement laws like this. This is not what public safety is. It's not public safety when a section of our community lives in fear of accessing local services. It makes no one safe for DC to embrace a policy where any interaction with law enforcement could result in them being disappeared. Weeks ago, when Mayor Bowser was asked about the reports of immigration enforcement at local schools and the impact of the enforcement actions against dozens of DC restaurants, she actually responded saying that children should be afraid. But you all, members of the council, have a decision as to whether you want to make DC kids afraid. Finally, the notion that giving up our sanctuary status would somehow appease the Trump administration's attacks on DC's autonomy is simply absurd. We cannot just throw the immigrant community under the bus out of fear of Trump's authoritarianism, period. And no, bowing down to kiss Trump's ring won't keep any of us safe. I strongly urge you all to stand up for the Sanctuary Values Act and to acknowledge that communities are already living in fear, and we need the council to do more and act more to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Udim Asang, are you here?
Present.
Great, go ahead.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Udam Isang. I am a queer and neurodivergent immigrant healer who lives in Prince George's County and owns and operates 2 DC-based wellness businesses, Sunny Therapeutics and the Ufanima Institute. I hold doctorates in physical therapy and education, and I serve as a responder with Harriet's Wildest Dreams, supporting people impacted by incarceration, policing, and state violence through jail support, healing circles, and trauma-informed care. DC was the first place I immigrated to from Nigeria at the age of 3. The DMV is my home. It's where I grew up, it's where I serve, it's where I continue to build spaces for care for communities like mine. I'm testifying today because I am deeply concerned about the mayor's proposed budget, especially the increased funding to both the Metropolitan Police Department and the Department of Corrections, while critical health and social services are being cut. This budget adds $30 million to the MPD and increases the DOC budget while also slashing Medicaid eligibility, restricting the TANF, and getting the DC Healthcare Alliance. These cuts will leave an estimated 25,000 residents without access to health care. And that is not public safety. That is neglect. At the same time, the mayor proposes defunding violence interruption programs, the very programs that work by building community and care and trust, and I've seen their impact firsthand. Through Life After Release, I lead trauma-informed mental health programming for Black women, trans, non-binary folks navigating reentry. I've supported people released from the DOC custody with no housing, no resources, and no support. But I've seen them thrive when given care, not cages. And I say this not just as a provider, but I am a living testimony. I've survived systems that were never built for people like me, and yet I stand. An immigrant, a business owner, a healer, a doctor, because someone invested in care over punishment, and that investment changed my life. I do not believe incarceration creates safety, but as long as people are being held inside, they deserve access to safety, to dignity, and healing. And funds must be directed toward what truly supports them, which is mental health services, nutritious foods, education, and reentry, not more punishment and isolation or control. Prioritizing wellness saves money. It lowers recidivism, reduces emergency care costs, and builds lasting community and safety. At the Ufanima Institute, our trauma-informed program showed that when you invest in healing, lives transform. I urge the council to reject this harmful budget, to invest in people, to invest in care. I am not speaking in theory. I am speaking from being living proof of what's possible when we choose healing over harm. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your willingness to listen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sang. Frankie Sebron, Jillian Buford, Mariah Burke-Rains,
Hi.
okay. Oh, hello.
Hello.
You testified before, right?
Not today, no.
Oh. I have you listed as Mayerly Smith.
Oh, I'm Mariah Burke-Rains. I don't know why
Oh,
there's a
okay.
different name there.
Sorry about that. All right. Ms. Burke-Rains, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Mariah Burke-Rains. I'm a native Washingtonian, a 10-year resident of Ward 5, and a volunteer for Harriet's Wildest Dreams. I'm here to express my intense concern about the increasingly carceral aspects of Mayor Bowser's budget, and to implore you to do everything you can at this pivotal moment to fight for the people of this city. As you know, pretrial detention was expanded last year under the Prioritizing Public Safety Act, and the new FY26 budget proposal both continues to focus on the criminalization of people's needs, restricts healthcare access, and guts sanctuary status. There's more than enough evidence to show that the carceral system does not exist or operate to help or rehabilitate people or to prevent harm. It's a white supremacist system, and it was born of violence, and it perpetrates violence. Yet this budget increases MPD's budget by 14% and funnels more money to the Department of Corrections while offering no meaningful investment in non-police responses such as those outlined in the People's Response Act. We know that pretrial detention and the criminalization of mental health are connected. When police are the first responders to mental health crisis, people are arrested, detained, and harmed. Pretrial detention then derails people's lives in a multiplicity of devastating ways. Children separated from parents, job lost, homes lost. We also know that DC DOC is an extremely dangerous and disgusting facility where people die at high rates. It shouldn't exist. Living in DC over the last more than 40 years, I've watched the devastation wrought by the criminalization of basic needs, mental health crisis, poverty, drug use, and desperation, and its terrorism. And our Black community members disproportionately are the target of that terrorism. I also want to speak as a mother of 2 children in DCPS schools. My kids' school was recently targeted by ICE, and the fear that spread throughout our community was so intense and enraging. People putting children and families through this kind of terror is really disgusting, and it's just an unbelievable waste of people's emotional energy and time. And I'm very proud of how our community came together quickly to protect our people, but I really hope that you, the council, will do the same. We could use the same resources going to criminalize people to invest in people's health and well-being. The resources are there. We just have to put them in the right place. You all have to decide what kind of world you want to help create and what kind of world you want to live in. Because every inch that you give over to the carceral system and to fascism means increased death, destruction, and misery for us all. There has never been a more important time to be radical in your humanity and radical in your use of your power. For Black Washingtonians, for our trans friends and family, for people standing against the genocide of Palestinians, for our immigrant neighbors being criminalized and abducted and disappeared, for children growing up in this inhumane system, your job is to move in solidarity with the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I want to thank everybody who has testified today. We've heard really powerful testimony in support of ensuring our violence prevention efforts are not only maintained, but really supported and given the citywide attention and collective non-siloed focus that they need. We heard a lot of powerful testimony from many of our domestic workers and the importance of funding a new grant program to educate domestic workers on the law and the protections that they now have to ensure that they can work in dignity. We heard from many beneficiaries of the tenant protection and wage theft protection efforts that the Office of Attorney General engages in, as well as the importance of the restorative justice program and novel ideas to make sure that TANF beneficiaries are protected and that pass-through for child support services can be increased. And most recently, from many public witnesses who spoke about the importance of the DOC budget, whether that be the funding needed for a new facility to ensure that people can live who are in our custody in habitable environments that support recreation and green space, and most importantly, rehabilitation, as well as the really unanimous call from our community to protect our immigrant populations and ensure that no matter what your immigrant status is here in Washington, D.C., that you are a beloved and valued part of our community. And we stand with you in doing everything we can to keep you safe and to ensure you can continue being an important and thriving part of our communities. We value you and we thank you for many of your bravery in standing up today, and we stand with you. The time is now 4:15 p.m. and I look forward to continuing to work with the public and with our government agencies on this budget and this truncated timeline. Note that the testimony, you can still provide written testimony for these agencies for the record. The record will close 2 weeks from today on Monday, June 16th. And as a reminder, we have a new council-wide hearing management system where all of that testimony can be submitted. Thank you again for everybody who's participated in this process. We look forward to continuing to work together. The time is now 4:15 p.m. and we are adjourned.